Intro smooth and catchy. Oh na na, yeah. It done up in again now. Every man go get it on Natasha there for you.
For this country. I came from Germany with my husband, a Ghanaian German, for the first time of him being in Nigeria. We went to village, we had some celebration. After everything, while going back to Lagos, we encountered some policemen. Those are policemen, right? Or are they army?
No,
they are policemen, right? Mopo men. Yeah. The car we are traveling back to Lagos with is a family car and filled with family members. This is not a passenger car, it's a family car filled. So they said they are doing search and stop and search rather. So when they stopped us, they asked us to open our luggages, of which we did. They searched everything. They searched our luggages thoroughly and they did not find anything incriminating. Of course, we're not criminals, we're just normal human beings. While they were searching, they found his wallet. They opened it and found out that he's not from Nigeria. They saw these clothes I'm showing you here on the screen. They said it's an army uniform, but these are normal clothes we wear in Germany. And I did not know that he came back with these clothes, but when I found out that he came with the clothes, I told him that people are not allowed to wear this kind of clothes here in Nigeria, of which he did not also wear them. He obeyed what I told him. According to our standard here in Nigeria, ordinary civilians are not allowed to wear army uniforms, and he obeyed. He did not even wear them, not even once. And these policemen found this clothes in his luggages while they were searching, and then they found his wallet, opened it, found out that he's not a Nigerian. They asked him to follow them. They said he should be the only one that will follow them. Being that he's a foreigner, this is his first time to be in Nigeria, I declined. I said no, I must go with them. I don't want him to go with them alone. I said I will go with them. So they started making problem. It was a sunny day. The heat was too much, so he was sweating. He reached out to get a tissue to clean his sweat. My daughter gave him tissue to clean his sweat. While he was cleaning his sweat, a police officer came. 2 police officers came, held him by his neck, and one was forcing the tissue he was using to clean his sweat into his mouth. And he was shouting, he was swallowing drug, he's swallowing drug, he's swallowing drug. I was like, what is happening? Wait a minute, what is going on? What am I seeing? A man, they were interrogating him on a heat or on a sunny weather. He was sweating. He reached out for tissue to clean up his face. While cleaning up his face, 2 policemen held him by his neck, and one was forcing down the tissue he was using to clean his head, to clean his sweat, into his mouth by force, and he was shouting that he was trying to swallow a drug. Drug from where? They held him by his neck and was forcing down the tissue he was using to clean his sweat into his mouth by force and shouting drug. He was swallowing drug. I mean, is this? And they inflicted a lot of injuries on him. Is this how Nigerian police behave? Why are they giving criminals gun to be guarding normal people who are not even criminals? How can criminals be guarding normal people? All the policemen on uniform here in Nigeria, they are all criminals. What is going on? What is happening in Nigeria? I don't get it. Is this how these people behave? I bet no any share this video. Very dark man. A Ghanaian German who visited Nigeria for the first time. He was beaten up, interrogated. Look at his face. Look at his face. They held him by the neck. They nearly pied him. They nearly pied him. How can this man follow me to Nigeria again in his life? How can he be bold to be like, baby, I want to follow you to Nigeria to go and visit your people? Can he ever do it again? I bet no one share this video. This is embarrassing.
Work in South America for so many years, he will be looking out for the disenfranchised. He will be looking out for the poor. He will be looking out for those that don't have a voice. So I think he will follow in St. Francis. Pope Francis.
I was gonna say, how is he different from Pope Francis, or will he be different?
I don't know that you'll see a big difference. He met Pope Francis before he was Pope when he was in Argentina and my brother was in Peru. So that's how the connection began. I think they kind of believed in the same issues. So I don't know that there'll be much difference. He might prove me wrong, but I don't see there'll be much of a tradition breaking the tradition of Pope Francis.
You attending and being part of the church community that includes this outside of Chicago. How did that impact you guys?
See, he wasn't around a whole lot because after 8th grade graduation, he went immediately to the seminary. So he was in Holland, Michigan at the Augustinian Seminary for 4 years. And then he went into Villanova University, which is an Augustinian university. So he wasn't home a lot. Summer vacations, he was home. Growing up as kids, I think we were just regular kids and didn't really think about that kind of stuff. The interesting thing, I don't know how many people find it interesting, but when he was in 1st grade, a woman across the street that we used to play with the kids and a woman down the street said he would be the first American Pope. In 1st grade, they said that.
1st grade? A random woman told him he would be the Pope?
Well, they were neighbors. We knew them. But yes, he knew at that age he was going to be a priest.
Once a weak king will come and the empire will even go. But then this empire continued to endure. So King Clark has done his best. It's left for us to believe in his own vision for life and his own philosophy. When my good friend Michael Zakome spoke, he talks about the issue of one-party states. And when you listen to the news, read the show, go through the show media, that's one thing that on an occasion like this, probably one need to. Yes, one-party states, countries have managed one-party states. Yes, one-party state may not be an evil after all, because Julius Nyerere of Tanzania used one-party states to stabilize his country in their early days of independence. He felt that his country has, just like Nigeria, too many tribes and tongues, 2 principal religions, Christianity and Islam. If he allowed multi-parties, some parties would toe the lines of religion, some would toe the lines of tribes, and unity would be difficult. But it was properly planned, it was not by accident. If we must, as a nation, go one party, that must be designed, must be planned by experts, and we know what we are going in for. But if we come through the back door by political manipulation, then we're heading to crisis. So I will advise that probably a country like Nigeria, it's better we allow the system to stay as it is. Yes, the multi-party, but if we, for some reason, we must go one party, then it should not be an accident. It should not be by political manipulation. Because if you read this book, How Democracies Died by 2 American professors, then you see that some of these are the symptoms of the death of democracies in nations. And Nigeria is a complex country. And I think it's better we manage the situation as it is, that manipulating the system in a way that will suffocate the country to death. I thank all of you.
The labors of heroes past are in vain. I beg to disagree. Let our brother Peter Obi show leadership like Edwin Clark did by resolving first the crisis in the Labour Party. For a man who wants to run Nigeria, you have one of the smallest parties in Nigeria, and you cannot even resolve the crisis in that Labour Party. Is it the crisis of Boko Haram that you will come and resolve in Nigeria? I would like us to be known for what we did when we had the opportunities. As I speak now, I can tell you about the dualized thoroughfares in my state. I can tell about the flyovers in my state. I can tell about the best international hospital in my state. I can tell you about the monuments of government houses that are built, both for the governor and deputy. I'm one of the best digitalized governor's office in Nigeria. I can tell you about the best international stadium in West Africa. I can tell you about the free and compulsory education that I did for all Nigerians. I can tell you about the unity I brought in religion by sponsoring over 5,800 Muslims to the Holy Land and over 12 to 15,000 Christians to Rome and to Jerusalem. But then, those who are aspiring as presidential candidates and trying to cause division with their mouths, using the social media, tell them to resolve the small crisis in the smallest party they have in Nigeria first, before they come to talk about the larger Nigeria. But for the social media, it is unregulated. I wish you luck as you have a field day. I'm saying this because this is what Edwin Clark would have advised if he were alive. So I've started to speak his voice. May his soul rest in perfect peace. And on that note, may we rise to observe 1 minute silence in honor of this icon.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to
to
be
God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu?
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop. Be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this is what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak, but you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, May the 10th, 2025. As you all know, today is another Saturday. We want to give you the chance to be able to join us and discuss issues in the news. And there's so many. We have a new Pope in the Vatican. Tinubu just came back from a visit to Anambra State, and a lot of things happened there. Also, we heard from the Nigerian military that the people killing people in Benue and Plateau are foreigners. We're like, what? We didn't know that. So we're going to talk about all those things. And in America, of course, Trump is continuing his change of how things are done in America and beyond. So we're going to discuss that. When we discuss the issue of the new Pope, we're going to talk about what it meant for Africa, for the world, and what it also meant for Trump and Americans, since this is the first American Pope that we have. We are going to touch on the issue of the trial of Nnamdi Kanu still going on in Abuja. We're going to touch on the evidence presented in court this week. Also, we know that today the Russians are celebrating their victory in World War II. Amongst the leaders that were there, the Chinese leader and our guy from Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traore. So we're going to talk about this and all the other issues, stories in the news. So if you want to join us, we're going to share the link for you to be able to join us and be part of this conversation. We are as good as whoever comes in to talk about this. It's not about us, it's you. This is your chance. So whatever you have, you give it to us. Whoever comes, we discuss, and that's the show. this is a wonderful thing. This is not something that we decide what will happen today. I don't know who is going to come in. I don't know what they are going to say. But every day we trust that you guys are part of this conversation. You come in. Somebody might be watching, and today they will say, you know what? Today I'm going to come in. I'm going to say something that has never been said. And we welcome everybody. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back. All right. Okay. So let me see people who are in the studio. If you want to join us, if you're in the studio and you want to join us, please turn on your camera. We don't typically bring in people whose cameras are off. So please turn on your camera. We will bring you in. I see a few people in the studio, but their cameras are not on or they are not in. All right. So how are you doing? The priest of peace. How are you? I can't hear you.
Can you hear? Yeah, I'm doing very fine. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes.
Today we are going to talk about the new Pope. I understand that you are a priest, but not of the Anglican Catholic faith. But maybe you can also weigh in on that. I see someone driving. We are not going to bring you in until you stop driving. So whenever you are ready, we can bring you in. All right. So let me. Is there any story? I mentioned a few things in the news. Is there anything you are watching that you think is important that we should consider?
For me, I don't think there is anything new about the new Pope. The reason why I'm saying that I don't think there is anything new about it, we that are in this level, in the priesthood, both whether Anglican or Catholic, we have some historical informations. Maybe you can call it some prophecies that have been going on in the past. That is one that always stands out. It's called the man's name is called Corey. He's an American, and he predicted about this Pope that there was going to be an American Pope, and he is going to be the last Pope. So, but looking at the age of this particular Leo the 14th, you will understand that he is a young Pope, and he has a lot to give to the Catholic Church in general. Catholic Church is about 1.something billion people, so he has a lot to give to Catholic Church. And also, when you look at the history of all the 4 popes that bear the name Leo, they have done significant. They brought significant changes.
All right. Sorry, the priest of peace. We have not started the conversation, so I want to reserve that. When we start the conversation, we can discuss it. All I wanted for now is if there is anything in the news that I did not mention that we needed to mention. One of them is National Assembly in Nigeria. They passed 4 tax reform bills. So if we have details of that, we can talk about it. Also, the presidential jet that Tinubu bought recently, it has been taken to South Africa for refitting and painting. Quite interesting to hear that. Labour Party is in crisis, is increasing with threats to expel, or they have already expelled Oti, the governor of Abia State, and other heavyweights in the party. Goodluck Jonathan came out this week to talk about the issue of this drift towards a one-party state in Nigeria, and his fears about what that might mean if that should happen in Nigeria. And one last thing to mention is, there was this P2B made a statement where people are now responding to him. You saw me play the video of Fabio, the Senate president, reacting, telling P2B to solve the problems in his party before he starts talking about the bigger issues in Nigeria. All right, so we will touch on that and then we will get to the topics. Welcome to the show, my friend from Ghana, Awimbun. how I can't pronounce it. Never. Don't just give me. Try it again. Tell me how to do that.
My name is Awin. You can call me Awin, or you call me Awinbun. Awinbun. Awinbun.
Awinbun.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Doc. It's been a while.
Yeah.
The other day I was trying to come in. I was trying to come in, but the network didn't allow me to come in. Though. But all the same, I just, for most of the times we'll be speaking about the issues of Nigeria, that if Nigeria get it right, the rest of the African country will follow suit. But it's like the big brother Nigeria is, failing in all ramifications. Is when you look at the politicians when they speak, when those that are benefiting from the corrupt system that is there will never tell you that Nigeria is not working. Nigeria is working for them, and you see they are grooming their children. If you what did Obi said that is not a fact of what is going on in Nigeria? What did he say there that is lies? You see, when people live in lies for a long time, people tend to believe that all lies are true. So that is exactly what is going on. These people doesn't even care to know what is really happening to an ordinary Nigerian. Obi came out, spoke the way he spoke. And there is nothing Obi said there. For those of you that believe that Nigeria can still work, that is false. All the things he said there was exactly what is going on in that country. It's quite a pity that people will come out and begin to trash him the way they are trashing him. I've listened to so many people, so many commentaries, so many people, having their platforms, and the way they speak, the way they spoke about Obi, it's not encouraging at all. And that speaks, to a larger extent, what Nigeria can be. That's all I have for it. And I would like to tell you about my own country as well. We had a new government now, and when you look at the cedi, Ghana cedi now, according to Bloomberg, Ghana cedi is the world's best performing currency as we speak, and all thanks to the president, John Dramani Mahama, is working so hard to right the wrongs of the past, and we are happy, and we are going to follow him to make sure that most of his policies work. And remember also that they have introduced Dr. Damages. You people don't know, you don't like what you have, and you don't, feel proud of what you have. You see, the Igbo people, the entrepreneurship system, that is what this government is adopting as we speak. Apprenticeship system, that's what they are adopting right now in order to empower, because there is no way a government will employ everybody. Rather, they will put up an enabling environment, train them, and give them skills, and give them money. The same boy in Nigeria is what our government is adopting now in order to pull so many people out of poverty, line. So I'm so happy about it. So thank you so much for having me. That's all.
Thank you. Hold on before you go, okay? Let me play this video from Ghana, and maybe you can give us a little more insight into what's going on here.
You declare your assets or lose 3 months of salary or get sacked. Well, that's not a threat. It's exactly what's happening in Ghana right now.
However, if by close of day Wednesday, 7th May 2025, any of you still fails to declare your assets, count yourself automatically dismissed.
President John Mahama has started off his second coming with a hard reset on accountability, and it's already costing some of his own people 3 whole months of pay for failing to declare their assets on time. But it doesn't stop there. As of today, May 6, appointees who still haven't complied have less than 24 hours left, or they'll be dismissed completely. That's right, no declaration, no job. It's one of the boldest anti-corruption moves we've seen in recent years, and it's forcing a question the system isn't used to answering. Can political will actually change our governance culture? At the launch of this accountability directive, Mahama didn't just talk the talk. He gave back some of the cars he received as gifts, handing them over to the state. And now there's a strict rule. Any gift valued over 20,000 cedis must be declared. Let that sink in. That's not a lunch voucher. That's a sofa set, a trip abroad, even a new iPhone. So now every public official is being put on notice. The days of hiding behind gifts may be numbered. But here's the kicker. Should that threshold be even lower? Is this new policy bold enough? Or are there loopholes we're not seeing? Would this kind of accountability survive a full term? Drop your thoughts.
All right. So how did this come about? You're muted.
Dr. David, this is a very good thing, and we prayed for this for a long time, because if this did not come, most of the political groups, politicians that we have in Ghana will take us for a ride, and it has been happening before. So this man came out with a reset agenda, and he prepared a appoint. Remember, he is the appointer. He is the appointer. He has the power to disappoint as well. He is employing you. Once he gives you that portfolio to handle, you have a limit to which you can go. And he told them, look, I am employing you to do this. If you don't do this within so time, I would dismiss you, irrespective of what the law says. The law says 6 months for you to, declare your assets. 6 months for you to declare your assets. But he is giving them, I think, about 3 months. He said, I don't have time to waste. He giving them, and for those of them that did not fulfill it within that 3 months, he gave them, they lost their 3 or 4 months salary or so. And that 4 months or 3 or 4 months,
3 months
salary will be, submitted. Yeah, 3 months will be submitted to what he called is Mahama Care. That is where the money is going to go to, Mahama Care. And if they refuse to submit, I think at the end of what he gave, I've forgotten the time he gave, he will automatically dismiss them. That is what he said. And he is going to, he just gave them some days of grace to prepare their, you see, these politicians, they have a way of trying to cover themselves and protect their selfish interests. Just imagine what could have happened. And someone, you are delaying, you want to acquire some other thing through illegal means or corrupt means to add it to this. He said, no, he cannot do that. And that is exactly how it is now. He came in the second time, just like Trump, in order to right the wrongs of the past. We've suffered so much. If you look at inflation now, is dropping. The price of petrol is gone down. The CD now is appreciating, I think, about 5 point something or 7 point something percent or thereabout. It's appreciating. You see, so even those that are exporting now are crying because we want it to fall. We want to, and that we hope that it is going to continue like that. Not, tomorrow we begin to see a different. That is where we are going to have problems. You know why these things are happening is that we hold our people accountable with our tongue. That is why we will tell you what to do. In fact, there are other cases that there are past, CEOs that are under prosecution, investigation, and prosecution as we speak. And we like that foundation because as they are doing it, any other government or party that takes up power tomorrow will subject them to what they are subjecting to these people. That is a very good precedent that this man is setting right now. It is going to right some of the wrong. It won't take out corruption completely, no, but it will definitely go a long way to reduce them. That is all I have to say on that side. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Can you please hear me?
We can hear you.
Good.
So right now we are yet to start the conversation. I wanted to know if there's anything that you think
there's
is
nothing.
important.
Just kindly allow me continue from where the last gentleman stopped.
Okay.
The Ghanaian president has taken very good, bold moves, but it is too early to start showering praises on him. If you consider what is happening in most African countries, they always start very well. I remember Babangida in Nigeria. They all started very, very well. And at the end of the day, it's always a different story. Now, if the law says that people are given 6 months to declare their assets, the president should not be a lawbreaker. He should give them 6 months. Those who made the law knew the reasons why they fixed 6 months. Reducing it to 3 months and seizing their salaries is high-handedness. This is how we pamper them. At the end of the day, they teach us lessons our children will hate to remember. And the issue of taxing goods, gifts, is also very good. But he is not the originator. I remember during the days of Jerry Rawlings, there's what they call gift tax law. Anybody who gives you gifts, you have to declare the gift and pay some tax. There's a way they were doing it in those days. But however, it's an excellent move he has taken. But it is too early, just too early, to start showering praises on him. I'll be more interested in commenting on the Pope later on.
All right. Yeah, that will be our first topic when we get there. Pastor, welcome to the show.
Yes, Dr. Rudolph, how are you?
Good, good. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too, and the rest of the panelists, Mr. James.
So right now, what we're doing is, I mentioned a few topics. If there's anything that is big, important to you that you think we should be aware of, you can mention it now.
Okay, what I think is big is that the country, like my brother from Ghana, slash Abia stated more eloquently than I will now, is that Nigeria is working for some people, and it's working very well for them. It's almost like they live in Switzerland. So we come here and we focus on the areas that are purposely made not to work, right? Our forebears have, those who were activists, they've been saying it from Fela all the way, coming all the way down to the present. So we have to refocus and try to take our country back, Rudolph. Every other thing you're going to talk about here today, trying to retell it. It's not working here. He's not doing this. He knows he's not doing that. What he's saying to you is, what are you going to do about it? Right? I don't think I have a very good connection. So I'm just going to make my statements and I'm going to be gone. What I'm saying is that what my brother from Ghana said is big. Nigeria's working for those who are in charge. Be it INEC, they deliberately stall everything, including Supreme Court rulings. They don't want to obey the Supreme Court rulings. They say on Labour Party or anything you see monetary or fiscal policy. Anything you think about, or let's even say security, electricity. They don't want it to work the way we are yapping about. What do we do to take our country back? I posed a question to somebody on another show. I'm saying, how do you, if the Supreme Court goes rogue, right? INEC goes rogue, what do we have to do? Because it cannot be constitutional, because the courts have the ability to rule it unconstitutional, whatever it is you do. If the police have the right to say, oh, this is violence, they're going to arrest you for this or that, you're breaking the law. So what is it that we have to do to take our country back? Because then everything else will work. It's more than just the politicians you see in Nigeria or Ghana. It's coming from outside, people like France, even United States, unfortunately, are deliberately manipulating our local politicians, let them steal some money, and then they take our resources and they then put us in the situation we are. So, Rudolph, you are very important in this for your own circle here. How do we refocus into action? What do? We already know these things aren't going to work. It's deliberate. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. If you retell it and you try to find the problem, of course they're going to be there. If they deliberately want it to be there. Nigeria works. They have a lot of money there. The people who have money have billions. Some of them have millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. So let me conclude it this way. If every Nigerian who's listening to this show, if you're given a choice, you have a binary choice, two choices. Number one is that some people have money and do the things they want to do, have their kids go overseas, go to school, and then your own kids don't have equal shake. You have that choice. bet the president is from your country, or the people who are being thrown in jail are your enemies and stuff like that. And then you have another choice where your kids have equal opportunity. The country is working. We can compete with our adjoining countries like Ghana and others to bring Africa up. What are you going to choose? If your tribesman is not in charge of making a lot of money, for example, Dangote's got a lot of money, but he's in charge of our refineries as a monopolist. People from the Southeast don't have a shake in that. If you're happier with that, then we'll continue what we're doing. But if you want to go ahead and say, you know what, for the first time, I'm going to put the interest of my kids in the future, 10 years, a generation from now, I'm going to go ahead and forfeit my tribesmen doing well and others doing badly. I'm going to love myself more than I hate others. So I'm going to join in a coalition to take the country back, because we don't have any shake without a Supreme Court, without the courts. There's nothing you can do. Anything we talk about is a waste of time, because of the way constitutional democracy works, that you have 3 branches of government. So if they form a cabal and they want to do anything, the only way to stop them is to stop all of them. And there's about 1,000 of them. It's not that many people. So that's my take today. Once my brother Avinborn is here, I'll be redundant, so I'm going to go ahead and leave. I'm sure he's going to cover whatever it is I was going to say. Thank you very much, Arudo.
All right, Pansa, thank you so much. Pansa, but let me just tell you that there is a movement by Pat Otomi in Nigeria that is essentially saying that if you want to, I'm talking about people you could join who are trying to take the country back. You can join the Revolution group of Shore. You can join. There are many different groups that are out there. Our assignment here on this platform is to talk about it. Put satellite, put it out there so that people can know that this is something that is going on if they want to be part of it. So you can also be part of any of those things.
I have one thing to say.
By the way, I'm glad you mentioned that, because this is not one of those things where your assignment is going to be to inform. And you just did a very fantastic job right now by saying that, because that's important. But we have to, and I will do that starting from now. We want to educate our people. It's not just about protesting for protest's sake. Even somebody like Professor Pat Utomi should learn that, number one, we need to educate between now and the time that this thing is going to go on. The military, the army, the police, the parastatals, they have to understand that nobody owns that. It's all of us. They're needed. The students, they are needed in this thing, right? These people keep assuming that the military belongs to them. Now, finally, to my Southeasterners, Igbos, Biafrans who are in the military, right? Is it just the Tinubu people who are in the army or in the INEC? What are you guys doing, right? You shouldn't obey an illegal order. We need the students. We need people who are from our side of the country to put boots on the ground, help these people who are going to protest. We need everybody to understand what I said earlier. You have a choice to make. Do you want a country that works?
I have a contrary opinion to Pansat.
Pardon?
I said I have a contrary opinion to what you're saying.
Okay, can we hear it before I leave?
Okay. Before the death of former CBN governor Obadiah Malafia, there was this kind of podcast. I was involved in that, and I said one thing. I said that Nigeria is irredeemable until we get rid of the 1999 constitution that was a decree turned around and was imposed upon Nigerians. We don't have a country. That is number one. Number two, we don't own ourselves. I'm from where you are from. I'm from the eastern side. And Dr. Diamond knows me very well. He knows where I'm coming from. The point I want to make is this. We owe nothing in Nigeria. How can we go back to owning our own land? First of all the revolutions that are people coming with Showere and other, it is not going to happen. The reason is this: the ethnicity that has divided Nigeria, which the ruling class has used to subjugate us, is the greatest undoing for Nigeria. But for us to have a real revolution, everybody has to stand up and say, we need a new constitution. What will be in that constitution with one voice? So what will be in that constitution will be something that has to come later. But let's start talking about having a new constitution that will give us our land back, that will give us our life back. I live in the US. I live in Dayton, Ohio. American system is built upon a constitutional republic. America is not a democracy. Anybody that is telling you that America is a democracy is not being judiciously correct. This is a constitutional republic. And if democracy comes into it, it would destroy everything that has made this country a constitutional republic. So going back to look at what Ghana is doing, Ghana is, reinventing itself. Look at Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is reinventing itself. Look at Mali, and they are reinventing because you know why? They are not democracy. They want to give back the people what belongs to them. So Nigeria should have this at the back of their mind that we own nothing. Nigeria is a business for those people like Tinubu, for those people like Abobie and all the rest of them, until we go back to the drawing board and say, let us have a new constitution that will give us our rights back. That is when we will begin to think about making Nigeria a Nigeria or doing something different. Apart from that, it is irredeemable.
All right. Thank you, the priest of peace. Pansat, you want to respond?
Yes, please. Now, Rudolph, I really like what you did right there. That's the way it's supposed to be done. You give somebody a chance to come back a little. And boy, you made
wait. Pansat, I'm just starting. That's why I did this, because there are people waiting, and you can't just be having two conversations with two of you.
That's okay, but we're covering a lot now. My brother, the priest, see, that is one misnomer I want to disabuse you of right now. We do have a country. Right? We have a fantastic country, beautiful country, Nigeria. Right? They want to make us believe that we don't have a country. We have a country, and we have a country that's easy to solve because already we're blessed with a lot of resources, both human and natural resources, right? So what we've let outsiders come and neo-colonize us again, where we have a bunch of idiots like Ababio, for example. I mean, I'm looking at Ababio, right? Wike, people like this. That's what our problem is? Wike, Ababio. So we have a fantastic country. I want you to know that today. Be positive about it. We're gonna take our country back. It takes time. For every country, even the ones you love, like the United States, where I am here.
But Pansat,
yes, sir. Yes,
but Pansat, if you allow me to just come in here, just 2 seconds. See, there is something that is empowering these people that you are mentioning to do what they do. Something is empowering them. They are manipulating the system that is there in order to keep themselves and intimidate the people. So if the people cannot own their constitution, cannot come out and say, this is how we are going to live in this country, there is nothing. These people that are there, that have tested the sweetness of the corruption that, the system, the current system can give them. It was we, the army, that gave the 1999 constitution. It is not the people's constitution, and that is the foundation on which these people are standing upon to unleash this mayhem on the people of Nigeria. That's what my brother is saying there. Thank you so much.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let me conclude. Please, those who are about to speak after me, I'm sorry that it went off a little bit, but let me say to you, who do you think is in charge? It's always been the army. It's still the army in charge today, right? Everything is authoritarian in Nigeria. You know, you can't even have somebody speak. For example, VDM and all those. When they speak, they come and get arrested. Showing who do you think is doing that? Is the army? That's what I'm saying. Tinubu is a geriatric. I mean, he's an old man, corrupt. You know, he doesn't have anything to offer. He can't even face the people. He can't solve any problem. But it's the army behind him. Watch each one of them standing like Wiki. You're gonna see. You just take a gander behind one or two people. You're gonna see the army there, dressed up, and there's a bunch of them outside. A bunch of the army. It's the military that's been in charge. There's nothing the military can do. A lot of debates have been settled. Number one thing that is settled is between the military government and the democratic government, which one is better? It's the democratic government, right? That's been settled. The civilians should be in charge. But what we've been practicing in Nigeria is quasi-democracy. We don't have where the branches of government have an adversarial relationship, whereby the National Assembly is checking the executive. You don't have where the courts are checking the National Assembly and the executive. You have to have that in a democracy. So what they've done is to form a cabal where the executive can go to the National Assembly and think on your mandate, we shall stand. Stuff like that. So what we need to do, like I keep saying, somebody like me, I made my position clear, but I don't think a lot of Nigerians agree with that. So I've abandoned it for about a year now. What I was thinking is that we should go to war, okay? But a lot of people disagree with me. Rudolph doesn't like that on his show. So now let's do it your way, okay? So these people want to go out there and protest. So now let's make it a more formidable protest. Nobody should come out saying, let me conclude with this. This is going to be a non-violent protest. Let them say that, but we shouldn't say that. We don't know what's going to happen out there. Why should we foreclose? If it's not going to be a peaceful protest, then it's not going to be a peaceful protest. It's up to them. So it's a misnomer to say you're going to do a peaceful protest. Now, this is to my friend, Professor Utomi. Don't go say you're going to do a peaceful protest. It's up to the military and the Nigerian government, because the people who march, they're not armed. They can't determine if it's going to be peaceful or not. It's up to them if it's going to be a peaceful protest, right? So let them go there, right? If they're serious, let them go there with millions of people. Not show where everybody should put their heads together. Nobody has all the answers. Showore doesn't have all the answers. Mr. Patutume doesn't have all the answers. But if they go in the numbers they're talking about, we should go there to chase people like Ababio away. Right? So talking about constitution. Do you know what it takes to get a constitution? We're far away from that. If they want us to live in a state of nature without a constitution, then let's start from there first. We don't have to have a constitution. But we cannot, like what my brother from Ghana said earlier, finally, this time is final, right? What you said is Nigeria is working for some people, so we want to make sure it doesn't work for them either. Unless it works for all of us, the protest is to go and make sure Nigeria doesn't work for them, unless it's going to work for all of us. As far as a beautiful country, we have the best country in the world, Nigeria, and we're going to keep it. Make no mistake about it. We may not be able to do this year. Eventually, who's going to win? It's already been settled that the people are sovereign. The people will always win. It's just a time and space, right? So with that, I yield. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. I'm seeing a transformation of Pansat. Maybe something happened. We will find out when next you come back. Thank you so much.
I give you all the credit.
I'm amazed. I think we accomplished something. We can close the show today and come back next week. All right, KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And I must say your show is getting traction. I don't know whether for the positive or the negative, but we will see when you go to Nigeria and come back. Yes. I don't know where to come in to pick up from the last speaker, or
No, for now, we wanted to know if there's any story we should talk about. We are missing.
Oh no, so far, if you have a Nnamdi Kanu story in your lineup,
yeah,
then
I mentioned that we should be talking about it every week, whatever is happening.
Yeah, they are going on in in Benue State. They purported plan to remove the governor. I don't know if that is there, but if not, we can always touch on that. Yes, I think you are good. But if you allow me, just make 2 or 3 sentences from what Bansa has said. You see, sometimes when he says these things, it make it look as if the majority of Nigerians can do much. We forget the armed forces of Nigeria is an occupier government. It's an occupier force. It is not built to protect Nigerians. It is built to protect the people in power. Same with the police. Unless we go back to the right drawing board, which in this case would be the Constitution of Nigeria, and tweak things around. Those people are built like the colonial force to protect the colonial masters, and that is what they picked up from. So the government, the army is not loyal to the Nigerian people, it's loyal to those who are in power. And they'll continue to do that until their kingdom come. The police will not listen to the Nigerian people, but will listen to the people in the authority. And the people in authority have now become masters. The Nigerian people have become the enslaved, the enclave that have been taken over by this ruling class. Until we realize that we don't have to go out to dance traditional dances for the people who are in government. Until we realize that we don't have to answer them, sir, for them to do their work. Until we realize people like Akpabio who say, I built, that they didn't build anything with their money. It is the money of the people. Until people come to that realization, my brother, the El Dorado is still very far away. We're not going to get to that place. Like there used to be a music group called the Uhuru those days. Uhuru is still very far away. Okay, we're not going to get to that place. So it's a total mindset that we must come with. Each of us have to ask ourselves, if we're ready to go through this journey. And then when that mind is made up, then we can now advance as Nigerian people to change the country. Thank you.
All right. We will stop this here and start our first topic, which is the Pope. An American Pope has taken the charge in the Vatican.
Grant us that grace. And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit descend upon you and remain with you always.
All right, so that's the man, Pope Leo the 14th. A lot of things have been coming out since his announcement as the new Pope. He has roots in New Orleans, in Peru, in Haiti. He's actually not just an American. He hasn't lived in America for so long. And he decided to speak Latin and Spanish on the first day. On the second day, he had a service where he spoke in English. So it's been quite interesting. They've been interviewing the siblings. There was an interview of the brother. That's something that the brother said that was interesting. I want to play it again for those who just joined us. Let's see.
In missionary work in South America for so many years, he will be looking out for the disenfranchised. He will be looking out for the poor. He will be looking out for those that don't have a voice. So I think he will follow in St. Francis. Pope Francis.
I was going to say, how is he different from Pope Francis? Or will he be different?
I don't know that you'll see a big difference. He met Pope Francis before he was Pope when he was in Argentina and my brother was in Peru. So that's how the connection began. I think they kind of believed in the same issues. So I don't know that there'll be much difference. He might prove me wrong, but I don't see there'll be much of a tradition breaking the tradition of Pope Francis.
You attending and being part of the church community that includes the south side of Chicago. How did that impact you guys?
See, he wasn't around a whole lot because after 8th grade graduation, he went immediately to the seminary. So he was in Holland, Michigan at the Augustinian Seminary for 4 years. And then he went into Villanova University, which is an Augustinian university. So he wasn't home a lot. Summer vacations, he was home. Growing up as kids, I think we were just regular kids and didn't really think about that kind of stuff. The interesting thing, I don't know how many people find it interesting, but when he was in 1st grade, a woman across the street that we used to play with the kids and a woman down the street said he would be the first American Pope. In 1st grade, they said that.
1st grade? A random woman told him he would be the Pope?
Well, they were neighbors. We knew them. But yes, he knew at that age he was going to be a priest.
All right. 1st grade, he knew he was going to be a priest. All right. Mr. James, a new Pope. Are you excited?
No, I'm not excited at all. Far from being excited. I will tell you the reasons why. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I should increase the volume. Please kindly excuse me. Okay, can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Good. Let me start this way. Last week, you asked me a question. If an African were to be elected Pope, will I be satisfied? I told you the reason why I will not be satisfied. I've been reading a little about this papal business since last week. And I discovered that Africa has produced 3 popes in the past. In AD 189 to 199, Pope Victor I was from North Africa. To start with, North Africa then was under the Roman Empire. That empire, I understand, they were not racial. It was not a racist empire, but they were practicing ethnicity. The ethnic group you belong matters a lot, not necessarily the color of your skin. So anyway, Pope Victor I, AD 189 to AD 199 was an African from North Africa. He introduced the celebration of Easter to fall on Sunday. In the past, the Christians there were celebrating Easter with the feast of Passover of the Jews. That's in Judaism. But however, somehow he was able to make it possible for it to be taking place on Sundays because they believed that the resurrection took place on Sunday. That was Pope Victor I. Then there's another they call I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the name properly. Militis, or I don't know. AD 311 to 314. He was also from North Africa. Then the last is Galicius from AD 492 to 496. He introduced this Valentine's Day we celebrate today into the Christian ways of doing things. So Africa has produced 3 popes. South America has produced 1. North America produced 1. Asia has produced none. So we should be patient. We produce more popes than other regions with the exception of Europe. Anyway, that is that. I am not happy with the election of the new pope because I remember I sent you a book. I said you should forward it to KJ. I do not know if you remember to do that.
I don't remember. Maybe you just remind me. I will check. Yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, KJ, please kindly let me have your number again. I will send it to you. Should you forget? Now, In God's Name is the title of the book. When Pope John Paul I was elected, he sat for only a few days before he died. Let me say he died. For those few days he occupied the position, he had the intention of reforming the church because, frankly speaking, I don't mean to insult the Catholics. This is my personal opinion. Every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous or true it is. The Catholic Church is a rotten church. It is rotten to the core. And I will not be wrong to say that it is beyond redemption. He discovered that there were a lot of Freemasons in the Catholic Church. So his intention was to wipe the whole of them out. And these Freemasons were so powerful that They had to, check his excesses as quickly as possible. One of them happened to be a cardinal called John Cody of Chicago. And the fact that this present Pope is from Chicago is something people should keep an eye on carefully. The amount of corruption that took place in Bank Ambrosiano is so frightening that it's beyond description during the reign of, during the time of Cardinal John Cody. Now, they were also investing, that's the Roman Catholic Church. They're against what they call abortion, but it's laughable that they were investing in the production of condoms and oral contraceptives, while in the pulpit they would discourage people from for practicing family control, whereas behind the scene they are making millions, in fact billions of dollars from the sale of contraceptives. To me, it is very contradictory. Now, in the book, I think page 104, the author asked some questions. Is it right for the Vatican to operate in markets like a speculator? Is it right for the Vatican to have a bank whose operation help the illegal transfer of capital from Italy to other countries? Is it right for the bank to assist Italians in evading tax? These were things happening during the days of Pope, Pope John Paul I. Now, I remember when I was in the primary school, we were forced to recite certain Catholic slogans like Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of the womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us now. And on the hour of our death also, amen, something like that. The modern Catholic Church is not run by Hail Mary, it is run by money. In fairness to them, they've been embarking on a lot of programs, helping people who are suffering from famine, building schools, hospitals, and what have you. But the amount of money these people are getting behind the scene from their dirty deals and the amount of money they are spending on charity, they are worlds apart. So where do we stand? What is the purpose of the church? This church is a very special church because of all the religious organizations in the world. It is only the Roman Catholic whose headquarters is a sovereign state. There's no other religion in the world, be it Anglican or what have you. The capital of the Catholic Church is a sovereign state. And the dirty money they've got from different operations is so staggering that the World Bank, international monetary institutions, they treat the Vatican Bank as a central bank. The Vatican Bank is the only bank that is not owing anybody anywhere in the world or any institution. They are bastardly rich to the extent that money is not their problem. And it will also interest you to know that when the war was going on in Argentina during the days of Margaret Thatcher, they procured weapons for the people of Argentina to fight Britain. These are people preaching peace to you and me, peace unto all men and what have you. Behind the scene, it was a very different matter. Now, in the book also, I think page 111, when the Italians invaded Abyssinia, that's Ethiopia, in 1935, the weapons were procured by the Catholic Church. And Abyssinia, that's Ethiopia, happened to be the only African country that was able to withstand colonialism. All the others fell. This same Catholic Church assisted the Italian government tremendously to fight innocent Africans in Abyssinia. Now, this issue of Freemasons, they have not repented because Pope John Paul before died because of the reforms he was introducing. On the 27th of November 1983, if I still remember, 1983, yes, it was revoked. Any Catholic priest cannot become a Freemason member. It has serious implications. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not yet Uhuru. And lastly, when the Catholic Church, condemned apartheid vehemently in public, whereas, the Vatican Church secretly lent $172 million to various agencies of pro-apartheid South African government. It's on page 350 of the book I'm talking about. So if you look at it, this is all scam. The fact that President Trump was there at the time they were, trying to elect the Pope speaks volume. And not only that, in fact, it's quite a lot. The most important thing is that I want people to read the book. Now, some people might argue that it is the opinion of an author, but that is not exactly the case, because all the cardinals, the bishops, and the priests they mentioned in the book, most of their photographs were in the appendix of the book. I went to Google to check the authenticity of what this man was talking about. The photographs I saw on Google tallied with the ones this man used in publishing his book. The man, said that should anybody fall to what he's saying in the book and is able to prove it, he will donate the royalties from the book to cancer research. Up till now, nobody has been able to take David Yallop to task. So look, we are Africans. The white man's religion should belong to the white man. We have our own religion. If you wish not to worship the African way, you have the option to be neutral. This idea of saying I'm holier than the Pope, I'm more Catholic than, it doesn't make sense to me, because this is all scam.
All right, thank you.
So that anybody who needs the book, please should contact Dr. Damages. I will send him the book again. Even the listeners at home, if you have cause to be interested in reading the book, I will send it to him again to enable you read it from page to page, cover to cover, and you will learn quite a lot. It's an eye-opener. It's a very nasty book, but well-written, a well-written, nasty book. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James, resident historian. KJ, before I come to you, I think Wimbon wants to say something. All right, go ahead. You're frozen. All right, okay, he can't hear me. Let me bring back KJ. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, KJ.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. I totally appreciate that historical, journey. And I must say that most of what you said, or all of what you said, is a fact that people can check out if you have any doubt. And I hate it when you come to an intellectual discourse and someone make an assertion which you don't agree with, then you resort to insulting. Why don't you go check out what the person is saying instead of just waking up and trying to go personal with whatever the person is saying? It doesn't make sense, and I don't appreciate such contribution. If you think what an individual is saying on this platform is not correct, go and research, or you bring your alternative information so we all can enjoy it and learn from it. That is what learning is all about, and that's what the world is all about. Nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. None of us sitting here know everything. So we meet and interact and then learn from one another. Please, let's keep it very civil. Okay, having said that, I want to say that what Mr. James has said is not new. It's not something that is there. If you really want to, if you are a Catholic and you want to know about a Catholic, if you practice that religion like I did, you must have come across majority of what he has said. And I'm not going to use today to go down that road, but I would rather want to say congratulations to President Trump, our president, who was able to make it. In fact, he first showed us the hand that was coming by his, making fun of wearing the cap of the Pope, and so somehow maybe he knew that the Pope was coming, the papacy was coming to America, so he decided to depict it in a very funny way. However, having said that, I think one of the things that I went to search for, when the Pope was pronounced, was what is his view on the current world issues. And I think, what he holds on the current world issues are a bit concerning, Um, well, I know that one of the things that when those who are Catholic will not want is trying to change some of the things that the Bible have said they are totally, sin that should not be played with. And what the world is trying to do now is, in fact, right now you can even get some Bibles that will edit some of those things. I'll give you a clear example. There's a place Jesus Christ was speaking in the Bible. He said, this kind of problem will not go away except through fasting and prayer. But most recent Bibles will edit that part and leave only through prayer. They remove the fasting, which is what gives the result that the person is seeking for, power. The disciples, when Jesus was speaking to them, they prayed, but they didn't get answer. And that's why Jesus said to them, this kind don't go away except through fasting and prayer. Majority of the Bibles we have now are Bibles that are trying to, told to the new world order, which is not what, the Bible is all about. And so this Pope has that tendency to resort to certain practice that the Catholics practice, and which is in line with the Bible. But also some of the things that are going on in certain countries, which he doesn't accept, which is like immigration and all that. Now, what do I have a problem with immigration? No. I have immigration when I have a problem with immigration when a practicing Muslim who is adamant, how do you say, a concrete Muslim who feels that he's being oppressed in his country, that is a Muslim country, runs to a Christian nation and wants to infuse Sharia into those governments of those nations, or want to take over those nations. Now, if you know that you are a Muslim and you want to live in a Muslim nation and you are being chased away from, say, Syria, why don't you go to Iraq? Why don't you go to Iran? Why don't you go to, Syria? Or means go to those places that you already know that you're not going to have problem integrating. But why go to England and want to now turn the English law, the English society into a Muslim society, or even now begin to harass them, the people in that community, which is what is going on in Nigeria. You want to be part of Nigeria. You come as a Fulani man, and now you want to make sure that the people of the Middle Belt will become Muslims by all means. In the first place, were they Muslims when you met them? And then what tells you that they want to be Muslims? So I'm saying this with an open mind, and I don't want to think that anybody will misunderstand what I'm saying. So in the case of this present Pope Leo, I think that the church is in for a very big surprise. I hear his brother saying that it may not differ from the late Pope, but I think they will differ in many sense. Because, you see, if the Catholic Church is really a true church and following the dictates of the Lord Jesus Christ, when you take such a new tax, you see everything differently, because the Lord himself will speak to you on how to move from where you are. You may have come into that position with your own set of rules or what you want to achieve. But when you sit on that throne, if it's truly a throne that God has given, he will show you things totally different from what you have seen before. And I dare to say that this 1 week or thereabout, I've watched a lot of documentary. There's a particular guy who did an inside investigation into some of the things I said here last week, that the Catholic Church holds a lot of secret information that the world has not been released to the world, because they have held those knowledge and understanding, which probably would have changed the way man and animals on the planet of the earth behave. Those are locked up in their chambers, and who knows if this Pope will be kind enough to release those information. Remember that before now, the Bible was also locked down by the Catholic Church. And the guy who was stealing part of that and writing it and copying it and sending out was eventually caught, and he was burnt alive. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the tendency of trying to hold down information that can help mankind is a lot buried in the Catholic Church. And as soon as those votes are open to the public, the more understanding we'll get about how things really work on earth. And I want to wish him well. It's not easy to, even if it wasn't, like I said, somebody, what Mr. James said is very true. There's hardly anybody who is any top shot in the Catholic who is not in that society that he talked about. We all know that. In fact, those of us who were practicing Catholic thought it was a good thing. We thought it was, majority of the Jesuit priests are all in that order. So we thought it was a good thing, but now, older and more advanced in knowledge and understanding, we know that it is not set out to do anything good. I want to thank you, and I want to stop here for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. We will come back, and I want to hear your views because we are finding out that the Pope is a Republican. This current Pope, he's been voting for the Republican Party until Trump became their presidential candidate, and he stopped voting. So we'll talk about that. But let me come to you, Oti. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Yes. Good evening, Dr. Damages and fellow panelists and viewers. Right. Sorry, if KJ, would you mind telling us what the Christian sect you belong at the moment, and is this something you can share with us?
Oh yeah.
What's the denomination? What's the name? What's the name?
No. I follow Christ. I follow Christ. But if you want to, if
come
you're looking
come on.
Hold on.
All Christians follow Christ.
Calm down. If you want to put me in a set, because I discovered that
Christianity has sects, denominations. So I asked you which one, and then telling me you follow Christ.
You see, this is the mistake people make. This is the mistake people make.
It's a simple question. If you don't want to answer, then you don't want to answer. Then we move on to something else.
Do you want me to speak, or you want to continue? I follow. That is, if you ask me which denomination I belong to, I'm prophetic and apostolic. That is my denomination. But if you ask me, I follow.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. That's okay.
I follow.
Who is the head of your church?
The head of my church is Christ. Nobody else heads it.
On earthly, somebody that is in charge.
No. We don't have any particular head.
Then forget it. Okay, it's okay.
Yes.
Then you're not
we don't
serious.
have a particular head.
It's okay. Then leave it. So right. Mr. James says that there's a scam. I don't know what is a scam. Is it the Vatican as an institution, or the papacy? The Vatican, of course, is a place. Papacy is like an institution. The church is also an institution. Have a global church all over the world. There's a Catholic church in my village. So when you say the whole thing is a scam, what is a scam? Really, it's now in God's name, David Yallops. I read that book so many years ago. I don't even know where my copy is, because I just read it. One of those things. Yes, he talked about the main allegation there. But it's an allegation, right? So it's not as if anybody was brought before a court and the court found the person guilty. The allegation was that Pope John Paul I was murdered, because he was intent on bringing radical changes to the church. I don't know. And none of us, nobody cannot tell, So
did you bother to investigate what he said?
Did I bother to investigate?
Yes.
No, no, I'm not an investigator. So anyway, so I said somebody wrote a book, okay? And I whether what he was saying, whether everything factual or not, everything cannot be factual. I'm not to debunk it as all rubbish or founded and a scam. I don't see it as that way. No, but anyway, so he wrote a book and Vatican Bank and all that, institutional corruption, financial dealings. Well, yes. So all that to you guys, is that what lead you to the conclusion that the whole thing is a scam? The church is a human institution. We have to understand that and appreciate that as well. And these are things, done by people, by human beings. So even cardinals and bishops and all of us, we're not perfect, So it's like, I mean, none of this is contestable, or this what I'm saying. Now, but when you say the whole thing is a scam, I don't know where to what we're discussing. Now, if Mr. James here, as he has maintained, is not a believer, but it doesn't even believe in any. He said he's an atheist. I mean, if I understand correctly, so it's not even a question of not being a Christian, but he doesn't believe in anything in God. Okay, that's fine. So, and he says he maintains also that the Christianity is a Western, is a European, a white man's religion. And KJ here agrees with him, even though he's a non-white person and is a Christian. So, anyway, the thing is this: is and I don't know. I mean, what philosophy and theology James has studied. It's just maybe after reading the Yellow, that is enough for him to have firm views on what Christianity and Catholicism is all about. So the new Pope, right? It's I don't know. Is there Rudolph? Is there any particular aspect of you want me to kind of
Oh no!
on?
First question is this: how do you feel about him, an American? How do you feel about what it means for the world? And we talked about the connection he has with New Orleans, Haiti, Peru. We talked about the fact that he was coming from a missionary kind of
Augustinian,
yeah, Augustinian,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so right. Being an American, if my honest view, and I'm sure if anybody interested in knowing, having a sound opinion, views of distance, is purely accidental. I can tell you that the cardinals that participated in the conclave, I don't think they were looking for an American, an Italian, or whatever. They have to. These are is a serious decision they have to make. Okay, all of them, they're all princes. They're all we call them the princes of the church. So they, of course, the continuity of the church, Catholic Church. You can be sure that to all of them, that's their primary. Number one goal. So they have to select somebody that fits the bill. That.
What was the bill they were looking for?
Now, first of all, I was okay. I'll tell you. I listened to the one Bishop. I think you should know him as well, Bishop Byron. He's a leader of what is called Word on Fire. He does a lot of evangelism on the YouTube. So now, first of all, okay, the Pope, the bill, okay, the task of a Pope is to lead the church, okay, and then what is the church about? Is it evangelization, preaching the gospel, the good news, right? So leading the church in the church's main task of spreading the good news, okay. And it's not politics, but because we're human, in a human association, human interests, human organization, they're going to be interested. You can't remove that. And also because of the influence, the church as an institution. So we're talking about the church, Catholic Church. Let's say 1 point something billion. It can be more. I mean, human beings that profess that faith. So the Catholic Church also has, as a result of like the spread, the number, the historical, the treasure, in terms of human knowledge, the store of human knowledge, and the church has. I mean, we're talking about something that's over 2,000 years. We're talking about, so at least they must be doing something right, otherwise they wouldn't have lasted this long. So the church has influence. We can't doubt that. So that is the fact that he's an American. I don't think it's just.
Oti, hold on.
Yeah.
Can I ask Oti?
Yeah, you can. Let me ask you one more question before you do, KJ. Oti,
Yes.
before they picked the Pope, there were certain issues on the table for the church, even for people who are working the church. One of them is the is the church going to go towards the liberal side, progressive side, or will it go back to the conservative side? Okay. What do you think this Pope was? The choice
Okay.
of the Pope?
Okay. No. Okay. So yeah. You see, this is an interesting question, but the question again is because sometimes the chatter, the media and the liberal or conservative. I don't think that's how the church works. There's nothing like having a liberal arm and whatever. See, this Baron, I have to defer to him, and it was answered this question today. The way he answered it is this: he said the job of a pope is to be a referee. Okay, because a church, we can all understand that. Having that large number of people, diverse people, a number of people from different cultural backgrounds, different experience, everything. Okay, they are Catholics and so their life experience and their needs is all different. So and then of course you always have this, it's not as if people have divergent views even on doctrine, on the practice, on liturgy. Okay, all the debates, they are all going on. It cannot foreclose that. That's why you have council, Vatican Council 1, Vatican Council 2, so to deliberate, discuss doctrine. So the Pope, as a referee, people are going to have different views, divergent views, but it's not a question of okay, we're liberal. The Pope will not ally himself with the liberal wing or the progressive wing. I don't think that is not the way it functions. Again, but we are in the world, so we have our politics and liberal and conservative. So, but that's not really.
All right. Thank you, Oti. KJ, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. You see, Mr. Oti,
Yes.
I came into this not to criticize, but if you let me open that tab,
No, go ahead.
you lose members. Let me tell you something. I almost became a priest. So there are very little things you can tell me. I don't want to go there. That's what I said here earlier on. I don't want to. Don't drag me into bringing out
there's nothing new under the sun.
issues with the Catholic Church, because I know it like the back of my hands. So let's leave it. Because, like you said earlier, I'm a Christian. I'm a practicing Christian. Christ is the head of my own church. You may have the Pope as your head of your church, who you say is infallible. Hold on now. I allowed you to talk. Allow me to talk. You said the Pope is infallible, even though it's a human being. Okay, we'll give it to you guys. It is what you want to follow.
Hold on, before you go on, let me explain. Okay, that Papa fallibility. Do you know what? It's not in terms of doctrine. Okay, listen again. It's some of these things really have to. That is infallible. Is a teaching. Is a doctrine, and is when in terms of the magisterium. Remember, the Pope is just an individual. He's not. He's not the. It doesn't make like
You see, as you speak longer, you even make me begin to. Scriptures just jump into my head.
Okay.
The Bible says that because of your tradition, you have made the word of God what? That you made the word of God lose the ability to perform what is said. You are dragging in tradition. Tradition is what man uses to stop people from doing what God has called them to do. You can say to me, because I am now born again, I am my due to Rudolph. I shouldn't give it again because I'm giving that to God. These are examples in the Bible. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. Look, all I want to let you know.
You can go anywhere, KJ.
No. There's no need. You see, because the Bible says when they are not gathering together, you are scattering. So once you are scattering, it means you are not for Christ. I'm not here to scatter. I'm here to try as much as possible, put our thoughts together of what Rudolph have asked. The new Pope, is he going to be progressive? Is he going to go with the culture of now? Or is he going to rely on what the Lord Jesus Christ gave us as a scriptural basis of doing things? That's what the question is.
Okay. So asking me that question. Okay, now
yes, that's what he's asking you.
Let me answer it this way. There's nothing like the Pope going progressive or being traditional. Okay, teachings can evolve, right? People debate, discuss, better understanding. Okay, but it's not okay because we want to be progressive. And sometimes what people say is globalist. Oh, this is a nonsense. Labels. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe global church are gonna no. What do you mean by progressive? For example, some of these teachings. Say, for example, on abortion. These things. There's a theology behind it. Sound theology. Are you with me? Which, of course, the theologians they can defend, if you know, in the even when challenged by, I mean, non-believing, if like, theologians or atheists, people that understand these things, you know. So it's not being progressive. Whatever, read theology, read them. You know, for example, Ratzinger, the Pope Benedict XVI, he wrote about 3 volumes on Jesus Christ. So if you really want to understand, you know, with the person of Jesus Christ, who is he, what, you know, you can read that book, you spend time read it and understand it, the theology and everything about it, before you start having an opinion or say something is a scam or they don't know what they're doing. And that Africans, the bishops and cardinals that are part of this, they don't, you know, somehow they have been scammed. They're foolish and they're stupid. I mean, there was some of us, and the kind of opinions we express or say things or maintain positions we cannot defend. It's just it's mind-boggling. That's
All right.
that's you know, that's all I can say.
Thank you. I will give James an opportunity to
Yes.
respond if he has anything to say. James.
Yeah, I think I stand by what I've said. It's a scam because they asked somebody in the book something about the role of women in the Catholic Church. His response was, during the Last Supper, the Virgin Mary, that's the Mother of God, was not invited to partake in the meal. That something like that is where discrimination started. Now, women have no role as such to play when it comes to key issues. During the conclave, I doubt if there was any woman there. Secondly, the conclave is a secret affair. Remember that the Vatican is a sovereign state. The conclave is an election. It's just like we electing Bola Tinubu as president of the Republic, and we cast our votes in deep secret. We don't want anybody to know anything about it. And inside the St. Peter's Basilica, there is a library there that is a warehouse of knowledge, which is under very tight lock and keys. For you to gain access to that library, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for you to even see, let alone using the materials in the library. If they have nothing to hide, there's no need for those secret things they are doing. I remember when I was in school, our chemistry teacher told us that if you mix oxygen with nitrogen, the substance you get is water. Yeah, oxygen and nitrogen. He said the substance you get is water. These are 2 different things producing one thing. When you look at the corruption, sexual immorality, production of firearms, sales of condom, world-class fraud in Banco do Ambrosiano and Vatican Bank, sponsoring wars in Argentina, supporting apartheid South Africa, playing double games in in Palestine, Italian invasion of Abyssinia in 1935. The weapons was procured by the Vatican. When you mix all these things together, what comes out of it? Just like mixing oxygen with hydrogen, what comes out of it is scam. And the bank the Catholic institution is the richest religious organization in the whole wide world. How much they have, nobody really knows. I quite agree, they are doing quite a lot of things on charity basis. But how much do they spend on charity? And how much do they collect from their illegal, dirty deals? Nobody knows. And when among themselves, they want to expose what is going on, as a matter of principle, 1 or 2 of them might not agree. They subject them to horrendous conditions. They transfer them to obscure places to keep them out of the scheme of things. The Catholic Church is a scam. As I said earlier on, it is my opinion. Every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous or genuine the opinion is. That is my opinion. I'm not imposing it on anybody. The Catholic Church is a world-class scam that man invented.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Let me just point out before we move away from this topic, one of the closest advisors to Donald Trump, Laura, came out after they found out who the new Pope is to say that he is anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, pro-open borders, and a total Marxist like Pope Francis. So he's not getting good reviews within the Republican Party here. And they dug up his voting records because he was voting in America until Trump became the candidate. He voted in Republican primaries, but stopped voting when Trump won. All right. So in a way, we are watching to see how he will interact with the American government that is headed by Trump.
Okay, you want me to answer that straight
Yeah,
on?
you can go ahead. Yeah.
He's going to bring politics into it. He's going to just play along as the church will want it. He's not going to bring his personal feeling to it. Again, because he knows that Trump has only 4 years, and why the Catholic Church has, by his age, he has more than 20 years to put in before we start thinking of, any other new pope. So he's just going to play, wait out his time. Whether he agrees with Trump or not, he's not going to show. But maybe after Trump's 4 years, he's now going to come. Look, just like James have said, and we don't want to go back to reviewing what the Catholic Church stands for. The secular writers refer to the time the Catholics were running the world as the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages is in history. So, but going back to that with scattering. So what do? We say to the Catholics, now that you have a new pope, why don't you go back into your own books and clean up what you think is not the right thing that you guys have been passing around for a while? Okay, I'm not saying that other denominations of Christianity do not have their own problems or their own challenges, because we are human, just like he has said. Sometimes we come to those positions with our own personal idiosyncrasies. If you elect me Pope today, you're not going to think that I will change from who I am. The only thing is that the Spirit of the Lord may descend upon me and sometimes push me towards doing what God wants to do. Not because after that I'll become subhuman. I'm still a human being. I eat gari and okra soup, and pomo on top. It's not going to change. I don't eat angels' food, okay? That is how every person who comes to authority that is God-driven now, not man-driven, you look up to God to direct you. Sometimes you can even go to church and you are going to preach a message. That day, you have prayed through the night. You don't get anything. You pray till morning. God, what do you want me to say? God, what do you want me to say? He won't tell you anything. And if you're a person who is God-fearing, you go to the people the next day. And while you're about to speak, you may just want to open your mouth and say, today I have been praying since 2 a.m. till this 9 o'clock. I've not heard what to say to you people. So I'm just going to pray and bless you people. Then at that point, the Spirit of the Lord will drop the word for you. This is what I want you to say. So it depends on how God wants to talk to you and use you to walk, and how you are willing to obey and follow his instruction. I look at him as, if you ask me to analyze him as a picture, I won't come as a picture expert, but as somebody who think he's a picture expert, his disposition tells him to have a good heart. His disposition, when I look at his picture, I look at this frame that's coming through the cameras of his picture. I don't see anything that tells me that this guy has something bad in his mind. So he'd probably be a nice guy out there trying to do his best. And that is what we want, because 1.6 billion people is not a joke. If 1.6 billion people can do what Christ has taught us to do, this world would have been far better. And Christ would have come and all of us will be free. But we are not doing that. We are not doing what we are taught. We are not doing what the Pope is teaching the Catholics, And then those of us who are still, not that large, we are also not doing what Christ has asked us. Very few of us are doing it. And so our prayer for the Catholic Church is that the Pope will be allowed to bring the reforms he wants to bring, like the Pope who we have talked about earlier on, who was, who died, after 2 days or 3 days of being in the office. So let God give him an understanding on how to go about to reform the Catholic Church to the point that to meet that expectation that Christ, being the head of the church, is preaching. I also want to say, for those who think that the Pope is the first it was the Church of the Catholic Church was founded by Saint Peter. That is totally false. But let's not go into that. That's another day. If Oti wants, let him call me up and we'll discuss that. It's totally false. It was Peter never founded anything and was never the first pope. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Let's listen to.
Sorry. The damages. So now I'm not. Right. The another thing James and KJ have said here that this thing about Freemasons. I don't. Where did they get that? And I mean, so it's some of these kind of wild allegations. They all belong to Freemasons. Now, for example, this new Pope Leo, people have traced his. I mean, right from childhood. Okay, the family.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
No.
But look. Sorry. Yes, you say most of them are Freemasons. How do you know that?
No, sorry.
How do you know that?
You got me slightly wrong. Slightly. I said when Pope John Paul I came to office, he discovered that a lot of them were Freemasons. So
and they're no longer Freemasons now?
Excuse me. He was introducing reforms. That is one of the reasons why they did not like him. Then on 27th November 1983, they repealed that law because before that day, it was automatic. Once a priest is caught to be, suspected to be a member of Freemasons, is excommunication. But from the 27th of November 1983, that law was repealed. Any priest in the Catholic Church can be a Freemason. That is the situation.
All right, thank you. Let me hear from Ike and quickly Prince, then we move to Tinubu in Anambra State, which is our next stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy to be here today. I do not really have much to talk about the Pope. For me, I'm a Christian. I'm a member of the Pentecostal Church. I was born and brought up in the Catholic Church. I was in the seminary school. I think that the Catholic Church needs to reform a lot of things. I remember many years backward, when the charismatic movement came into the Catholic Church, all the reverend fathers that were practicing a charismatic movement in Catholic Church were expelled from Catholic Church. And in Anglican Church today, you see that the charismatic revival movement in Anglican Church brought life into the Anglican communion, more especially in our country, Nigeria, and I don't know of any other place. And those reverend fathers who were trying to bring the real gospel of Jesus Christ into the Catholic Church, they were excommunicated from Catholic Church, right? So we have the Bible, and we have the Apocrypha in the Bible. That is the Catholic version of the Bible. And there is always a conflict, right? So I think that there is a lot of work that the new Pope has to do by trying to change a lot of things and by trying to reform a lot of things. I am not that person who will begin to castigate a denomination, no. But I am that person who will always speak for you from my own experience. I was a Catholic. And like I said, I went to seminary school, Umawa Seminary School. That's my school. I ran away from school and I went to Lagos and I continued at CMS Grammar School because I said I'm not going to be a reverend father, right? But when you have parents who want you to be reverend father, I won federal government scholarship or Palan in Bende State. They say I cannot go because they want me to go to seminary school. And when my result came out, I passed. Everybody was jubilating. And when I went to school, right from school, the third time from school, I ran away. Nobody knew I went to Lagos. Only my senior brother who knew that I was coming to Lagos. And I went to Lagos and I continued with my secondary school in CMS Grammar School. So what am I trying to say? There are so many secrets about Catholic Church, right? When you say There's so many things going on inside the Catholic Church. So I just hope and pray
Like
that
what?
I
Like
don't want
what?
to go. I just said here I don't want to talk about denomination. I don't want to.
No, but what are the secrets?
My brother Oti, let me just finish. Can I finish? When there are a lot of things that we are all adult. When you say you don't eat rat, but when you want to divide it for children, you use your tongue, you use your teeth and cut the rat. So you're automatically eating the rat. So you can use your tongue and count your teeth. I don't want to go into too detail. My point of argument is that I hope that the new Pope, like KJ said, that the Holy Spirit give him a vision and a purpose for the Catholic Church. There are so many things they need to reform. We are not here to go to, so I just
allow me to correct one thing he said.
I just pray that God will give him direction. Like KJ said, there are times as a preacher of the gospel, I preach the gospel. I'm a pastor. There are times you prepare a message. I know in 1,000 times I prepare a message. When I go to the pulpit, the Holy Spirit keeps me completely out of my message. And that thing that he put in my mouth at that particular time, because that message is for somebody who is in that church, that particular time. That one you prepared from your heart there was nobody that is going to benefit anybody. And that's why when you are praying and preparing for your message, you are struggling. You are praying, preparing for Sunday service or whatever service. But the voice is not coming to you. The message is not coming to you. You continue to struggle to pray. But you see that by the time you go to church, and there is worship and praise going on, and you are into prayer, when you stand in that pulpit, that holy place of God, if you are really a child of God, the ministration comes to you. Maybe when you just want to pray to start your message, you want to bless the church before you start your message, the message comes to you. And if, like KJ said, if you are being led by the Holy Spirit, you grab the message and give it, because somebody is there to receive the message. So all I'm saying is that every denomination, there are problems in every denomination church. All we are saying is that let there be reform, that it will be able to correspond with what is written in the Bible that we all believe as Christians. I don't have a problem. The name of a church does not save anybody. There are millions and millions and millions of Catholics that are going to go to heaven. There are so many Pentecostals that are already in hell even before they die. So it's everywhere. I'm trying to tell you Pentecost church or living church, they are saved. No, because most of the pastors will go to hell. They're already in hell before they die. So I'm not defending my faith. No, because I'm inside it. I know what is going on everywhere. So all I'm trying to say is that, my brothers and sisters, congratulations. And now that the church has a head, I pray that the Holy Spirit will lead him, guide him, and show him the way that the world will be a better place for every one of us. Thank you.
Sorry, Rudolph. I just want to correct point out something.
1 minute, because I have to move from this topic.
Look, and so because our Pentecostal or evangelical brethren that talk about the Bible all the time, yes, we can all read the Bible, but really, for you to claim to be an authority, and you first of all have to maybe learn your Greek and your Hebrew and all that. Now, okay, Ike, let me ask you: have you heard about Father Mbaka and Father Elele? In Elele, have you heard about these priests? Mbaka, for example, that is in Enugu.
Yes, I've heard about Mbaka.
The reason why I'm saying this is because it's talked about, when you're charismatic movement in the church, if you're a priest, and they will be excommunicated. So, in other words, the charismatic is a kind of a movement, where the Holy Spirit and, speaking in tongue and all these things and whatever. So, for Mbaka, for example, in Enugu, he's still a priest of the Catholic Church, and he has his ministry, public ministry, where this is, if you like, charismatic and elect as well. We have priests having these ministries. So, have they been excommunicated? So, that's,
Let me answer you their question, Brother Oti. If you know the Reverend Father of Pastor Elele in Port Harcourt, you should know the story well before you even ask me the story. Go and find out the true story. And I don't want to talk about the true story here because we don't have time to talk about it. Right? The same thing with
was he excommunicated? Was he excommunicated?
That's what I'm telling you, because you don't know the story. You don't even know the story. So forget about that.
All right. So we are going to arrange for former Catholics and current ones to meet.
But yeah, perhaps,
and
really
debate, and we watch, because I'm not one of them. I don't know what you guys saw there that scared you guys
Please
out.
add the confused Catholic too.
And Kene is the one
confused
that is
Catholic.
in between. Kene is in between. Kene, before you speak,
Yes.
let me just get Prince just on the Pope, just Kene and Prince. We move to Tinubu. Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, Dr. Damage is still mourning over here. Mr. Ike, Mr. OT, Mr. James, KJ, and the MAGA KJ and MAGA Kene. One thing I just want to say this: I'm a Catholic, and I don't owe nobody no apology. Okay, I don't owe nobody no apology at all for that. Can you guys please allow the people to worship what they want to, the way they want to worship? All I know is that in heaven, there is no Catholic, there is no, even those who attend choosing, that is telling people when you face an armed robber, tell them, oh, yeah, God of choosing, who are you? And they start challenging all those people. One of them was shot the other day in South Africa because he was challenging an armed robber and declaring that he has the God of chosen. And what happened? He's gone today. He's testing the God that created him. Okay? So for me, let's allow the Pope to be. I don't go to church because of Pope. I don't go to church because of any Reverend Father or whatever it is. I go there just for the fact that I just want to listen. And what I make out of it, it's me. And not any other person. But I will not love anyone to come on this platform to tell me what the wrongs that the Catholics will do. Because I will sit here and tell you the wrong the Protestants are doing. A lot of people, they are leading to hell right now. A lot of people that they snatch their wives. A lot of people that they're taking their money. All in the name of prosperity and preaching somewhat, heaven that they've not even been at. To know what it is. All I implore everyone to do is read your Bible. You will understand what it is. And just follow your Bible. Forget about the liturgy or the practices or whatever it is. Forget about it. It's about you. When you go in front of God on that day, it's going to be what you did.
All right.
So please, let's stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. On behalf of this platform, let me say that we are not going to stop it. If you lead 1.4 billion people in the world, we have to discuss you. So we're discussing the Pope for today. All right, go ahead, Kene. Go ahead.
Why can't we discuss the Pope? If we can discuss...
Because he's my man. He's my man, so leave him alone, Kene.
If we can discuss the President of the United States of America, His Royal Highness...
Here you come again, you just shenanigans. Here you come again.
But this is it. I actually call him because of my big brother, Mr. KJ. I was listening to Mr. James. We all know where Mr. James belongs to. He doesn't align with all this religious stuff, so we know him. So whenever he's talking, I enjoy how he discusses religion, and my big brother, Oti, we know he's a Catholic, and I enjoy his own too, based on the fact that he's trying to defend his denomination. But my big brother, KJ, I don't know where you belong to, so I don't know which one. You were free discussing Catholic, but you don't want us to know where you belong to. Like myself, I've made my own very clear. I'm confused. I'm in between Catholic and Omena, right?
But I said where I belong to, brother. I said where I belong to, right?
Yeah, is this 7 days Adventist or Jehovah's Witness?
No. The trust of my Christianity is based on apostolic and the prophetic. That's what
that is what all Christians believe in, even Catholic. They all believe in all this.
No, can he's at the Operations Brothers Church. That's where he is.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen to me.
Okay, is he the one that his pastor told him that he prayed for a dead person and the dead person woke up? Oh,
That
okay.
was my pastor when I was. That was my apostle when I was in Nigeria. Okay.
Oh, okay. You see,
Now,
that is why some of us are still confused.
My denomination is not something that is difficult.
What is the name?
Apostolic. Every apostolically led church is where I belong. We are led as apostolic and prophetic. That's the move. It's a total move, and it has been there for a while.
But don't you know that Catholic Church also believe in apostolic faith? You don't know that? We have a creed, Mr. Oti.
Yes.
The creed.
Well, yes, the Apostles'
Yeah,
Creed.
you don't know about that? You see, that is why we need to
hold on.
educate ourselves a lot.
You cannot tell me the apostolic creed. The apostolic I believe
who is the founder of his church?
No, listen to Mr. Oti. Listen to Mr. Oti.
That is recitation. That's recitation. I did that recitation for long. For this,
so actually, if you want to put it,
Mary for you and apostolic creed, I said all those prayers now, brother.
Okay. Now, see, you see, that's the reason why some of us were kind of confused, because Christianity in its entirety that claims to be followers of Christ, if you are following me because you think I'm a Christian or my teachings are Christ-like, but in actual sense, I was never a Christian. As far as we know, Jesus Christ himself lived according to Jewish law. He lived, practiced, and died as a Jewish man. So he practiced Judaism. So why are all these people, all these denominations, be it Catholic, Episcopal, Anglican, Seventh-day, Apostolic, whatever, why are they all claiming this man that does not even belong to them? He doesn't even align with you guys, doesn't even know what you're doing. For you guys to even convince me that you know what you're doing and I'm not being demeaning here, as Christians, I'm not even talking as a Catholic now, as Christians, right? You guys need to follow the teachings and the practice that Jesus Christ followed when he was alive. He was a Jewish man. He practiced Judaism. So can you guys do what he did? Not coming to tell us that he believed in Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, and all that, right?
Can I help you there?
But I don't want to go there. No, Mr. Oti, I will land. My own will be very short today. My big brother, Oga Ike, I will greet you specially for coming out from that place that they were trying to push you into. Thank God you came out. Thank God you follow the light and the truth instead of deceiving yourself. Yeah, as a man, you live and die without a woman. What kind of a man do you think you are? But I don't want to go there, like I said, and I'm not being demeaning here. But the problem is, I have a problem with this new pope. The new pope is against, he's against our president to even start with. And secondly, is for open borders. Leave the border open, let the criminals come in, let armed robbers come in, let molesters, let them all come in. But the Vatican, a city in a country inside a country, is fenced completely. Like the border is fenced completely. Matter of fact, I think, as they said, allegedly, that is up to 10 feet or 15 feet height, right? The Vatican itself. So you gated Vatican, you live in Vatican City as a government official. See, all these Christians are being deceived. These are government officials. Did you see them whenever they are passing by the security officials? They get saluted. All of them, they salute them as military personnel. So these are politicians in the white garments deceiving you guys that they are representing whatever they want to represent. But they could gather themselves in a secluded room, cast a vote, just like the way you guys voted for Tinubu right now. Voted for somebody that will lead the entire, is it 1 billion Catholic people? And then you get somebody will now come and tell us we should not discuss it. If we can discuss Tinubu, if we can discuss Trump, we can discuss Pope, we can discuss Benson Idahosa, which is the memory. We can discuss everybody.
All right, thank you.
They are all men, just like you and I.
Can I quickly kind of enlighten or clarify
No, hold on. We're
Just quickly.
spending too much time on this. I have a few announcements to make.
Right.
Odumeje is coming to America. For those who are interested, it's going to Michigan on June 13th. I will show you guys a flyer. I'm not being paid for that, but unfortunately, I don't think I will be here. I wanted to meet him, so we talk about that. And we see, I see Chaplet in your car. Maybe you have something to tell us about the Pope. We need to hear that before we move on to other topics. So Oti, I'll give you 1 minute, just 1 minute. Then we see 2 minutes. We go.
Okay. Right. So okay. First of all, it's like being a Christian. Look, the Christianity, Christ. Well, if you can say he never founded a church, okay, you'll be correct. No, but Christianity, if you understand, and then because this is the confusion you're talking about, men and culture and all that, Christianity is started with the apostles, St. Paul, particularly, with the because the commission they received, go all over the world, go to the ends of the earth to spread. Okay, so and that is the reason when we talk about Christianity, and then some people say that we don't have a tradition. Tradition is something that is antithetical to Christianity. That's all bullshit. You don't really understand what is going on here. I mean, Christ never founded the church, so you have to have that organization, that establishment, that that we maintain the tradition. Okay, otherwise it will be everyone will be saying, as we have it in Protestantism, everybody, how many churches can we have? So, and then people criticize Catholic Church is lack of understanding. So, culture, the Jewish culture is there, but Christianity is not of this world. It's not about culture. But of course, we live in a culture and in a society. They don't all have to be a part of what the church has to deal with. Okay, the culture of the people. If it comes to Africa, the Africans, we have our own peculiarities, our culture, our way of life. The gospel message, how does it relate with our culture? All these things is all part of it. So that is
all right. Thank you, Oti. Thank you so much. And do we see final words on this?
Okay. We are happy to have a new pope, and we pray that our immediate past pope is with his master in heaven, interceding for us as well. I don't want to go into all the controversies about what the Catholic Church represents and what doesn't represent, but I have a beef with Ekene. Ekene, the other time we are talking about a priest who had a family somewhere. I was living somewhere, and I told Rudolph in one of my, I say, Ekene, why you please. So that being said, the reforms are an ongoing thing in every facet of life. So the church, though people say is conservative, but they follow what Christ said they should do. There may be some lapses here and there. Reforms have been done before. The Vatican II conference was a way of bringing the church, making it broader and more global. And we see how it is today, but so some things needs to be done as well. And we know that those reforms, the new Pope, hopefully he will look at those things, and himself and his cardinals and those who administer the Vatican, they will know what to do in line with the Bible, what Christ said we should do. And then, meanwhile, concerning that Christ is not a Christian, Christ came and brought a new perspective to life, and his followers decide to follow him. Christianity means we are followers of Christ. That is what it means. So let's leave it that way. We can discuss that more in future. But read it, you understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please, Rudolph, I need an appeal.
Okay.
Make a date that we all meet and discuss this issue. Because
yeah, we will make a date.
Yeah, please put a date. It's also to discuss this issue.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have Odumeje coming to. Where is he going to now? On February 13th. June 13th, Friday. If anybody is in Michigan, anybody watching us, Michigan area, we want a crack reporter that will go and cover that for us. I was thinking I would be able to interview him during this visit, but it's not possible now. But anybody who is in Michigan area, please, we need Odumeje to, because it might be the next big deal, you know. Maybe after his life, when he dies, some people will follow him. And anyway, but thank you, everybody. When we come back, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about Tinubu in Anambra State. It's big. It's big topic. A lot of things happen there that we will want to discuss. Meantime, I have a new music for our break, so let's listen to it. I'll get your feedback. All right.
No, this security you know, but I need kidnap mad every day. So, this security do but no, this security don't know, but I need make kidnapping. What I will go when Navia. We don't pass. Get go Tinubu. We go. Okay, then I can I want to go. We don't pass. Okay. Mota acaba se quando no. Mota was quando no. Agago konoka agala mota ugo quando no. Always go moto one no because hey. Nah, all this security do nobody and they make it happen. Machine security hard run. Security on the go take over. Again, man dem mole pa. Ke wanu ke Tinubu we ko na ya kaka mama ogago. Again, iwe nko so moto. So moto di iwe nke biko nje. All right. I want them more. Brother Dalu, no, where do? Again, the big but I can't was one no. And Takwalova knows her, and Alwe. Always when they me on a barak, hey, Okota Kalekwan. So Tinubu agawe gaya mala nke over abo. Olusi ekwe ma ole die ya malo. Yo duko
Mr. President, is historic and consequential. The last state visit by a president was in 2012, ostensibly to commission a brewery and another private enterprise. This visit is not just to commission projects. We have over 500 kilometers of roads, flyovers, bridges completed and waiting completion. I'm waiting for commissioning. We have over about 5 brand new general hospitals and world-class trauma center completed, equipped, and waiting for commissioning. We have new smart schools and water projects waiting for commissioning. New markets and bus terminal, etc., waiting for commissioning. Previously, we had insisted that only the users of our roads and projects should be the ones to commission them, and we have commissioned.
All right, so welcome back, everybody, and we are going to switch gears and talk about Tinubu's visit to Anambra State. Very important because at the end of the visit, a lot of things have changed in Nigerian political space. One of them is that Tinubu is now the DK Simba one of Anambra State. I know you're from Anambra State. Let me start with you. So
it's really unfortunate to have such a person as Bola Tinubu in Anambra State. And why I say that is very unfortunate is because This is a state that Bola Tinubu did not even get up to 1% votes. And I don't know the desperation of Charles Soludo, the talkative of Igbo land, the Oku Fio Onion Koyeri of Igbo land, the only professor that talk more than a market woman. You see, during the 2022 electoral campaign in Anambra State, all the contestants, including this very Soludo, applauded P2B for having performed very well. I don't know what the very well means. Maybe it's just a subjective, but he said it. He said that P2B performed well. But, you know, as we all know, we have some cabals in Anambra State, and I will call them the bad boys in Anambra State. And some of them are actually the God, G-O-D, that do prophesy to some reverend fathers, especially one in Anambra State, that is popular reverend father in Anambra State. So the likes of Ato Ezenubu is the God that prophesied to that reverend father that will always jump on his pulpit and begin to prophesy that this person is going to become a president or not, right? So these cabals were the one that actually made or forced Soludo on Anambra State. As we all know, if you want to become the governor of Anambra State, you must come through ABGA. So they found their way to fix Soludo in ABGA, and Soludo won the election. Now, I don't know what is wrong with Anambra people for their, I don't know, insistence in voting for any candidate that comes out through ABGA. So Soludo is the governor, but Soludo cannot compete with P2B in any level. He claimed from the video you played that P2B commissioned brewers. No, Soludo, I think something is wrong with you. The desperation is just too much. These people are pushing you to run your brother down. The gangsters, the Atoezes, are pushing you to run your brother down. And you are doing that to the detriment of your people and in favor of a Yoruba man. Let me put it that way. And I'm not being tribalistic here. Our people say that charity begins at home. And we have a qualified candidate in Anambra State from Igbo land. So if I must vote for somebody, it must be my brother that is qualified. But if my brother is not qualified, if it is a Yoruba person that is qualified, I will vote for and support the Yoruba man or Hausa man. Now, you are running your brother down. P2B, as we all know, established the School of Nursing for Nnamdi Azikiwe University. He built or rebuilt and equipped the General Hospital Amako in Oka and refurbished the one in Inewi, that is the teaching hospital in Inewi. P2B, when it comes to economic development, his policies attracted a lot of investors, both local and foreign investors in Anambra State then. And he promoted local businesses, as we all know. I was in Anambra State then. And he also created greater opportunities for even non-indigenous of Anambra. And that was when you will come to Anambra, you find Ghanaians, you find Yoruba people establishing business left, right, and center. There was one program that he ran that time called ANIT. I don't know if any of us remember that. So that's created a lot of opportunities for indigenous of Anambra and non-indigenous. And then for the very first time, this sovereign wealth fund, whatever, Anambra State is the first state to have that in Nigeria, and it came through P2B. Then we have where P2B modernized poultry and agricultural farming in Anambra State, the one that is actually giving our people money as we talk today. Now, but of course, Soludo wouldn't see that because of his hatred and because of his greed. He wants to come out for the second time and is very desperate to commission a project. What exactly did he commission? Did this man, Tinubu, commission in Anambra State? What exactly? Is that a need or just aesthetics to lure the gullible ones to vote for him. See, I don't want to say Soludo is trying to destroy ABGA, right? I don't want to say that he's doing everything possible to destroy ABGA as a party, but he is destroying Igbo land. And as you can see, there is no well-meaning Igbo man in that gathering. You only see gangsters, looters, criminals. The Igbo of Obosi, I don't want to insult him, but we all know his story. And then Ates, of course, and then the hopeless Uzodemo of Imo State. We all know his record. So these are the only people you see there. No any meaningful Igbo man grace that celebration. That shows that this man called Soludo has a questionable moves or steps or motives. But what I'm trying to tell him is that some of us at some point were leaning towards him. Oh, okay, we think he will do better, but he has failed. We haven't seen that Japan or that Dubai, Anambra in Anambra State. All we are seeing is Anambra going backward. All we are seeing is Soludo recruiting Arboros, just as Tinubu recruited Arboros in Lagos State. Today, in the entire of Southeast, Anambra State is leading when it comes to the evil activities of Arboros in that region. And it's Kosi Soludo. Soludo has created what they call them one useless. There is this recent one that he created that all they do is to go around with guns and kidnap and arrest people and then imprison them as if they are the judges or they are the court. So Soludo has destroyed Anambra State, and it is time to kick him out. He promised Tinubu that is going to win election. Good luck, Tinubu. You have been duped. They played you senior 419. If you've given them money, start from now to recover your money from these criminals. They will eat your money and nothing will happen, because I bet you maybe other states will vote for you, but Anambra will not vote for you. If you go and hug Transformer, we are not going to vote for you. You're a total failure. Simple.
All right. Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any other person from Anambra. Let's go to KJ. KJ, what do you make of Tinubu's visit, especially where Soludo essentially endorsed him for second term?
Okay, thank you so much. I watched that that process with a lot of pain. Just some few minutes ago when Kenneth was speaking, I was searching to see if I can find the achievements of Peter Obi, which I found, a lot of them. He commissioned a lot, including, very prominent, I can get it later on and post it to you. More than 25 commissioning of, projects in Anambra State. How be it that he found out to say it's only two things that Peter Obi built is, you all know me. I mean, portion of Peter Obi, I'm not one of Peter Obi's people, but the man has done work. You see, I used to say something to people, whether you like somebody or not, if he has done well, say yes, this man has done well. You may not agree with the person's policies, but speak the truth where when you have the opportunity, So he didn't even need to bring Peter Obi into that conversation, except that anybody when want to say anything, when want to make it get news, you go call Peter Obi. APC chairman they speak, Peter Obi. PDP they speak, Peter Obi. Tinubu, Peter Obi.
Even Akpabio.
Akpabio goes to the house. Even where you're not supposed to, Peter Obi is not there. You are talking to senators, Peter Obi. So Peter Obi have become the real man that all want to conquer. Unfortunately, he's bigger than all of them. That's the truth. You see, that's why they spend so much time discussing Peter Obi, everywhere, Peter Obi. What has the man done to people? He's not even asking for anything. And if I were in their position, I would be using whatever he says as my gauging point. If he talks about, hey, the road going to Nkalago is not good, tomorrow I'll put people there. And I'll say, you see, we even told this man we're repairing this road. But they are, instead of using the opposition, a credible opposition to build their government, they're rather using it to, as a defense, which is not good. And I'm not also one of those who like Soludo. Maybe I liked him when I didn't know much about him, because I first read that Soludo was an advisor to many heads of state, many countries, as a professor of economics. Okay, but so far haven't used him or haven't been in a position of governance in Nigeria. He has not been able to carry that so much that was given to him as a professor of economics. We have not seen it in Igbo land. And we have not seen him being able to tackle the Igbo question, the thing that the Igbo man will want to discuss. Now, the guy who gave that title, what's the title again? Kolata was just saying this a few minutes ago.
This number.
Number, yeah.
Is it? And he said that there are 129 chiefs that came together to give it. Who I want to ask, who is the first class, the leading chief, the first class chief in Anambra State? Is it not the same? The what's his name? Okabo? Is it Okabo? Achebe. Now, all those people that you brought together to give him the title, based on what? Is it that you decided that now this man is discussing or is handling the Igbo question? You didn't ask him for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. You didn't discuss that there's no railway, just like giving railway in other nations, part of the country. We don't have any railway, You didn't discuss that as they are commissioning international roads, dual carriages in the rest of the other places, there's none coming to the southeast. You didn't discuss that, your state that is supposed to be a hub of commerce don't have a seaport. If there's a possibility of making seaport to a place where it can be close to your city. You didn't discuss that, the dredging of the River Niger, so that commerce can get to you. You didn't discuss, okay, you know what? Because our people fly in a lot of crates, we want to, can you make functional Enugu Airport? Can you make it to be functional? Can you make it a destination instead of our people flying to either Abuja or Lagos? But you are busy dancing to what's his name? Face. You're dancing face music. You're jumping up and looking for how to put down, as we always do in the East, put down your own brother in order to shine. What is, I say, what is wrong with the Igbo man? Is it that this, when will this so-called, when we are growing up, our parents, when they're talking, they will say, somebody will say, Sabo. When will these Sabos leave our land alone? For the love of me, I want to understand what really Chukwuma Soludo want to achieve by the things he was doing and the things he was saying about the same people who have given you everything. When Soludo came, he would say, "Oh, great man, he's going to turn the Anambra, at least Anambra, to a destination point in the world." Instead, he's busy fighting ordinary people who are looking for how to eat, find food to eat. Tell me something. Can any Igbo man here tell me that there's going to be any time in part of Igbo land where you can eradicate selling in the streets, trade and commerce? Because that is how some families have daily bread. They go with their okpa and go sell it in the streets, and they have something to feed their family. If you say people will not sell this in the streets, have you provided places for them? When you leave the people who are supposed to be fighting, and you are fighting the peasants who are looking for, who you have not provided job for, by the way, but they have provided job for themselves, you are not able to maintain it. 2 days ago, I heard him saying he wants to rebase people who have land. If you don't come and go for the rebasing, your land is gone. When did we come to this point, for crying out loud? Is that what the people of Anambra elected you to do? Now, this is a question that are begging for answers, and I don't think that Soludo has been able to distinguish himself properly in the ruling or the governance of Anambra State, let alone this visit that have cost us more money. Somebody was saying that he built, sorry, I won't take your time after this, I'll short, that he built a secretariat that is an edifice. For who? Will the whole of Anambra people go and live in there? What has the edifice you have built got to contribute to the ordinary woman in the street who has 5 children and looking for how to pay their school fees and put food on their table every day? These are things that we don't consider. And this man, in fact, finally, Soludo to me is a disappointment as a governor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Mr. James.
Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I don't know much of Anambra. So let me just comment on what I noticed. I think it happened there. Mr. KJ.
Yes.
May I ask you a question? In line
Yes.
with Matthew chapter 5, verse 28, if I look at my wife lustfully, have I committed adultery in my heart?
Yes.
My wife.
No,
my wife.
your wife, no, not your wife. You can't commit
Yeah.
adultery with your wife.
No, but the Bible did not say my wife. It said if you look at any woman, my wife is a woman. If I look at her lustfully, the Bible did not specify.
Oh no, that will be, and I'm trying to remember what they call it in the region of the Bible. That will be reduced to the barest minimum. The Bible, that chapter is not looking at you different from your wife because you two have become one. So,
Exactly. I wanted to say that.
Okay, never mind. I noticed something. I do not know if it happened during Mr. Tinubu's visit. Somebody was fiddling the backyard of a woman. Did it happen during the visit?
I'm not sure, but it's most likely because it was after that visit that the picture emerged, and I think they were out there because they were.
Yeah, because it's
but they also, I've read the place where they said it was photoshopped.
Oh.
Okay.
Everything is photoshopped.
Anyway, the issue now is that they were, if it had not, if somebody had not snapped the photo, they will ask the woman to provide evidence, like the case of Natasha Akpoti, which we are all forgetting. This is the chronic moral bankruptcy that is rocking the entire country. If it is actually true for a man of his status to do what he did, while Natasha's case is still fresh in our memory, it means we've got very many rivers to cross if we will ever see the promised land, let alone enter it. Anyway, that is all I have to say because I don't know much of Anambra, frankly speaking.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me I think I got what you were trying to say. Let me play this before I go to the next person, which
KJ, please let me have your number.
Okay, I'm sending it to you on your phone now.
All right. So the next person we bring, I'm not sure who is from Anambra, but let me start from
Intro smooth and catchy. Oh na na, yeah. It done up in again. Every man go get it on Natasha for you.
Sorry, that wasn't what I wanted to play for you guys. I wanted to but
Rudolph, looking at that picture, it's not Photoshop. They're just lying at Photoshop.
No, it's not. I don't know where you got that idea.
I think it must be his boys who are saying that it's Photoshop.
Of course, though you have to expect that when something they don't like comes up, people will always say it's Photoshop. Let's see. Let's bring in. I don't know who is Anambra here, but anybody can weigh in, of course.
Anambra, I'm here.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I want to correct something. I think I made a slip. The Reverend Father, the popular Reverend Father that I was referring to, isn't in Anambra State, is in Enugu. One popular Reverend Father is in Enugu that actors, prophesied to come and prophesy to Nigerians.
Oh, okay.
So, correction, Enugu.
Okay, all right. Ike, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Mr. P2B, Mr. P2B is a nightmare to all Nigerian politicians, wherever they are. So I think that
banana chips.
Somebody can.
All right.
Somebody else can go. I have somebody in the office.
All right. And Dubisi, go ahead.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know much about what our professor brother is doing in Anambra, his development stripe, but I have friends there who say he's doing well. All the roads, he's working on some roads, and that Ekulobia, if you know Ekulobia area very well, he did some work around there as well. And then I saw when Tinubu went there, and I saw the new government house. They say it's like a 3-arm zone. It has a section for the House of Assembly, the executive, I think the judiciary, I don't know, but that is about that. But I want to concentrate on his comment. My only problem with the prof is that probably because he thinks he's so enlightened, first class economics, UNN, of the years of you. So, and maybe, and I think he's a little bit older than P2B in age. So every time he has the opportunity to set the record straight and to toe the line that people will say, yes, you are not doing well, he will want to spoil it by attacking P2B, sometimes subtly, but we all know, we all see these things. I don't know why he will say P2B that the last time the president was in Anambra is to come and commission a brewery. That brewery today is giving Anambra State one of their biggest revenues, and he knows it. So I don't know why he should be doing that. Just like KJ said, we have this nag of trying to undo ourselves. That is why some other people from other parts of the country say Igbos don't like themselves. But I know it's not true. We love ourselves very well. They have shown it. But some of these politicians who are misguided, besides, Soludo is not a clear-cut politician. He has been an academia for a very long time before he went into government and an administrator. So he shouldn't be doing this. And I know he too not sees the ambition of becoming president one day or the shining light in Igbo land. But the way he's going about his stuff is not good. Somebody who did very well as governor for 8 years, whose record is impeccable, who has said, if you go to the records and see anywhere I stole money, I did any any illegal thing, bring it out. Many years since he left office, no one has traced anything to him, not even people who worked with him. But his immediate predecessor is Obiano has a case with EFCC. So I don't know what people want. It's like everybody wants everybody to have that stain. But this man has always maintained himself. He has been accountable. He has been forthright. Soludo is making a mistake. These things will not make him popular. He may still win the election because there's no major candidate that can face him, but it will not give him any clout. I wonder where he got that notion that, oh, ABGA is now, ABGA has ceded their candidacy for 2027 election to Tinubu. Where 2027 is 2 years ahead. We don't even know what will happen between now and then. Why there will even be an election? The country is in turmoil. So, just like the man who came to commission the project, both of them have this ambition of trying to lord it over everybody. And Soludo is playing gentle because he doesn't want probably what happened in other states like Edo to happen in Anambra. So he wants to still remain there. So he must do everything to sing his praises, praising to the high heavens and all that. I saw when he was saying that, oh, the federal government is supporting us and all that. They are giving us money as it should be. Everything is going very well. I'm not there. I don't know what happens behind closed door. But I don't like the way he's always looking for a way to pull down P2B, which he knows he cannot. He only attracts further enemies for himself. Obi will not even say anything to him like in his usual way. Obi will just ignore him. It's like the man has studied them very well. He knows them very well. So he will just ignore them. Others who are Obi supporters will be the ones to face them. They will not say Obi told the supporters to abuse somebody. On the comment by Akpabio, who that is equally in line with what you are saying, I don't have much to say because Akpabio, I don't reckon him as a serious person. So that a character like that should not be a political leader in the country. It's because our country is so messed up that people who are not supposed to lead are the people in power. That's why the whole system should come down. The country needs a total reset for things to get better. I wish Soludo well because I like development, but he should refrain from attacking an innocent man who has not abused him one day, who has not criticized him one day. He shouldn't be doing that. He's a Christian, or if he says he fears God, he should not be doing that. But part of our 10 commandments is not bearing false witness against your neighbor. It's not. That is what he's doing. He's doing the wrong thing. He shouldn't be doing that. If he's saying it's for political exigency, he shouldn't be doing that. I thought what he would have told Tinubu, like KJ said, although some of those comments like about Nnamdi Kanu, maybe he may say it behind closed door. But there's some things you have pointed at. we need a seaport in the east, and probably near that Onitsha, which is one of our biggest commercial centers in the east. We should hammer on that, and expansion of our road network in the east, or in Anambra for a better security. We don't have security now in the east. Some some boys are running riots in many communities in the name of freedom fighters, which they are not. So he should work hard towards that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nubesi. Tony, weighing on Tinubu and Soludo.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, good evening, those who are on the platform and those who are listening. I'm not from Anambra, but my state shares a boundary with Anambra. In fact, my town shares a boundary with Onitsha. Just the River Niger, separating us. So we have a lot of interaction on a daily basis with Anambra and so on. Some people even live in my town, Asaba, and then go over to Onitsha to do business. So we're always in touch with them. I think I feel sorry for Soludo because Anambra, according to Obi, is a very complex state. Obi did say that it's difficult to govern.
It's easy.
Okay,
I'll come and see if I can do anything about it.
Sorry,
so there must be.
I don't know who is this. Okay, let me see who. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so there must be something that he knows or that he has seen in the governance of the state that presents a lot of problems for him. How has Soludo been able to grapple with all those things? I think, first of all, I will hold him first to his promises, first of all. He did say that in 12 months, Onitsha water scheme will be done. Otocha water scheme will be done in 12 months. He did make promise about electricity. Those ones have not been done. He did say, I think Ekene said it and KJ too, that he would turn Anambra to Dubai and Taiwan. Maybe that 4 years may not be enough, but the morning tells the day. We haven't seen a move towards that direction. If you look at so many other projects that will touch lives, Anambra Pharmaceutical Hub, which has been built for 3 years now by the Chinese, is still there. It's not nothing has been done about it. In fact, Chinese are managing it, from what I gather. We talked about Oka International Conference Center, still under construction. That's the one being managed by the Chinese. Sorry. I hear he's doing a lot of roads. Some critics have said that the roads, some of them have been collapsing. I don't know if that is true. We also saw the commissioning of the government house. I hear is all inclusive. You have the governor's house there, you have a tourist center, you have a conference center, and some people have given accolades for that. But in terms of grappling with some of the serious problems that Anambra is dealing with, security, education, which Obi raised the bar, when he was governor. I think in that area, Anambra has gone down. Health, the cargo airport, I'm not sure is in top shape. So on the whole, I think there's been so much rhetoric because he's a professor. I guess he's probably the first Anambra, governor to be a professor. So if he is there's much expectation, on his part, when compared to a trader like Obi. So, and I think his rhetorics have been too much. He's done more of criticism than actual work. He did say that he's going to run a government that is transparent, and so I've been searching to see a website or government website where we can look at the things that he has done, and then question or add or subtract from what he has done, but we don't see it apart from the minister Mefo, who is always on the media, trying to let us know, update us with what he's doing. So, and his recent utterance with the visit of the president. It's for me, I expect it because that's a man who wants a second term. It's usually in their character. Obiano did say the same kind of thing. All of them are just trying to survive. Going by, what we see in Nigeria today, if you are against the president, then you probably would have the kind of thing we see in Edo or in Rivers State. So everybody is trying to make the president look good so that their tenure will be guaranteed. But Anambra is a little bit more sophisticated than that. I want to believe that the reason why he won was because he was Abga. And so there's an emotional and sentimental attachment to Abga. I think he has run before and he failed. So he should watch his utterance. He should leave Obi alone. Obi is not an issue. Obi is not a candidate. He's not a governorship candidate. He should just leave Obi alone. Obi has called him his senior brother. Obi has called him a prof. Obi has done his own and he's left. And I think he should just move on. On the whole, I think that in terms of the demands, Kene said so and KJ and the NDBC, there are quite a lot of things that I expected that he would ask for, he would request for from the new installed chief, the River Niger dredging, the airport, completion of the airport, some even table the issue of state creation for Anambra State, which has and for Southeast, which has been shortchanged in terms of the number of states that you have in that region. So there are quite a lot of things that I expected that she would table before the president. But all said and done, I just think that's the Nigerian politics. Is unfortunate. That's who he is. Just one waffle. That's what he is. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. Tony, you talked about being from Delta, from
Yes.
Asaba. This kicking out of native doctors from Anambra State, how is that impacting people in Asaba?
Yes, that is in fact that the implication of that is what happened was that when he started this whole thing about chasing native doctors because he felt that they had a hand, they were complicit in part of the thing that was happening because they were either giving trading with all these bad boys and so on and so forth. What happened was that a lot of them moved down to Asaba. In fact, Asaba had a problem with people who are driven away from Anambra, the bad boys, they come and hide in Asaba. They go and operate in, say, Onitsha or something, and then run to Asaba. And it's impacting negatively on Asaba because my traditional ruler at a point, had to take steps to say, listen, if you're a native doctor, you must register. If you're performing certain kinds of trade, you must register because some of the culprits, alleged culprits who were committing crimes in Anambra, were caught in Asaba, and so Asaba is bearing quite a lot of the brunt, because when you chase them out, it's not just with Soludo, it's happened before. It's more comfortable for them to come and hide in Asaba and then go in just 5 minutes across the Niger, go over there and do stuff and then run back and melt away. So the impact has not been a positive one for Asaba. As you know, is a state capital and it's becoming even more cosmopolitan than it used to be, and crime has become one of the issues now.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Paul. Paul, welcome to the show.
No, Dr. Damages, can I speak before Brother Paul? I've been waiting. I was supposed to speak.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you did. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ike.
Yeah.
Ike, hold on. Bob, you have to pack before we bring you in.
Yeah, I'm about packing now.
All right. Go ahead, Ike.
Yeah.
If there was anybody who was expecting anything from Soludo outside what he did yesterday, you must be deceiving yourself. He brought a Emiloko to kiss the ring to secure his 2027 or 2025 election, because he knows what APC is. But also before now, I think Ekene might know, before now, when there was the last crisis of APGA, Mr. Soludo has completed arrangement to join APC already. So he's an APC candidate. This is a branch of APGA in Anambra State. Is a branch of APC working in Anambra State. So if anybody who is a member of APGA is thinking that Soludo is with them, you are making a very great mistake, because he's a member of APC, right? So if you were expecting anything more than what he did yesterday, you should be deceiving yourself, right? Because I believe that the people of Anambra State know already. No matter how anybody went to denigrate Mr. Peter Obi in Nigeria, politicians in Nigeria, the only person who is their nightmare is Mr. Peter Obi, whether you want to accept it or not. But it's better they continue to talk, because the more they continue to talk about Mr. Peter Obi, they continue to put it in the minds of people, and people continue to ask questions. Why is it only this man? Why is it that only this man is the only politician in Nigeria that is being attacked by everybody from front and center, left and right? So I am present as an obedient, right? I want them to continue to talk about Mr. Peter Obi in any way they want. Let them continue to say it. But Mr. Soludo is lucky because of the infighting in Labour Party, right? That made Valentine Ozigbo to destroy his own political career in APC. If not, he knew already before the problem in Labour Party that he's not coming back in 2025. If Valentine Ozigbo has waited for all this, if he had been patient enough to wait. So, but now that he's no more there, so Okachuku, who is the gubernatorial candidate of APC, all of them are working together. So it doesn't matter whatever happened. But all I'm trying to say is that there is no amount of slighting of Mr. Peter Obi, his administration, or whatever you want to say, that Soludo will be able to achieve what Mr. Peter Obi achieved in Anambra State. And Mr. Peter Obi have always said, I did not go there to promise you I'm going to build new government house when the ones you have that is falling. I didn't promise you I'm going to go build school. Why the old school that they have is falling? So all those political, jargons that they're talking in Anambra State, it doesn't really bother me. Like everybody have said, if you are thinking that Soludo, the Miloko man who was in Anambra State, that Soludo and all those APC gangsters that were there, they were going to talk about Nnamdi Kanu or something that affect Alibo. You are wasting your time, because their only objective is 2027. So they're not talking about you. They're not talking about what is affecting the Igbo man. That's not what they're after. Your Minister of Transport is busy holding somebody's backyard. These people, they are confused people. They don't have anything for an Igbo man. They are not talking. Among all those people who came yesterday, it was only Senator Ume who was speaking forcefully that the coming of this man is a waste, because what was supposed to be discussed on behalf of the Igbos were not discussed. They were busy doing banters among each other. And that's the essence why they were there. So if anybody is expecting anything more than this from Soludo, no. Because everything he's saying is speak all the whole grammars he want to speak. It doesn't change anything. So I just hope that the Igbos will begin to realize that these politicians who try to divide us, who try to make us see ourselves as if we are not brothers and sisters, people like Ojo Zokali, if we are living in a decent country, if we are living in a country where there are rules and regulation and laws, Mr. Ojo Zokalo and the Abi of his type supposed to be in prison by now. Because Ojo Zokalo, who was talking about China, in China, it is firing squad when you accuse of corruption. So these are the people that are speaking for you. But I know as an Igbo man that these people are not speaking for me. And they are not speaking to so many millions of Igbo around the world. So we know the people that speaks and we listen, right? Remember the bishops, the fake bishops that was organized in 2023. Remember the traditional rulers who has given him a title, you know. So this is all about, this is what it is. When you're following an Agboro man, he will always act like an Agboro man. So I don't really feel, I think Soludo himself should know that the people of Anambra and Alibo, he should not allow them to curse him, because what he's doing about Mr. P2B, I don't know what this young man has done to him, but I believe that, you know, time will tell, right? So I hope that in the Anambra, we will know what this young man is doing. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. I see Bob and I see Paul. I'm not sure who came first, but let's have Paul speak and then Bob will speak next. Paul, welcome to the show.
Okay. Paul, can you spare me just few? I was driving to work. I just packed to make this few speech.
So you can pay for the overtime allowance now. Just $20.
I wouldn't mind. Remember that video that keeps trending where you gave Ike his minutes. He asked him, "So you are using my minutes to praise Nigeria?" So good everybody. Dr. Damages, I greet you. Please, in fact, this issue of Soludo and the way he tackles P2B, it bogs my mind, and every woman in Igbo man, you know. Philip Soludo is a man, despite his level of education, talks so flippantly like a market woman. Can they have also said that? So many people have also said that. Soludo, starting from the time of his campaign with Andy Oba, you know, you saw how he was on the stage, rattling Andy Oba, telling Andy Oba he didn't go to school, he can't speak good English, all this type of it, you know. That man has really shown that he's not a politician, quite all right. All you see him doing now is because so that Tinubu will not meddle in his election. You know, the fear of Tinubu today in Nigeria is the beginning of wisdom. Seeing what happened in Ondo, seeing what happened in those states and probably other places. That's why you keep seeing all of them trying to sing praises for Tinubu. But the one thing I'm telling Soludo is that if he wants to claim he's more popular than P2B, let him try to do what Oboroweri and Okowa did in the Delta State. They claim they move with the whole structure. Let him try to move Abga into APC, so that he will know. Only when he succeeds in doing that, he will know that he's truly a politician and he's more than P2B. All we can see about Soludo is we can see all written over him: envy and jealousy. We also saw how he tackled P2B 2023, that he should step down. He's not worried. What kind of a man is that? Instead of supporting your own, you are busy every time tackling him. And P2B, to prove to you that P2B, you are not worried to unstrap the straps of his standards. P2B has not opened his mouth to criticize you. The last time you told him he did nothing, he did not do as a governor. What did P2B? P2B just gave him a philosophical answer. Sir, you are a professor. You are more than me. You well read more than me. I'm a common trader. What I did not do well, I so believe that you as a professor, you are going to do it better than myself. And everybody got talking against Soludo. So this thing Soludo is doing is just beating about the bush, wasting his time. He has one vote. He cannot move an Umbrellians to vote for APC. Whatever he wants to do, telling people to vote for Tinubu 2027. Abga will vote for you. We are giving our structure for you. He's wasting his time. That when that time comes, Anambra people will tell him that they are wiser than him, that he cannot move an inch, telling people who to vote. We already know where we stand. Thank you very much. As I keep listening while I drive. Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Okay, doctor, on the soft side, Mr. Ike accused those people that pray for Tinubu that they are fake pope, fake bishop. That's not fair. Maybe among one of them should have been the pope today. We lost it because we criticized our own. We should have made a pope from them. But doctor, you see the problem we are having. Some people don't have the skills to be leaders. Some people are good managers in terms of you learn your craft very well. So you know how to manage your department. Yeah, some people are just very good as departmental manager. there is a man called Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo. He's a good departmental manager. 2004, we saw how Soludo was part of the team, economic advisor to former President Obasanjo, advising in certain ways the way they pay off our debt and everything, the recapitalization that also helped the Nigerian banks today, makes Nigerian banks one of the biggest banks in Africa. It really, really helped from 89 bank to 20 or 19 bank. You understand? And these things really help. And this is the work of Soludo. And we can write those things off. They really, really help. We understand how so many banks fail, like Savannah Bank, though we know there's politics with it too, and every other things. So these things really help. So the man called Soludo is that man who is a good manager. You understand? Who challenge people who work under his department. You know those managers that knows their work, but they are very rude and arrogant. All they are after is efficiency. You understand that? But it is different now when you become leaders. You understand? The man Warren Buffett, the man Bill Gates. You understand? They employ the best brains all around. It is not their brain. You understand? But they know how to manage people. So these are the things that I think Soludo is really, really lacking. And then for that thing, it's really, so it's carrying this mentality of a corporate world, a manager who has a target. I need to meet my target. But when it comes to leadership, how to manage people, it is different. It is different. The way I would take care of my goat is different from the way I would take care of human being. Because if the goat misbehave, I flog the goat, I do all type of thing. But that's not how you manage human being and everything. So Soludo is making big mistake. Then also the part of politics is also not a good politician. How to micromanage some of these things that he's just talking here and there. I think Abga was part of the party who also formed that APC then. You understand, and every other thing. So maybe he's just trying to go back. Things that Tinubu never did, and he worked for Tinubu, but didn't work for some other people. So Soludo should understand these things very well. Like as Chisco said, if you think he's so strong, let him move like Oborowori and see if the people will follow him. That's not how you manage. Then, doctor, my biggest concern, I've been a transport person all my life. So this thing that when I see people talk about this seaport or no seaport, there's something called floating barge. There's something called dry port. Anambra, the demographic of Anambra, places like Edo State, ocean surge and the likes. You don't need to dredge that River Niger too well. It can affect so many land in places like that. But the good thing is that there is a River Niger. You don't need to spend money. All you just need to do, you get a ship. You understand? There's a ship that they call midstream ship, midstream. This ship can bat from middle of the water. You don't need to go to the dock where you need to dredge the dock so that the ship can bat there. So in midstream, you bring flat barge, you bring everything out, then you take it to dry dock. We once have a dry dock in places as far as Kogi State. You understand? So through the River Niger, you put all these cargoes in the flat barge, then they use tugboat and push it to ashore and the like. So these are the things you can do that. And this thing is going to really help very well. So you don't even need to spend money to say we want to get a seaport. It's going to be too expensive. And it will also affect that demographic because Anambra has been having that problem for a very long time. So you don't even want to go temper anything that will affect. I just want to talk for that part. And I really think the Southeast need an international airport. We cannot rule that part. If about 3 airlines, even Qatar, KLM, and the likes, they can stop in places like River State. And if we tell ourselves the truth, numbers of people that will that will fly and landed in places like Port Harcourt are my very Igbo brothers and the likes. And everything. We have international airport in the north, not even one. You understand? We have more or less like 3, Kanu, Sokoto. We have in Abuja there and everything. We have Lagos here. We have Port Harcourt. Come on. This is the 3 major ethnic group in Nigeria. I don't see why we cannot put one airport there. More of commercial cargo and the likes. You can do what they call light cargo, not heavy cargo. You understand? So, doctor, when you see KLM landed in places like Port Harcourt, more things that they carry is cargo for the so-called this oil installation, light things that is not so heavy and the like. These are the things they bring. They make more money on cargo than passenger. They don't really get a lot of passengers there. You understand? But when you look at all the hash, they come with a lot of cargoes and the like. So these are the things. So these are the type of politics I'm expecting us to play, where you play politics at the long run. It's going to favor your people. You understand? And play politics for yourself. The man called Martin Luther King was never a president. You understand? His name is over 1,000 streets in America today. You understand? It is the thing that he did, you understand, that is working for him. Look at the level, the way Nigerians come to appreciate Igige for the 3 years that he even rigged the election before him himself come to mess himself up. Igige did well in his own right, in certain ways, and every other thing. So Soludo, why don't you go manage, pay the... But Soludo cannot manage because he's a very arrogant person. So if he's the leader, he cannot afford to lead people. He's a departmental manager. He managed one part, but leading of the people, he has proved it time from different time. He has made so many blunders, so many mistakes, and everything. Soludo by now is supposed to work with somebody like Obi, you understand, to maintain that thing like the so-called the Buhari. They will say, oh, 12 million vote, 12 million vote. Take advantage of your brother and play this politics. Why are you going? Oftentimes, we try to make Tinubu a monster at all costs. So everybody's trying to anticipate that Tinubu going to do this thing bad. So in essence of that, if you can't beat them, you follow them. So these are the things. And guess what Tinubu will do? Ekene says something. Thank God Ekene will speak. Ekene says something. Say, let us see how much vote Tinubu going to get in Anambra State. Guess what? Tinubu going to get a lot of vote. But how will Tinubu get the vote? Tinubu will make Soludo a very stupid and bad person because Tinubu will use Soludo to go rig the election. You understand? Not win the election. He will use him to go rig the election. So it is not Tinubu and his NC Oluomo will come there and rig the election. It is Soludo he will use to go rig the election. You understand? And we make ourselves not popular. Instead of Soludo to take advantage of something that will make him much, much popular. And it's going to be good for him. Look at Donald Trump. He's not doing very well today. But if he achieves some of the things that is trying to do today, history will never forget him. For example, Donald Trump now, if that thing stand Gulf of America, history will say it's Donald Trump. If Canada becomes the 55th, 54th state in America, history will say it is Donald Trump. You understand? So he's trying to do something that will make his name last in the test of time. If Donald Trump left power, we will still discuss Donald Trump for another 30 years and everything. So Soludo should wake up and understand, can I find something popular? Obi is the most popularest thing that can happen in that region right now. Why don't you tap into Obi than you trying to talk down into Obi? This big manism, unnecessary competition, like it's a trophy thing, you want to win trophy. I was watching some funny skit before I stopped. Arsenal lost the game, and some people went to go make their own cup. They just run, go meet weather, make their own cup and spray it. We too will win one trophy. Just do those kind of funny things like that. Take advantage of popular thing. Take advantage of Obi than trying to talk down on your brother. And that region, you understand the way they are. This is not some Fulani region where one person speaks, everybody follow. This is not IBB that feeds 5,000 people, but his son and his daughter is not there eating with the 5,000 people. You understand? The East is not like that. I don't know where Soludo will not understand these things and understand how to play that. I can't trick my people like this. Make yourself popular than less popular. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Let me just announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes, we have Professor Nimi Wariboko. He's a professor of social ethics at Boston University. He will join us to talk about Nigeria, the economic situation, and his new book. He wrote a book on being a child during Biafra. So he's going to talk about it. For those who may know, this month of May is considered the month that people remember Biafran War, because in May 30th, 1967, the war started. So he's from Bayelsa State, and he has a lot of knowledge about what happened in Nigeria, the economic situation in Nigeria. He used to work at Wall Street. So he will join us tomorrow at 1:30 p.m., 6:30 p.m. in Nigeria for interesting edition of 90 Minutes Africa. So if you can join us, that would be wonderful, Professor Nimi Wariboko, tomorrow. All right. Let's come back. I don't know. There's someone that joined us. Oh yeah, AY. AY, before you speak, let me play this video of P2B speaking, which triggered people to respond to him, including Nababio. So let's watch.
Who had just been part of this 2023 election, he lived a life of courage, a life of sacrifice, a life of justice, a life that is valiant, but most importantly, his continued living that life to the end. I listened to my brother Mike when he talked about, may the labor of our heroes past not be in vain. I'm sorry, I'm happy that One is here, and I'm happy that Jonathan is here. But I can tell you, their sacrifice is in vain. They've sacrificed for nothing. When in this country, when people were protesting, when there was no need to protest under Jonathan, where are those protesters? Have they died? Where are they? So why are we saying it should not be in vain? Jonathan increased fuel from 8 to 7 naira to 120, and people were protesting in this country. And when it was 900, they were not protesting. Are they dead? So why are we saying it should not be in vain? People protested when naira was 180, and when it was 1,500, they're not protesting. Are they dead? So let's not say it should not be in vain. I spoke a few days ago, and people said I'm demarketing Nigeria. When it's true to be demarketed, World Bank has just shown that 75% of Nigerians in rural areas are poor. Is World Bank demarketing Nigeria? UNICEF 2 days ago released that Nigeria now have over 2 million malnourished children, the second highest in the world. Are they demarketing Nigeria? Let's face the reality. Their labor is in vain. We have a country now that is not democratic. We are not a democratic country. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Is the election that happened in Edo, is it democratic? Just the last election in Edo is the most democratic election. Everybody knows who won that election. So why are we keeping it and saying, let their work not be in vain? It is in vain. So we can start picking the pieces now, because they've destroyed everything people have sacrificed for. Look at what is happening in Nigeria today. Above all, One, you sacrificed everything. The country people sacrifice has turned into a crime scene. All we do today is stealing. You know, and we have to do something. All we need to do is live a courageous life. May God Almighty that called him home grant him eternal rest and grant us the courage to look into what our Father lived for and start picking our pieces. May God bless all of you.
All right, so let's expand the conversation. Let me bring in AY. AY, welcome to the show.
Hey, Rudolph, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, how are you, man?
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I heard you looking for people from Anambra. I said, I thought Rudolph was from Anambra. Are you renouncing your Nigerian citizenship?
No, I'm moderating. Yeah. So
on a more serious note, this issue of the politics of Anambra, right? First of all, Anambra get us confused right now, because sometimes Some of them will say, oh, Soludo is doing a good job. I've listened to CM analyze some of the projects Soludo is doing. Some of them, I don't know if because they are dissatisfied with the way he attacked Peter Obi, they don't want to see anything good in Soludo. The one that really get me
AY, I'm so sorry, just to let you know, Soludo and CM, they come from the same village.
Okay. The one that really get me confused is when people are referring to Soludo record with CBN. To be honest, Soludo did well as a CBN governor. You see, one thing I want us to, we should learn to stay on fact. Even if we dislike somebody, you got to call out if the person is doing something good, give credit to them. It's just like, that's why I dislike Wike. I've heard Wike is doing some very nice projects in Abuja. I don't know why we are not like that, unfortunately. But I think we should learn to speak to fact, to at least, you can not like the person, but it doesn't mean what he's doing is not doing it right.
What is Soludo doing right in Anambra State?
Hold on, Kene, hold on. I don't know the state of things in Anambra, what is really going on as regard the project is evolving. So I know Rudolph traveled recently. I would expect him to give us some clue if he knows. He's a journalist. So I will really leave that for an area, I will. But here is what I'm going to discuss. The way Soludo attacked Peter Obi, especially even before 2020 election, it's uncalled for. It is very unnecessary. To me, it sounds like they have some personal issues. I think it's very, very unnecessary. I think you should give some respect to him. I mean, even with all the negative remarks about Peter Obi never replied to him. I don't know why he keep. It's an adult. I don't know why he keep attacking Peter Obi. I think it's unnecessary. I mean, you can speak to issue without really attacking the young man. Allow Peter Obi to rest, right? But the part Soludo is taking now as regard politics, I don't know what you guys were expecting. I have said it repeatedly. Nigerian politicians are the same. So people want to slaughter me. They are the same. What people are attacking Soludo of now, Peter Obi did exactly the same thing. So Peter Obi was in ABGA. He supported PDP. He later moved to PDP. That is where Soludo is going. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I said it on this platform. The probability of Soludo coming to APC is very high. Because politician is we, the common people that reason along a tribe, reason along religion. Politicians don't reason like that. I don't know why people are not getting it. If you follow politics for a long time, they don't think like that. The way they think of their personal interest. The trajectory of Soludo have nothing right now is just to win his second term election in Anambra, and is done with Anambra. So now he want to look into the federal politics. So what he's trying to negotiate right now, if you understand the politics, is to tell Tinubu, leave Anambra for me. I'm going to work with you. That is how they negotiate this stuff. And people don't get it. Watch out. You will see APC members in Anambra. They will hold back. In a few days to election, they will tell their people, go to Soludo. Because first of all, APC cannot win election in Anambra. It's not going to happen. They know that. They don't have the candidate. I mean, probably, I don't know, maybe later back would have given Soludo a run for his money. These guys that are contesting with Soludo, I don't think they have the capacity to withstand that election. The other person, somebody mentioned that would have given trouble to Soludo was the guy that came from the Labour Party. If he had remained in Labour Party and worked very hard with support of Peter Obi and Anambra, Soludo would have been running head and scatter. Unfortunately, it's like all of them are just working for Soludo. So it's going to be easy right for Soludo. But what you are going to see Soludo's second tenure, he's going to align with the federal. He does not have option. So he's going to align them. He's going to be looking into, national politics, national appointment. Those are the things he's going to be looking at. This is how politicians think. We should stop fighting ourselves. It's the common man that thinks I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa, I'm Yoruba, I'm this, I'm this. They don't reason like that. Look at what is happening all over the country. What difference have you seen between PDP, APC, even the so-called Labour Party? That people were here when Abure was here. People were asking questions. Some people were like, because of their support for Peter Obi, no, don't ask him. Oh, this. You gotta question these people. Go to the House of Rep, go to the Senate. Labour Party, almost all of them have decamped to APC. Few of them decamped to Labour Party. That is expected. Nigeria politicians, there is no ideology. They are the same. The earlier you know that, the better. My only pain is how they don't care about the common man, about the ordinary people on the street. That's just my only pain, nothing more. Thank you.
All right, Ewa, thank you so much. Let me just point out before I go to Benson, we had Val here, who was the candidate you were talking about, who left Labour for APC. And during that interview, he said that all the governors of Anambra State, that they've always gone towards supporting the government at the center, even though they may not come up openly to say that. That the reason why he's going, one of the reasons is that he wants to be now directly at the center. Go ahead, Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, but Val's claim was not right. It was wrong. It's wrong because I know why he stated that maybe when Obasanjo was the president, and I think PDP in Anambra State, PDP was in the lead then. I think Mbadnuju, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then during this guy, this man from Nnobi, from Alo. What's his name? The short guy. What's his name? Ngige was PDP, and Yaradua was still PDP then, right? So, and then when this guy Obiano came in, when Obiano came in, it was
Peter Obi was the first APGA. Peter Obi was the first governor.
Yes, so Peter Obi was the first APGA, right? So when Peter Obi was the governor, it's very understandable that APGA doesn't really didn't have a strong candidate in the federal. So it's, we tilted towards federal. And bearing in mind that Goodluck was a good president and he's our brother, so we had to embrace him, right? Now, when this guy came in, Obiano, right? So we have Buhari. Buhari is APC. Anambra did not vote for Buhari. Throughout his terms, the first and second time, we did not vote for Buhari. And the most recent one being Tinubu, we did not vote for Tinubu. So I don't know where he got that claim from. But this is why I actually wanted to contribute to this moving forward. Somebody made mention that he saw what Soludo built in Ekulobia. And I want to ask, what is the economic benefit of a flyover in Ekulobia, right? We have a lot of flyovers in Port Harcourt that as we talk today, currently, they are not functional. The flyover is just occupying space and causing unnecessary traffic in Port Harcourt, right? So we have a similar one in Ekulobia. I don't want to really know the traffic, the severity of the traffic in Ekulobia that necessitated that flyover. No economic benefit. So that is a zero project. A project for aesthetics only, just for the eyes to feed on. Now we have Soludo. Somebody is saying that I think AY was saying that he thinks that Soludo is having personal issue with Obi. No, not personal issue. Soludo is a boy, one boy, like a errand boy for those gangsters in Anambra State. So he is just doing what his masters instructed him to do. And I'm calling names. Ateze, he's his master. And Ateze doesn't like P2B. Ateze is against anything that has to do with honor, anything that has to do with due process. He's just a backyard kind of a man. So he's against P2B because P2B stands for transparency, and that is not how they live their lives. So there he is now using his boy, which is Soludo, to attack P2B. We know them now. You know what happened recently? With Innocent Motors, he went and destroyed Innocent's property without prior notice, or even if they gave them notice, just I don't know, but they claim that there was no prior notice, right? He destroyed that because he knew that Innocent is standing with P2B. So anybody that is standing against with P2B, Soludo will be against the person. And that is what is happening in Anambra State. Have you also forgotten that Anambra State used to lead in the WAEC, but today Soludo is bringing Anambra State down in WAEC exams. And again, somebody was saying that instead of P2B, I think it's KJ, instead of Soludo to ask for projects for the people of Anambra State, I think Paul, virtually everybody, asked for that. Instead of Soludo to seek for project in the east, southeast, he was just busy saying other things that really, really is heartbroken. Now we have the ongoing concessioning of federal airports in the country, about 5 airports in the country. Only Anambra State has 80 years concessioning deal.
Are you sure
And
that?
then, let us tell us, because they told us that Lagos State, the Murtala Mohammed Airport, and then the Kano Airport in Abuja, they both has 20 years concessioning deal. But why is that of Anambra State still hidden when there is already a rumor going on that it's 80 years? Then the federal government came out and said, no, it's a false claim. What is the real claim? We want to know the truth. But we know that Lagos and Abuja is 20 years. What is Anambra State's stand? Is it 80 years or 20 years? That is, and we know how these people operate. They will come out and, say that, oh, it's a false claim, and then at the end of the day, they will still implement what they have already. And mind you, 70% of the deal has been completed already. 70% of the concessioning has completed. So your concession, 70% has completed, but still, the people are still demanding to know the terms of the deal. Is it 80 years or 20 years? So these people, they know how to lie, they know how to manipulate things, but the truth is, we already know that it's 80 years. So Soludo, instead of asking his guests to bring it down to that 20 that every other person has, why is Enugu State going for 80 years? Is it not that same subjugation that we're talking about against the people of Southeast? Now, are we talking about what they call it, the useless seaport that they use during election campaign, that very soon a ship will be batting in Onitsha seaport? They even shared a tracking number, I think dock receipt of one useless or non-existing ship that is coming from China. I told them these are all lies. Today, no ship has battered in that Onitsha port. So now, in Anambra State, like I rightly said earlier, we have our brain intact. We are not Lagos. For anybody saying that Anambra State will be Lagos, my brother Akulata, I will prove to you that Anambra is not Lagos, that even Soludo will be begging to come back this second time. For rigging, they can rig in every other state, but not Anambra. They know, and I'm not making mouth. We are going to show them that Anambra is not Lagos. Neither is Anambra State, Edo, where they elected an illiterate. Anambra State will go for the best. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kene. You're the only person from Anambra here, so we'll let you speak. Welcome to the show, Benson. Benson, welcome.
Good day, Dr. Damages, and good day, Kene, Mr. Paul, Tony, and all the rest. AY or AZ, I don't know. So it's unfortunate, in Nigeria, the kind of they practice in Nigeria is very unfortunate. And I don't think Nigerians are so educated the way people say about Nigeria. Nigerians are not so educated. Because when you look at professors, other places and professors in Nigeria, these days, even when I see professors in Nigeria, I start running away. Because honestly, they're not what they're supposed to be. Is it not these professors that rig elections, the professors that are ladies didn't take an exam, but they give them pass mark. So the professors in Nigeria are really a failure. They're very shameful. The people that we regard as professors in Nigeria, they're nothing to write home about. And I want to
Nnenna is
ask,
different too. Professor
eh?
Nnenna is different too. Professor Nnenna is
I
different.
didn't. Well, I don't know. Even she was bad before. I said it before. She's the one that gave Pantani. She's the one that gave Pantani award.
Yeah, Benson, thank you so much for pointing this out, because
Yeah.
sometimes we don't we look at one thing and we don't get the whole
Yeah, she's the one that gave Pantani, who's not qualified for anything, and gave him that
and
nonsense.
that Pantami has never been to Imo State, and he's
Yeah.
not teaching now, and he got a professorship from.
Oh.
We have to look at the whole picture of this.
It's only God. It's only God that made her to choose to stand upright on what they call it on the by election. It's when God want to work. You understand? God can use somebody to work for people, but not that the woman is good. So, like I said earlier, when I see professors now, I'm running away. Most Nigerian professors, honestly speaking. You see, Dr. Damages, I want to ask you a question. What this guy said, it's like Soludo have a problem with
No,
Obi.
Ben. Okay, let me just come in here. I wanted to throw that question to anybody in the panel who wants to take it. Remove everything you know. In Nigerian calculation in politics, you know that if Peter Obi becomes president, that means that Soludo will not be president. So this is all that is going on. The two of them are calculating, how do I put myself in a better position to be president of Nigeria?
Okay.
So from my own perspective, when I look at what's going on, Soludo is thinking that, okay, he's almost sure that he will win this election, the re-election part of this. And then what will happen is that if he goes, allies himself with a central government, whoever comes, let's say it goes the way that we think he might go. Tinubu finishes a second term, and you have somebody from the north representing APC, and the person can pick somebody from the southeast, and that will be, hold on, let me just, these are permutations. I'm not saying it's going to happen. That person will be most likely Soludo, and then Soludo, if they win, becomes vice president, and he's closer to, that may be his political calculation. On the part of Peter Obi, he has to go through somehow some party to become president. And if Peter Obi becomes president, Soludo is not going to be president again. So that's what I think.
If this year permutation, right? If this permutation is real, right?
Yeah.
That means that Soludo is not smart enough. In our place, they say Anazana Zodute, he should successfully. I mean, I don't want to bite my tongues. He should manage his governorship position very well first, so that the people will see what he has rendered for the people, what he has done. And then they will now trust him further to electing him for the presidency. Now you are still struggling with managing Anambra State.
I think at this point, I think they feel that they are comfortable.
Yeah, but I'm coming. This is my main point here. Yaradua was from Katsina State. Buhari is from Katsina State. Buhari came in 6 years after Yaradua. So if they can play that politics and still become the president from the same state, two people from the same state, 6 years apart, Soludo can still support Peter Obi and still become the governor after 80, the president after 8 years. Nothing stops him if he play the card well. It then means that he's just looking for the easy way out, and which is selling his brother in the marketplace, so that who now gave him that or made him the promise that he's going to be the president if he pulls Peter Obi down.
You know one thing.
If he knows the game, he can still come back and be the president.
Right from time, Soludo is APC member. All this he went to Apoga just for him to win election to rule Anambra. He has been going towards APC even before he became governor. You see, so but when I said Nigerian side, the literacy in Nigeria is too much, and the professors and all the rest. You see, I've been to some other African countries, not outside, at least those in outside Africa is different. But let's say in Botswana, even in Tanzania, even in Namibia, people don't bring a president to come and commission a road. Even there's a national road, or even the government build the road in Namibia. You don't see the president or minister coming to commission that road. You don't see that. It's only in Nigeria you see commission of road. The money that they used to come and commission that road is they will build another road for that community. That is nonsense. Nigerians are which kind of illiterates are we? The people who see senators, they vote for senators. In other client, you don't see nobody sees senators and vote for them. Senator, like say Namibia has regard them as those who are working for them. They don't look at them as human beings, as people who are what they don't. That's why what is happening to Nigeria is happening to us today. We take people who are supposed to serve us as those who are supposed to be our masters. So when you see all these things happening in Nigeria, you start thinking about what kind of country is this? I never see all these things happen in other places. In Malaysia, in all these places, you don't see those things. Only in Nigeria. Look at the comfort of that president and all these people that came. The money they spend in him coming to commission that nonsense thing that's commissioning, they will use it and build many things in Anambra State. And when you commission a state house, what does commission of a state house means? A state house is supposed to build and that for the community, for the state. It doesn't mean that you have to use a part of your reason to come. What you have to develop is looking at human development. That's what Soludo is supposed to be invested, not on this nonsense state house and so on and so forth. You build a state house that is good for the state. Leave it like that. You can commission it. Even a commissioner can commission it. Not bringing a president to come and make as if you are working for the people. You know that is not making how to rule, how to govern a state. You know. So we have a very big. You see, in Nigeria we have a very big problem. People don't want to do what they're supposed to do. After they say, it's like a Nigerian telling you that Nigerians, the British is handed over Nigeria to Fulanis. How can the British hand over Nigeria to Fulanis? The British hand over Malaysia to Chinese or to no? Everybody know what you want to do. Everybody want to do the right thing. That is why Malaysia is where it is today. But in Nigeria, because Nigerians are so what they call them the Nigerians self sold themselves to the Fulanis. Our leaders sell us to the Fulanis. That is why we are where we are today. We can't be able to retire. We can't be able to do anything. The Satanas, okay, look at now. The Satanas, for example, look at the trial of Nandekan. Nandekan is being tried. People who didn't kill anybody. But those who kill people, when, for example, a Satana, when a Satana kill, he be tried. When a Satana do evil, they will be tried. But when a Natana do the same thing, he cannot be tried. You understand? Because we sell ourselves, our destiny, our everything to them, to treat us anyhow. As a Satana, even a southwest, southeast, or south, how do we a Fulanis or Fulani terrorists, when they kill people, they are integrating into the society, even giving to being sent to the army. But we the Easterners or we the Southerners, when we kill or do anything bad, they try us. So as a Soludo, as a human being, as a professor, he's not supposed to be ashamed of himself. It's degrading himself or no, belittling himself that his brother is being tried. But while others that did the same thing that his brother did are not being tried, instead they are giving a big honor to Tinubu. Tinubu that he don't like Igbos. Tinubu is one of those that doesn't like Igbos in Nigeria. If Tinubu see how Igbos can be fight, he will do it. So all this nonsense that the Igbos politicians are doing as of now is very, very unfortunate. Because when we grew up under what some Bakwe and Ojimobo, they never did this. Even though that time, even what they call the former president Alhaji Seru Shagari, they comes, but still we give them all these fancy titles. I think they didn't do anything for us. Igbos are wasting those political leaders. For me, they are doing for themselves. But for the other masses, Igbo people, they are not doing anything for them because at the end of the day, this has been repeating itself. The trade in Nigeria is too much. And the people, whatever the Igbo man think that at the end of the day, who can be president one day or what, no, in this Nigerian current structure, is wasting his time. Because that hatred is there. They believe that it's not even about let an Igbo man, if he become president, he will divide the country. That's not what is in this people's mind. What is in this people's mind is this. We, upon all that we did them during the war, we did everything to them during the war, but still today they are great. So if we hand over this country to them, they will dominate everybody. They're more greater than us. So the problem in Nigeria is not about no, the Igbo man cannot rule because if he rules if he rules the country this or that. No, it's not in their mind. The problem is that if an Igbo man's rule, if an Igbo man become president today, the Igbo people will dominate everybody. That is why the people don't want Igbo man to rule. So if Igbos or those people, Obi and all the rest, think that the Fulanis or the Yorubas also will give them that, this, and they know that Igbos are not other criminal like them. So these people believe that anybody that can rule them will be a big criminal who will make them to get what they want. This Nigerian system doesn't want anybody that any person that have integrity, anybody that can, let me tell you, if Uzodundo today come out to say he want to rule Nigeria, they can even give that country to him to rule. But this president, this thing we have, they don't want anybody that have integrity, anybody that can make the country well. And the citizens themselves are not even thinking of this. The citizens are not thinking that, for example, if Osibanjo become president today, and Osibanjo do very well, it will be for their own benefit. It will be for the benefit of the Igbos, it will be for the benefit of the Yorubas, it will be for the benefit of the Hausas. But they don't want to think about that. What they want to think is this: let these rogues and this continue to rule us. Let us go on this tribe. Let these people, let go on our own brother. But that your own brother is not doing anything for you. You are suffering. You are suffering. But Dr. Damage, let me give one point, please. You see here, before the election, where we used to buy things here, in Dawson we used to buy things, we saw some Yorubas. Many of them, when they every time when they go home, before this Tinubu coming, when they go home, they come back. You see them buy many things, you know. They got money. But this time now, during the election, they say, how can you support you? An Igbo man can never rule, Obi can never rule. But now, my brother, they go back to Nigeria now. When they go carry their goods, the things they bought and go to Nigeria to sell. Now they come back. They don't buy anything anymore. They become broke. Now they are regretting why they voted why they supporting Tinubu that time. So that's the problem we have in Nigeria. This is my tribe, but you know that's your tribe. Like what Kenneth said. Kenneth said, if I know that my brother or my tribesman is good, I will support him. But if I know it's not good, there's no way I can support him. And the same thing with me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
All right, thank you so much. For your contribution, Benson. Let me just hear anybody else who thinks, if there's anybody here, about the permutation, what is behind this Obi and Soludo conflict, if we can call it conflict. If it's not just two people who are trying to position themselves for opportunity to lead the country. Let me play the
for the records. Anambra State has the lowest unemployment of any state in Nigeria at 13%. National Bureau of Statistics, not Anambra State numbers. Anambra State has poverty rate declined from 53% under Peter Obi to 14.78 as at last year. National Bureau of Statistics. I think there was something I read about somebody speculated about the value of whatever investment. What I've seen today, the value of those investments is worth next to nothing. So let's leave that aside.
When I met the governor who had just finished his tenure, I asked him, I said, my dear brother, I had been longing to thank you immensely. You did something remarkably well. God bless you. He said, my brother, what is that? I said, the international airport you built in Oka. I said, I am exceedingly happy. He said, oh my God, I'm happy hearing it from you. Then I added, I said, where did you get the money? He said, Biko, now my former colleague left the money behind. I laughed. I said, he left it. He said, frankly speaking, he left money in foreign currency. It's the money I saw. I said, look, let me leave a legacy before we go.
When you spread your investment, some will go up, some will come down, but overall, the company is still there, the company is still doing well, it's still part of a global chain and everything. I needed to explain it, not because I'm defending comment by my brother. For other things, which I didn't succeed. God has given him opportunity to do it and succeed. For me, if there's anything pending, governance, you don't finish. People are still in government in America. So you stop where you stop, other people will continue from there. I don't look back. It's the governor of my state.
All right. So
this honorable Soludo with conflicting species.
Hold
He's
on.
today, tomorrow is there. A lying tongue.
Let me hear from Tony. Tony, go ahead after you, Keita.
Doctor, I was in Nigeria when Obi was governor, and like I told you, it's just a stone throw from my town. We have to be honest when we are analyzing some of these things. Obi did well. Yes, Obi, I am Obi's fan. Obi did well. Because we go to Onitsha to go and buy things, buy food, buy, 5 minutes, you are there. We knew the challenge that Obi met when he became governor. And by the time he finished his first term, you could stay in Upper Iweka, by 6, you won't fear anything. So, the problem we have in Nigeria is, because we play dirty politics, we don't give credit to whom credit is due. Obi was, he was not a perfect person, but Obi did well as a governor. And in my own personal assessment, I can tell you, nobody, maybe the only person who came close to him, and again, because he didn't spend out his time, would probably be Ngige. But Tinubu was bad, and he left a lot of problems for Obi. So let us give credit to whom credit is due. Now, as for your analysis, I concur, because I listened to Atiku when he was talking about the choice of the vice president, when he was speaking with OBJ. And OBJ said, first choice was my sister, from my state, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. And if you listen to the video, Atiku said, no, it's going to be a problem because she's not a member of PDP. And then he said, okay, Soludo. Again, Atiku said, a problem. And then now said P2B. So you can see, from there, you can see clearly that there's a rivalry. Unfortunately, Obi has established a reputation, whether you like him or not, where, and we see it today, everything somebody would cause a problem is Obi, anything Obi, and you want to wonder, this man is not in power, he's not a governor, he's not in one of these big political parties. Why are they all fidgeting every time? They don't talk about Atiku, they don't talk about Kwankwaso. It's Obi. So there must be something about this Obi. And of course, we know he's the only one who beat the Asiwaju in his own constituency, beat him hands down, beat him in Lagos, beat him in Aso Rock, beat Atiku, took states away from Atiku. This is someone from a relatively small party, doing his own thing by himself, able to mobilize Nigerians in such a way that people were ready to sell, use their school fees and do things. People who don't even know Obi, who are not likely to benefit one-on-one from Obi. So Obi is a threat. And there's a reason why he's a threat. We know he won that election. We know that he won that election. So if you can do anything to denigrate Obi, then that's what Asiwaju would like. That's what people would like. So what is happening now is, if you can cause so much problem in Anambra and divide Obi votes, that's if Obi is going to run in 2027, then you probably will give Asiwaju enough leverage to get maybe 25%. Not that it's going to win, except they do this thing that they are doing, go to court and stuff and so on. So I think I agree that there's a subtle struggle Soludo, yes, first class, undergrad, I mean, his first degree, masters, he was the best in his class, PhD, and so on and so forth. And you can say all those good things about about Soludo, but he even as a CBN governor, people have said that by the time you begin to unearth some of the skeleton in his cupboard, at a point they wanted to do that. By the time you begin to unearth some of the skeleton in his cupboard, we will see nobody has ventured to do that. But when you bring yourself to that height where you want to run, some of these things will unfold. So I think I agree with you that Soludo sees Obi as a challenge. And then if he can demystify Obi, if he can bring Obi down, because if you put Soludo and Obi and say vote for two of them, there's no way Soludo is going to. He probably will just come out with 10%. Obi will beat him hands down, professor or no professor. So that's very, very clear. So Obi is the most popular politician from the East that we know today. That is the truth. And so he's standing on Soludo's way and Soludo's ambition. So if there is anything that Soludo can do to take Obi out of it, then but that's a dirty politics. That's not how to play it. He ought to be smarter than that as a professor. But like someone said, he's good, he's intelligent, but he doesn't know how to play politics, because that politics is not the kind of politics that will win you anything. Let me just stop there, just so that someone else.
All right, thank you. Let me hear from KJ and then Jide. I see Jide. I know there are other people who may want to weigh in, but KJ, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I totally agree with you. I'm one of those who believe that not necessarily because Chukum, Peter Obi did something wrong, but because Soludo is looking for political relevance in order to, he's looking at the most prominent people standing out in the Southeast. And as he is, just like we have always seen, always playing for a second fiddle, he's more concerned and satisfied with being called a vice president. And that has always been the bane of the problem of people of the Southeast. Unfortunately, we have not learned from history. And if we learn from history, we will not be parading ourselves in that, in that direction. Because people like Jim Obodo was used to destroy, the rising of Alex Ekweme. But neither he nor Alex Ekweme got beyond to become president. People like Rotas Okorocha was used to distort again the same Alex Ekweme. But today, even Rochas Okorocha have been totally, they finished using him, and he has been dumped by the wayside. The other people who have been used in the same manner is people like David Omahi, who was promised president under the APC, and he did everything he was supposed to do in order to, not only buy youths from his state and beyond, he also stood against totally and absolutely, even to this moment, against Nnamdi Kanu. But today, he's not given that position. He has lost out again. And I don't think he has learned his lesson, because he's the only Igbo man that I know that's going about in dashiki and dressing like a small Hausa, sorry, not Hausa, but now Fulani, man. But he's leading a tribe of Igbos. So I don't understand what that means, because I lived in the North for more than 40 years, never seen any governor of the North dressed in a traditional Igbo dress to go to his office, or even go for a function in their states. But David Omahi had taken to wearing that cloth throughout his reign as governor and even beyond. Now, going back down south, Rochas Okorocha went as far as going to Saudi Arabia. I said Rochas Okorocha, Rotimi Amechi used the resources of River State, the River State jet, to ferry Muhammad Buhari around campaigning, in the sense that he was promised to become, be given the position as soon as Muhammad Buhari ends term. But today, if you can count any political actor in the south that is more angry, there's no one that can be more angry than Rotimi Amechi, because he has found out that in both instances he had been played, and had been dumped. Now, the other person that I'm still waiting on the corner to receive him when he comes crying. Of course, I don't want to go to my brother, my uncle, Oji Uzokanu, who also have been used and dumped. Now, the other person I'm waiting for his downfall, which is going to be very, very big, very well celebrated, is the current emperor of FCT called Wike. He's also going to be used, and he's also going to be dumped. That is the same role that this man called Soludo is playing. And I don't think it's going to change, because he's not looking like he wants to change. And I don't think he can understand, because he's hoping that as long as he's in that position, things will work out the way he wants. The reason why people are running to AP is not because AP is done well, because they are already planning to ride the result of the election, just like they did before this one. So if you get into the APC, you have the opportunity for your result to be written. I said on this panel that before the Buhari administration ended, the result was already written. It's before the second result. I said, I know somebody whose laptop was used for that, and they kept monitoring the individual. I don't want to call the name, whether he or her, both the house and otherwise, to see if you have any contact. The way I got to hear this was because we were taking a stroll, and the person said, "Look, I don't want you to look behind. I just want to tell you something." Now, this is the reason. This is the reason why they're all going. Maybe for somehow now they know that this man has captured the winning trick. So now if you move to that place, your result will be written and kept. No matter what happens, you'll be rigged in. It's not because the people are going to vote for them. If not, why will any crazy person go to Delta State and say you want to be an APC governor when the state has never voted for APC? Never, except PDP, throughout their electoral history. So you see that it's not because they see anything good coming, but because they think that they can use that opportunity, to become people who are assured of their position. And that's the same thing Soludo is doing. On the position that he's thinking that I agree with you, if Peter Obi becomes president, Peter Obi will have 4 years and also maybe 8 years in continuation. And so Soludo, will not be able to come to that position even after Peter Obi has gone. But I want to let him know something. We Igbos may not agree all that, want Peter Obi to contest against us, but we Igbos support me, and let me just say we. Even though Peter Obi have been too, why, sometimes I say I'm not in his this thing, because I know he's a gentleman like myself here. Gentle people don't get anything. Look, the patient dog don't even have any bone at all, because the bones have been destroyed before he even gets there. It was before, when Nigeria was still good, that the gentle dog, gets
Patient dog.
the patient dog, sorry. Patient dogs now don't longer has any bone at all. And that's my fear with Peter Obi. Not because he's not able to deliver, but his politics is a politics of gentlemen. You don't use gentleman politics to fight against people like Tinubu. You don't use gentlemanness to go in the politics of Nigeria. I'm saying this with all due respect to everybody who is a peaceful person. And now go check it. Every man who has taken peaceful position or approach in the Nigerian politics, look, none of them has ever made any headway. Go and look at it. They always, because it gets to a point when you need to say, okay, this is final. Okay, and all of you, if you want us to fight, we fight. If you want us to do it peacefully, until that. And that's my only challenge with Peter Obi. If we put Peter Obi and Soludo on the scale, every Igbo man who is not Agboro, and who we are in the majority who are not Agboro, we will go for Peter Obi, because we know the man can deliver. And we know that, look, somebody who doesn't need anything. Have you ever seen Peter Obi flying a business class with his money? Have you ever seen him, people carrying his bag? Have you ever seen him with any designer's clothes? Have you seen him with designer shoes? He says this. Have you ever seen him wearing it? Have you ever seen him telling you that he went to eat in a very expensive restaurant? So this person lives a very simple life. So he's stealing. If he wants to even steal, he will be stealing things like what they accused Mwagbara when he was Senate president of 50,000 naira. That was what they say Mwagbara stole, which was not even given to him in any case. So in other words, I'm digressing. Let me just say this: Peter Obi stands a better chance for an average Igbo man coming from the east, and we'll all stand behind him when the time comes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. And
let me just quickly remind KJ. KJ, it's not only Igbo that vote in a presidential election. If you Soludo is also a popular candidate across Nigeria. Likewise, Peter Obi. Both of them are strong candidates coming out from the east. Call it what it is. If you put them on different bylaw, you will be shocked. I like both of them. I'm a fan of Soludo too. Soludo is a good guy. He's smart.
You are entitled to opinion.
Soludo doesn't have any political value.
Hold on, Tony. Hold on. Any Igbo man who is dancing to the tune of the North is always a good man. Go and check it. Any Igbo man who is following what the North is telling him, the oligarchies, is always a good man.
If you know this,
hold on, sir. We have never picked governors for you people. We have not told you who you should vote. But why do you always feel is you are entitled to tell us who we should support and who is a good man amongst our own people? People will know who they are. This is the problem with Nigeria.
Hold on. Hold on. When it's a state election, I don't get involved. When it's a federal election, even if the candidate are from the east, I have input in that election. When Obasanjo and Olufalaye contested, Yoruba voted for Olufalaye. They never voted for Obasanjo in 1999. Go and check the records. But Obasanjo won the election. That's to tell you the capacity of, you are dealing with Nigeria. Nigeria is big. You don't need, no one tribe can deliver anybody as president. It's not going to happen in Nigeria.
My brother,
know that.
I don't think in any of my submission here I said that Igbos will deliver the presidency to him. I didn't say that. I said when it comes to the choice of the Igbos, I didn't say you people.
I respect that, but it doesn't mean the person will win the election. That's what me I'm saying.
Me, Obedeke, and John Gaga Nogu, Ikrikri of the Igbo land, we will go with Peter Obi. My brother, let's see my face. I hit my hand for chest because I know say we put there and no go steal my money.
I understand that, but it doesn't mean he will win the election nationally with Soludo on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let's see. You guys are too much. Jide, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Good to see you. Good to see everyone on the panel and everyone listening and on the comment section as well. Good to see everyone again. So this is my position on this. Peter Obi, if he's elected as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, nothing is going to change. In fact, things will get worse. And these are my major points. First of all, I've listened to Peter Obi so many times. In fact, before Peter Obi became as popular as he is now, before I became more politically educated and I understand the geopolitics and political ideologies and the politics of Nigeria, I used to like Peter Obi. That was like 7 years ago. But I'm glad that I've moved away from that part. I have better understanding now. But let me go to my major points. The first thing is, I've listened to him so many times, his interviews, his campaign. The truth is, there is no socialist or element of socialist ideology in any of his plans. That's why nothing is going to change. Because what socialism does, or what socialist policies does, is it improves the quality of life of the people. It improves social infrastructure and social development of the people. That's number one. If you look at many examples of great African leaders, they have tried to make impact or they have made impact. They embrace socialist ideology or Pan-Africanist ideology. One example is Ibrahim Traore that is currently in Burkina Faso. Another example is what's going on in Namibia and Malawi. You guys should go and see those women and the incredible things they are doing. I don't have a lot of time. So that's number one. Number two, you cannot expect someone that is a product of this oppressive elitist system in Nigeria, that is a product of it, to now be the one that will get elected and change things. It has never happened in any of these third world countries. If you are a product of the system, you are a product, you collaborated with the system in the past, you know, unless if there's an idea that as an individual, you are a product, you have repented. I mean, Buhari was president of Nigeria for 8 years. He didn't do anything. I don't want to digress. He is part of the elites. He's a product of the system. You cannot expect someone like this to win the election and go against the elites and the oppressors and the neo-colonial structures in place in Nigeria to make things work. It's not going to happen. That's number two. Number three, you see, comparing our elites and oppressors and saying who will win the election, who will win the political party as they move from one political conduit. I don't call them political parties; they are political conduits. From one political conduit to another, which of them is a lesser evil? Nothing. We will keep having this conversation for the next 100 years. Nothing is going to change. So that's my third point. My fourth point. Someone said something. Someone said something that Peter Obi is currently the most popular, or one of the most popular politicians in Nigeria. Well, maybe that's the case. But we've had, if you look at the issue, when we talk, the problem is that a lot of us, when we talk, we don't look at issue in a deeper context. We've had MPO Abiola, was probably more popular than him. But in reality, MPO Abiola was a product of his system. He played a role into why Nigeria is what it is today. But the truth is, if MPO Abiola had won that election, nothing was going to change. We can be emotional, but that's the truth. What's the name of this guy? Buhari. Remember the time of change. Maybe we've forgotten the time of change. Have you forgotten? Jonathan was a bad president, right? Quote unquote. He was a bad president. We voted in Buhari because he said, oh, when he was a military head of state, he fought corruption, he fought the elites, and he would make things work in Nigeria. He had great plans for the people of Nigeria. We saw what happened. That's my fourth point. My fifth point, which is very important, I wanted that to be the last. You see, a man that is a Western puppet, a neo-colonial puppet, like I said, it's a product of the system that has been documented clearly. These are documented, there is even documented evidence. We can be emotional how we want of having offshore accounts. Let me even read one of those. Gabriela Investments is one of them. Oh my God. Next International Limited in the UK, British Virgin Islands, all these territories in the West. This man has offshore accounts. There are allegations against this man that he has offshore accounts, you know, in those countries. And when he was interrogated, he said it was for personal reasons, for his family and for estates, that he's a businessman, he's into real estate or something. But the point is, all these investigative media platforms, they cannot just go and make false allegations. He has offshore accounts, and there is a linkage between incompetent African leaders, Western imperialism, and neo-colonial structures and offshore accounts. There is a huge linkage. I don't want to go into it because if I go into it right now, I'll spend another 1 hour. I'll stop there.
All right. Thank you, Jide. And I like
Doctor,
how you, yeah.
Can I say something? First of all,
okay, Tony, go ahead. After you, Paul, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I have a question for Jide. I want Jide to give me 3 socialist countries in the world. 3 that are doing well. 3.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So when we talk about socialist countries, it's very subjective. But I'll give 3. China is number 1. Russia today, that is now, I mean, its slogan is the foundation of Russia is communism, socialism. Russia and China, that's number 2. Number 3, we can talk about Nordic countries. They have a Nordic model. It's not a socialist. Those are not socialist. Okay, I'll give socialism. Vietnam is number 3. Socialism, right? China, okay. Russia, Vietnam. Thank you.
Vietnam is not a socialist country. China is not a socialist country. Hold on. China is not.
Argue with you. They are
wait now. The China of today. Hold on. The China of today is not a socialist country.
It's a socialist country. I'm 100% correct. See, go and do your findings.
No, I'm telling you, I know. I know. I'm not. I don't need to do it. The China of today.
In any case, they are socialists.
China is a socialist country. That's a fact, actually.
China is a communist country.
That's the
China
communism
is
is
a
under
communist country.
socialism. Yes,
But
that means so.
today, hold
Yes,
on, hold
the
on,
communism is
hold
under
on,
socialism. That's
hold
okay.
on. The economic model.
Communism is
Oh
under
my God.
socialism.
Oh my God.
The economic model in China has changed. That is a fact. But apart from that, let's just look at the things that you said. Everything that you have
It
said
is
now
ruled,
has
sorry,
absolutely.
China is ruled by Communist Party, but they run a socialist system. That's a fact.
What I'm saying is that China today
Know the difference
runs an
between
administration.
being
Hold on.
socialist and pseudo-socialist. China is
Yes.
not a socialist, but they claim to
What are
be.
you telling
But
me?
they are
Who are
running
you?
a
We are not
communism.
kids here now.
It's a
We are not
communist
kids here.
country. So get your
We are
point
not
straight.
kids
But
here.
Jide, I actually have a
Let me
question for
finish.
you. Jide,
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. Even Vietnam that you are talking about, you see, because the things you are talking about is the things that you read in 2020 and 2000. I mean, in 1950s and all that. You see, today, even Russia does not practice socialism as it used to be. Hold on. Let me tell you. You've spoken now. So you've spoken. The model in all the three countries that you mentioned today cannot be said. I read Karl Marx. I read Hegel. And if you want to speak about pure socialism or communism, none of those countries are practicing pure socialism or communism. None today. So what you are saying, excuse me, the argument that you have made is standing on his head. It's not standing on his leg. Now, with respect to Peter, hold on. With rest, no, we're not
allow
kids
him to
here.
finish. Allow him to
We're not
finish.
kids here. We're not kids here. We have access to these facts. Okay, so let me tell you, you need to go and study what socialism in its pure form is. Go and study it. And then study what welfareism is. And then study, excuse me, study
Should they
what
allow him to
capitalism
finish?
is.
You're not communicating if you don't allow him to finish. Nobody interrupted you.
Now, with respect to what you're saying, you are entitled to your opinion, and I respect your opinion. With respect to, I was looking, if you are looking for a job, the first thing that they ask you to do is to get your CV. That's what they ask you. And based on your CV, I have done this, I was the manager here, I did this, I did that. Things that are verifiable. I did that based on that. And then before the interview, before they even shortlist you, they will look at your CV and see whether it meets, what the organization wants. What you have said, I have not seen anything that you have said in terms of what we know to be Obi's CV that disqualifies him from doing well. I have not seen anything. You didn't say one thing. You're just talking about socialism. Socialism doesn't. You see, America is not a socialist country, yet it's the biggest power in the world. It's not. So what are you talking about? China started when China began to open to the world. Originally, it closed itself, and when it started opening itself to the world and begin to embrace other ideas that are not strictly speaking communist or socialist, that was when it started. That was when today they can send their students, send their people out to everywhere in the world, capitalist, socialist, unlike North Korea. So when you are saying this thing that you are saying, and you are talking about capitalist and all that, I just laugh because we talked about this thing before. We talked about neo-colonialism, and you were arguing and all that. You may not like capitalism. You may not. None of them, even Karl Marx, in his theory of conflict school, in his conflict school theory, today, if you follow strictly what Karl Marx has said, it's failed totally. There's no country followed strictly Karl Marx theory of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. None of them followed it, and they succeeded. All of them collapsed. Soviet Union collapsed. Cuba is going through problems. Vietnam was operating socialism. Today, Vietnam has opened itself to the world and is doing well. So don't come here and be telling us things that are historically not true.
Tony, thank you for educating this our brother. Thank you for the education. You see, that is what
okay,
is
please let me
most
come
important. That's why it's
You're
always
going wrong.
important for
I have to
people like you to be
respond.
on this show
Let me
because
respond.
whenever
Let me
Jide
respond.
reads this
When
is
you
AI
said,
stuff,
I have
you
to
always want
respond
to
to
jump
this.
up
I
and
really
begin
have to
to
respond to
spew,
this.
spew
So
things that
number
don't
one,
make
you
sense.
said China is not a
Yeah.
socialist country. You said China is not a socialist country. So there is a difference. There is Marxist socialism and there's market socialism. Socialism does not have to be under the underpinning of Marxism. That's number one. Number two, I didn't say Russia. I said the Soviet Union. I said the foundation of Russia today. The foundation of what has made what Russia is today is communism. It was the Soviet Union. That was what I said. I didn't say Russia. But you guys are getting emotional. That's number two. Number three, my final point. My final point. Vietnam, it's not a matter of this. It's not a matter of it's opening itself to the world.
Why you
They
feel
were under over 30 years of war by France, US, and their proxies. After that, after they defeated the US, the French, they decided to withdraw their containment away from Vietnam. They did not open themselves away, they did not close themselves away from the world. It was the US and the West that contained them to prevent them from developing. Thank you so much.
Brother Jide,
Okay, thank you.
you are spilling fake news.
I
You are
have a
just
question for my Jide.
you're just
I
talking
have
for
a question
people that doesn't
for our Jide.
understand.
Please go online and
You are
and
spilling,
find
you're
what I'm
just
saying.
spilling false and
Jide,
fake news.
Jide,
That's
What we are
according
talking
to
about.
you. You don't like what I'm saying, so it's fake
Jide.
news. Thank you.
Okay.
We are going to go to Paul. We have to round up on this.
Doctor,
Hold
okay.
on, let me just we have to round up on this topic of Obi and Soludo and Tinubu's and then I just want to let people know that Forefathers is not able to join today, or at least for now, but I will round up my segment and hand over to KJ, who will continue until the ladies are ready to come on with their show. They have a special show today, tribute to our women, and Dr. Dama will host as usual. There's a chance that Forefathers may join later. If he's able to, he will take it to the ladies' show. So that's why I'm still here at this point. But KJ has agreed to help me to continue, and then the ladies' show will come at the normal time. All right, Paul, go ahead.
Okay, Doctor, you see, I'll touch this Southeast a little bit and touch this Socialist too a little bit. So the Peter Obi and Professor Chukuma Soludo issues, it is simple. Originally, the way Nigeria understand these geopolitical zones and everything, I think it's not the 6 geopolitical zones like we always call it. It starts with just 2, say North and South, before it becomes the 6 geopolitical zones. But every time when the rotating itself is coming up, it comes with only 2, North and South. And coincidentally, there's 3 major ethnic groups, the Igbos, Yoruba, and the Hausas, as the case may be. So if an Igbo person is coming, must first of all take care of the South-South and the Southeast. Sorry, the South-South and the Southwest. If a Southwest person is coming, must do everything within their reach to first of all do that thing that they say charity begins at home. How do I take care of my Southeast and my South-South people? That's the card Tinubu is trying to play today. And every other thing, because you want to take care of your home, then you know how you're going to get a popular candidate from the North so that you can take some votes there. That's how you strategize. And then Buhari even tried it in different times. Pick some fantastic people from the South too, when he was contested as his running mate and everything. So today, if you pick a Peter Obi and a Soludo today to first of all start what I call charity begins at home, Obi will easily take South-South. Obi will take Southwest much, much better than the Soludo. Because election at the end of the day, if we come out this rig, this funny nonsense thing that Tinubu is playing, that strategies of rigging and everything, it's about popularity. Obi is more popular than all those people. We can see what happened with JAM. How many people get up to 200 cutoff mark and everything when they put the right system in place? People can beat the system. Everything show itself. Obi is more popular than this guy. You understand? Then when you go to the North, Obi is patiently and is doing tremendously, selling himself very well in the North. So I think Obi is way, way better than Soludo. So if there's anything Soludo will do is to bring down the man called Obi. That's what he's doing. Then when we talk about this socialists and everything, socialists at the same time, when you call socialists, there's no way you cannot call welfare system and everything. So when you talk about GD, when you talk about Vietnam, you talk about China and Russia, these things makes me laugh. You understand? When I went to the UK, I saw my friend wife. She worked only 2 times a week. You know, she said if she work more than 20 hours a week, her rent's going to go up to like £800. So she work only 20 hours a week and she's paying £87. Benefiting from the system. The government nearly own nearly all the properties in UK there and every other things. They benefit from the system. The same people who trick us not to benefit from our own system, they give back to their people tremendously. You understand? People go. The food bank that we benefit here, people collect food everywhere, the poor states and everything. They live on food bank like the vice president today in America. Who do you think fund those food banks? This fund is coming from the government. These are socialist program. America, we are crying today because government is not investing heavily when it comes to our healthcare and everything. Other maybe they give to senior citizens and young kids who are anyway a good percentage of them may be healthy at the day they were born and to age 22 as the case may be and everything. These are socialist program. You understand? But when they want to deceive us, they just make you understand, oh, you don't get anything from government. Like Tinubu says, so this one gone, this one gone, this one gone. People benefit of these things. The government funds schools. The government funds so many things that people benefit in this part of the world. These are socialist program. They might tell you that they are doing capitalism, but the thing that can affect people tremendously. I don't think people get those socialist programs that Jide is talking in places like Vietnam. I don't see those people who want to run and do everything to get a visa to come to the US. And everything. Yeah, you might say certain things, maybe government owns certain things like Russia, government hold, but we are talking about benefit, not only own some of those things like it is in Cuba and the likes. And we all know why Cuba is doing what they're doing because of the America and the Russia proxy war that affects Cuba, and Cuba stand their ground. You understand? So the socialist program, they benefited in Canada, where you hear healthcare, you hear all these things. You see the same thing in Germany. These are socialist programs. These are popular programs. Like I said, in politics, the people directly benefit tremendously. You get all the Section 8, like they'll call it in America here, when poor people get all this benefit from government. The UK will call it council house and everything. Sometimes when you started growing above the ladder, we started nagging. You understand? How come am I paying all these taxes? People who don't pay taxes will get all these benefits. Their kids tend to go to school. You understand? Will benefit certain things. My kids go to school, primary school. I pay for food because they say I make too much money. You understand? And the man who have 9 kids and everything, their kids go to school. They don't pay nothing. You understand? At the end of the day, go look mountain. They carry their buggy with a lot of EBT card, food stamps. They carry a lot of food. These are socialist program. My brother, let us grow up and use common sense. Let's leave technicality for people like Soludo. Common sense, the government take care of their people. That is the same common sense. That is socialist program. These are popular program coming from the government. Health, food, schools, road. You understand? When they ask, sometimes we mock ourselves as an American when we talk about the rail system in America. When they asked Eric Adams, the mayor of New York at the time, the guy said, the train that you see in New York is highly. You understand? They subsidize it. So all you need to benefit from that train is to move you from one point to the other. It is not luxury. Which to some extent I agree. If the train is working and they move you from one place to the other, I know how many cars have changed here in Arizona. But in New York, people who have one car, they use it for many years. Do you know why? Because they use the city bus, they use the train, they use everything. You understand? And it's highly discounted. You understand? That is called subsidy. These are socialist program. But when they deceive us, they tell we to take everything that people benefit. My father, they literally went to school. They so much enjoy it. When you find that many of our parents in their own time, all of them want to be a teacher because they so enjoy it. Who want to be a teacher now? Is it not because you can't compete in the corporate world? That's why you want to be a teacher? And everything. So let's grow up. So the socialists, the people who tell you all this Marxism, tell you all these things and everything, they practice it. but they just pretend. It's in our
Just
face.
a quick one, please. Well, 30 seconds, please.
Thank
Let's
you.
not confuse something here. There is something we are really confusing here. Socialist welfare can actually carry out under any government. It's not the same as socialism. They are completely
Thank you very
different
much.
things.
That was what I explained.
Socialism is a
Thank
system.
you, AY.
So we
Thank
need.
you.
I think that's what is confusing a lot of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AY. Thank
All
you,
right,
Paul.
all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me hear. Well, last person to speak on this will be OT. Unless I miss somebody in the down there that hasn't. I don't know. I can't see everybody, but OT, go ahead.
Yes, so, Rudolph, I was just wondering how you love so much to listen to Paul. I mean, it was going on and on. I mean, Jide, I can't believe what we are saying.
Debunk what I said.
And sorry, I mean sometimes all these theories we learn all these theories and then lose a sense of reality. Now, okay, that somebody has an offshore account and somehow that disqualifies the person, and that affects the person's politics. So what kind of nonsense is that? And then all this thing about socialism, market socialism, all these are levels. They don't mean anything. I mean, if we're talking about ideology, the word we have is neoliberal, okay? And the free capital, all over, I mean, no boundaries everywhere, right? So talking about socialism, this country is social. I don't know any country that is socialist. There's none. At best, I mean, the properly run countries, they operate amidst market economy. Okay, they provide welfare for the people. You can't have capitalism anywhere. There's no free market, as a matter of fact. So
thank you, Oti. Thank you.
Now, and then coming to, by the way, yes, it is coming to the Obi thing. Sorry, so get the spoke now. I mean, what's Tony? Right, you made a good point. So asked about a CV. Okay, if you are going to employ somebody, okay, somebody's pedigree, background. That's how you begin to judge the person's character. Now you're telling me that if a gentleman by name Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, nothing will change. Now, first of all, when he was governor of Anambra State, how did he perform? Was he not? Well, if you like, a member of the elite, a rich man, as he governed the state? Well did he do? That's the question. I mean, how would? Are you saying that the resources he has got, his personal wealth, would not allow him to understand what governance is about and do the best for the people? So, are you saying, as the president of Nigeria, he would buy himself a jet and be flying around with or a yacht and be building all these things, and he will not fight corruption? What are you talking about? This is common sense.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer everything you said?
All these are theories.
Can I answer it?
Let's be real.
Please, can I answer all the things you said? Can I answer it?
Yes, go on.
Thank you. So I have listened to this panel for months, and one thing that disturbs me when I listen to a lot of people, there are some people that I like what they see. I mean, it's okay. I disagree with some people. I disagree with some points. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. But one thing I noticed that we don't look at what they call class warfare. We don't look at class analysis. We don't, and it's a problem.
It's a theory.
It's not a theory, because other countries that are doing well, they apply these so-called theories. That what you're calling theory, they apply it. They actually apply it. The point I'm making is, I'm not saying because
he's a rich man. Because he's a rich man.
I'm not saying because he's rich.
So what's the problem?
He's a product of the system. He is a manifestation of a system.
No, he made wealth. He made money. He worked hard for his money.
This man has been a politician for over 20 years, probably since I was a child.
And how has he performed?
And he has collaborated with our oppressors to play a role in why Nigeria is what it is today. I am not going to tell me that. Yes.
Can we go to the next person? Jide is not the only one on this platform, please. Can we go to the next person? You can't force your pointless opinion on people. No, you can't force your pointless opinion on people. You should learn that. Everybody has his own opinion, right? You don't force your pointless opinion all the time on people. Stop doing that. And you were busy insulting me. You were busy insulting me on the comment section that I cannot insult you. You were busy insulting me. You don't have respect for your elder, Jide. Jide, I can see that you are not properly raised well. You don't have respect for your elder. And you should stop that nonsense. You should stop it.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, I want to say something.
AY, I'm his elder.
Okay.
I'm his elder,
You
super
guys
elder.
from Atlanta, you guys calm down.
Observation.
Who is observing?
Me.
Dr. Damages.
Yes.
Doctor, elder want to speak now.
Now let's hear from Ike. Ike has an observation.
Yes, the observation I have, I want to talk to my brother Jide. Mr. Peter Obi was a millionaire in the university already. Go and ask the emir of Sokoto State. Mr. Peter Obi was already a millionaire in the university. He was already running a multi-million-dollar business.
You mean the
When you
Sultan,
don't
not the
know
Emir?
anything, you ask questions. Go and ask the emir of Kano, emir of Sokoto, who Mr. Peter Obi was. Mr. Obi kept him in his own hands at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. What are you talking about? The BS of offshore account, you people use bigotry to pander around the space. You think we think all of us are little kids? What are you talking about? You are telling us about socialist countries. You are calling China and those countries. You think because we didn't go to school, we don't know what you are talking about? You should be able to think that they're talking to men who have traveled around the world, people who know what is going on around their system. You don't know who Mr. Peter Obi is. If you don't know, you ask questions. Don't go here and play politics of bigotry here. You get my point. You don't know who you're talking about.
All right. Thank you so much.
Doctor, I want to say, you see, can I go on?
Yeah, go ahead. Just 2 minutes because
Well,
I have to hand over to KJ.
It's unfortunate. That's why sometimes I say these people who have professors, I used to run away from them. This Jido, what he trying to be like a professor. You see, he read many books, and that book's confusing so much. Last time, he came here and said they were asking about this Yoruba activist who was released from, what is that his name again, who was released, and then the kind was not released. You know what they asked him?
Sunday Igboho.
They said somebody Igboho was released, yes, but Nnamdi Kanu is not released. You know why? Because Nigeria is not under Britain. Nigeria is not under Britain. Igboho was released, but it's under Britain when Nnamdi Kanu is not released. So when such a person start talking, you
I never said that. I never
you
said
that. You said that.
You are lying
You said that.
against me.
They asked
Oh
you.
my God.
Somebody
Why have I
said
got here every
why
day?
Igboho is released,
Why
but
you guys
Nnamdi Kanu
lying
is not
against
released.
me?
You
What
said
have
no
I
because
done again?
Igboho is on Nigeria is under Britain. That's why Nnamdi Kanu
I
is not
never
released.
mentioned
But
anything
my
about
friend,
Sunday Igboho.
I was here. I was not in the program, but I was listening to what you're saying that day. So whenever you're talking sometimes like what is. And most of, let me tell you, all of us here, some of us are being paid by APC and so on and so forth. That's why some people, when they come here, they come with different type of views and bigotry, and you think that they are talking with you. They're not talking with you. Some of them are being paid. Some of them are being trained in the school. Some of them their scholarship money come from Nigeria. Some of them, their brothers are part of this Tinubu government. So what we also mind whatever the kind of people we see here and the kind of you think that somebody can read what the professors that are reading. I have a professor when I was in school. His name is Biafra. He was the brother of this one was during the time of Sagari. I forget that his name again. I can't remember. But you see, that man, he's a chemistry. He read chemistry. Whenever you see him, he's wearing short. Whenever anything happens and the school is the one that they brought to, but the brain is not okay. But they say he read very well. He's a professor. So that's why most of the time when I see professors, I start running. Many of them, majority of them, and that's the line you're going now. Every time you read socialist, you read this. Every book in the world, they want to read it. My brother, leadership is about wisdom. Leadership is not about socialism or not nonsense. Leadership is if you don't have wisdom, you can't rule your people very well. If you don't have wisdom, you can't do anything very good. Even in business, without wisdom, you can't succeed. So everybody that is ruling you, let me tell you, if the person doesn't have a wisdom, he can't do anything. He just to put you this way, put you this side. Like the people who are ruling us now. You see the kind of people ruling us, no particular, no wisdom. Only what they have in their head is criminality. Both the East, both the West, both the South is criminals. That's why we are where we are today. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Benson, Taye should have wear khaki too, so not only your own, and it was good.
Thank you. But before I go, let me just welcome Janaba. I've not seen him in a while. I meant to call him, I couldn't get to that. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. Nice to see you.
What's going on? Everything okay?
Yeah. You know, you are a professor, so when you come to professor, so you have to.
Dr. Janaba go harvest in yam. He go harvest in yam.
No. Someone told me that when I leave, you come that time. That's what's happening. That you're around, but I don't see you, so I just went.
I come around, but you're too busy for me sometimes. So when I come, whether you're in the class or you're doing some joke or you and Donald Trump are dragging the position of Pope.
Anyway,
So
so I don't know if you've been watching. We've been talking about several issues, and I don't know if you want to weigh in or you want me to hand it over to KJ.
right now, I didn't normally I used to watch from the background, but I was so busy. I just saw some of my usual faces here, and then when they talk about Peter Obi, excite me so much. You know, I say I should join it and make it more insightful.
All right. Let me just do the final thing and then hand it over to KJ, and then you continue. The ladies' show will come on at the normal time. Yeah. All right. So first of all, let me just thank those that supported us. I've been saying that one Saturday, we'll try to do some support for the program, and we are struggling, and we are doing it. We're able to do it because of the support of people like Kulata, Alexander Gomez, Tope. I have to mention her, Madam Luke. Those are Oscar Blackbone. Those are the people who have been one man. We appreciate you. They've been helping us to keep the lights on, as they say, on this platform. But we need to do more. There are some ideas we have. There are some people we pay, and I've been saying that all the time. I don't really like to do this. It's not my best part of the job, but we have to do that. We had to have somebody. We let somebody go recently because we just cannot. Things are not adding up. So we appreciate those who are helping us. We urge other people who can. Little amount of money, it's not something that will break the bank. So that if everybody can pitch in a little bit, that would be something we can help to pay people we need to pay. We have ambitious ideas of things we wanted to do, but we can't do it. We can't just employ people and don't pay them. We can't get people involved in what we're doing without paying them. So while we thank those that have been helping us, we're appealing to more people. Anything, $3, $2. Let me tell you guys this. I was in the city during when they announced that there is a pope, and I was in Starbucks. I normally don't go to Starbucks, and I bought coffee there, and it was $5. I was shocked. I'm a Dunkin' Donut kind of guy. I was shocked that their coffee was $5. So I'm thinking about it. I think that should we spend that kind of money because I needed a place to stay. I'm waiting for something, and I had to buy that coffee. I'm thinking that I think we can contribute to keep this platform going. Not for me, it's for the people that help us to get it going and all the things we have to pay for. For instance, we renewed the platform. We have I think we have the professional level with StreamYard. Those people, almost everybody, people have StreamYard. They know how it works. We pay about last year we paid about $1,000 to keep this StreamYard going. Where we have 10 people on the platform, we have 5 people waiting at the back end. We pay for all those things. So there are subscriptions that we have for our editors to make. So I don't like that. I wish we can do it without coming out to appeal for people to donate money, but we have to sometimes because things are hard. Anyway, I thank everybody. I appreciate all of you. I do see.
No, don't go yet. Jonaba wants to make a donation.
Oh, Jonaba.
Did I say that to you that I was going to make it?
I'm your brother. I can see your face now.
Doctor, I have an idea.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I have an idea. So, like, I follow through some certain programs like that, like Mediazan, Jink, Yuga, and every other thing. So maybe you can try to do this membership where people I can just be a member, maybe $5 a month auto. So if I sign up there, it's just kind of easy to me and everything. I can do a member $5, $10. You can also maybe you have your editor in Nigeria. I don't know. You can do a membership also with the Nigerian account. We some of us scattered around the world. Maybe in Nigeria account, if you have an editor in Nigeria where you edit some of your things and everything, then you also put your Naira accounts where people just do the auto. So this thing just go. I
Thank you,
think
Paul.
that can also help.
Thank you, Paul.
Since you're so shy, like my father, of saying it all the time.
Thank you, Paul. I want to mention
Doctor,
that we have members. Hold on, guys. We have people who join. We don't say that a lot, and they contribute. That's what Paul is talking about. You can be a member. So every month you can pay $2, $3, $10, whatever you can afford. That helps us too. Because if we say we want to, this is an idea we have. We want to get people to join us every Saturday from Nigeria. Give us live reports. Ideally, we want to have somebody in every geopolitical zone. So we need 6 people, one in the North Central, one in John Abbas' hometown in Benue State. We want to be able to get on the ground reports from people, but we have to pay them. We have to hire them. We have to pay them. And we have to be sure that at the end of the month we can pay them. And this, I think we can do it, but we need to fashion out how to do that well. One way is to be a member and contribute directly. The other way is, this is something else somebody suggested. I think it was somebody that suggested this. Instead of donating through Super Chat, which you guys may not know, YouTube will take 1/3 of the money. And we use Zelle so that all the money will come to support what we're doing. So there are some ideas like that. I think we roll out, we try to have a kind of formal thing and see what we can do. I really think we can take this to the next level instead of every day. People say this to us. Every day we just sit down here and talk, and we can do some other things but it requires kind of investment, little investment from each and every one of us. That's it from me.
Doctor, I wanted to last week. I wanted to remind you because you did say you're going to talk about it. But personally, if you can give me a Zelle, I keep seeing it here, but it keep moving fast. If you can give me a Zelle,
It keeps moving fast.
I will send you $100.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I know some people want their donations to be announced. Some do not. So what I ask people who send Zelle is to tell me, because I've announced somebody and he was so angry with me. He didn't want his real name to be put up here. So I don't know what to do. If you don't want your name to be put up, you just tell me what you want. Just send me a text and that we do that. If you want it, we do that. I don't have any problem with that. But that shocked me. That person was really, and I understand that some people are private. They don't want anything to do with politics, but they want to support what we're doing. I understand that too. So, yeah. So thank you, Tony, for that. John, you wanted to say something, no?
And you have to hire somebody to do that bid. You are not good in it, so
I know. Thank you. I agree.
you can hire me though.
Yeah, we are thinking about that.
I mean to raise the money, not
I
the
know.
opinion.
I
You are
have an
not good in
idea.
there.
We are putting up a team that will be able to speak better than me.
Yeah.
But
I
thank
can.
you. So, what else? KJ, you are taking over from me. So you can talk about Nnamdi Kanu. You can talk about Labour Party. They are firing everybody. They suspended Governor Oti. I don't know who else they have and how they are going to. I heard that P2B might be suspended soon. And then, of course, there's this story that Natasha may join APC. I don't know if it's true. I'm trying to reach her. That's it from me.
Okay, I also think that Forefather is behind the.
Yeah, but he can join. I know he's listening, but he can join. So that's also a different thing. Yeah. So I have yeah. So you can take it from there. You can pick up. I will post when I get somebody just donated $50. I don't know what I just need to make sure that I know whether they want their names to be put up or not, and that way we don't want to make someone uncomfortable. Well, thank you everybody for joining me, and I will hand it over to KJ. KJ.
Thank you so much, so very much. It's been a day. I can say that for free. And it's good to see my brother Jonaba. It's just that you form my hand. I know say you can rise to the occasion, Congre rise.
No, I do rise to occasion. I just don't like that nonsense.
And
He
KJ,
understand.
I'm leaving now, so you guys have a good time. Okay.
But Brody, why are you going now? Is it
No, I
because
have somewhere
Jonaba
to
has
go.
called you, has some question for you?
Oh, really?
Yes, say
Well,
you
that's
can't
what I
deny
do
if you're
because I
not
mean
going.
I have a date. I'm getting out. So just, but anyway, yes. What
Okay,
are the questions?
okay. All right, no problem. You can go. Thank you so much for
Good.
being there.
Okay, you guys
Great
have
doctor.
a.
Yeah. I myself too. I'll also come back. Let me take some break.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much for taking
Okay,
break.
I will be back soon.
Yeah.
Uh, why all of you leaving at
No,
the same
no,
time?
I'll be back. Let me attend to some stuff. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kene is
I'll
going
I'll
for
be
a
back
date.
very soon.
Kene is
Yeah.
going for a date.
And then your
That's okay.
girlfriend
I
is in your
understand that.
house.
Okay. I don't know what to call it. I hope I'm not the
KJ,
one
I think you scary
going.
people away now.
I don't know why you. All right. Well, however it is, you are all welcome. The ship must continue to sail, and you have heard the what Do we continue what you just, or do we move to the next topic?
What are you comfortable with? Just roll it.
Anyone? Okay. So let's move on. They've been a continuous, moving out of people moving from other parties to APC, and even most majority of people moving are also moving from LP, which is the Labour Party. And then the last judgment, maybe that's how we look at it. The last judgment, the Supreme Court I thought it made it clear that Abure's tenure was ended, and that that the party now is domiciled with the former Senator Nana Disambo, but Nana Di Usman, sorry. But to my amazement, the Abure faction is still going on. The INEC refused to remove. They removed his name initially, but his name is now returned back to the INEC register as the head of Labour Party. And they also they in the INEC register they also recognize the weaker faction of PDP secretary as a secretary of PDP, not the secretary that PDP themselves are saying is their own secretary. What, gentlemen, what do you think is going on here? I will start from you, Janaba.
It make no difference. Nigeria, we don't have ideological party, so it's a shop from position to win. If it's PDP in power, it's PDP all the way. If it's APC in power, it's APC all the way. And it's not a party that cites intellectual people because it's like shopping around or you get bribed to join the party. So it's one party system. So it doesn't actually matter because where it will be more of a side people and people will be encouraged to be part of it is when the party have a party of ideology they are running on so belief the other one is running on then people can make that choice. So whether you are a Labour Party, a PDP or APC, as far as Nigerian is concerned, it's not something that make any difference. That's okay. Like for instance, in America we have the two popular party, Democrat and Republican. They is run on based on ideology of this person believe this, the other person doesn't believe that. So whichever one that suits your own belief or what you want to roll with. And sometimes the person that is campaigning, it can appeal to you without the party in general. You can try to swing, become a swing voter and as independent voter. So in Nigeria, there's no such anything that make any difference. Since the party, whether it's LP, let me use the LP for instance, that wants some seat in the Senate or in the House of Rep, or governor as well, like you guys talk about Governor OT, and what difference does it make in terms of the policy in Abuja that these people rebel, these are people, opposition party, they do not like this, they do not vote for it. Yeah, so in another world is what difference does it make anyway? It's like if I do not join it, I may not win the next election. They have all the resources, and it's you can see that sometimes you play politics of your constituency. That this is what they believe in, and then you say, okay, your constituency, even while you don't believe in it, you go with their own. But we don't have that in Nigeria. It's from the top down. It's not from the bottom up. So in that kind of environment in Nigeria, it doesn't matter. Nobody is there in Abuja pushing anything differently. They're all sharing the money. They're all part of the same party system. They may have their own differences, have a passionate speaker, maybe because they are trying to push the person behind, and then the person now come to the public and trying to show off. But before you know it, they are also compromised. I want you to understand that Okpabio say that what small money cannot do, big money will do it. So that is what they believe. So these are not people that are there to serve the interests of the people. Um, so we will see 2027, they already started campaigning, and they are trying to put themselves in the position, and it's very painful because we think that people will become opposition and push back. They look at We are thinking that Tinubu did one of the best things by the local government autonomies, that they can now, the money can go there straight, and the power can go down to the people. But I think the governor pushed back on him. Things are still going as old ways. So what was a good thing in the book, that okay, the local government will be receiving whatever is their own benefits, security, whatever, to take care of their people. But now it's still going to the governor. So Nigeria is the country that you see it. The more you see, the less you want to talk about it because it's very painful. Thank you.
Okay, one direct question before I leave you. Are you in the loop of the intended removal of the governor of Benin State?
Yes, that's I already mentioned it here. Uh, uh,
And what is his
Even
crime? So so far, because I thought he was doing well.
uh, no, he will go back to be given the pure water as holy water by God's grace. Um, because you see, initially I was appalling him. You know me, I don't take anything personal. If you are doing well, I'll say, okay, you are doing well. Uh, First of all, exactly what is going on in River State is what is going on with Akume and him. So now they have the background of we have a faction of Akume APC in Benue, and we have the one of the governor. Now, the governor, first of all, I don't know who told him that being a priest and you run for governor, you are not a politician. I don't know who told him that he's saying that in Nigerian space he will not bribe. And if you cannot bribe, then you could have been more transparent in terms of the election that they conducted, the councilship election, the chairmanship election, and all the election under him. It was done the same way other governor has been doing, writing the name of the people and just go and announce it. There was no vote. I have people who run for the offices. I was in touch with some of them talking about the people that are running. But to our surprise, the list came and the number of the people came, and even these people were not popular. Nobody knows them. the chief of staff of the governor and the rest of them just do exactly the same thing. So if you want to run and you want to show a good leadership that you are bringing a change, then you must do something differently. But if you're going to be doing the same thing and you be claiming otherwise, now they have removed by the Supreme Court in Abuja. I think about nine local government. I think in Benue we have 17 or something of that nature. Nine have been removed. They are now appealed. What keeping them in the office now? They just appeal. If not, they will be gone. So, okay, if the governor says he's not going to, which not that I'm encouraging him to do that, but you cannot, one of your finger cannot touch the oil and the rest will deny it. So the governor shouldn't have do politics as usual, and then behind this priesthood claim that he don't do this, he don't do that, while he's doing it, by the way. So, and that will be tough for him and Akume. I think I said this to the chief of staff, well, one of the local government chief of staff a few days ago. I said this guy don't know the game he's playing, and he lost the case now. Nine local government now go to the fashion of Akume. So eventually they also have a representative and they will use the federal power. So and then is take bias. What happened in Otukpo recently? He was in Otukpo to see the Chidoma. They never mentioned the problem between uh, the killing when he came to the Idoma land. And you see, he's so hypocrite in Nigeria that he is so hurtful. If you don't speak for your people that you represent, and then the governor is one, and the chair of himself should have. Rather, what they did was to wear this, where are the rapper stuff they wear, whether, and then printed his name, his picture, and welcome him, and he do not. And then secondly, he's not giving enough money to the police commissioner, even though we know that police are corrupt. But at least you could have based on what is going on in Benue State right now, the insecurity, you could have funded them well, and then if they don't deliver, you can hold them accountable. So I don't know who is saving the money for. I don't know whether he have a child that somebody
Okay.
is raising for him that is saving them. If not as a priest, it should be a man of the whole people.
We know Fadelia used to perform in a miracle those days in St. Teresa Church in High Level. I don't know if you know that place.
That's why I say pure water. Yeah, I know. That's
So
why he's going back. He's
we
going
all
back to give the pure water as a governor. I think he will get more proud now.
all right. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask
Thank you.
Jonaba, but sorry, AY, but she has run away. So let me go to Tony. Tony, what Jonaba just explained now? 2 weeks this last week, Mr. Oti, Alex Oti was being interviewed, and he said so many good things about Tinubu. He didn't seem to have any issue at all, and he even said Tinubu has spent on just 2 years. 2 years is too short for. Is he afraid of what is happening to other governors, not to happen to him as well?
Yes, I think everybody is trying to play safe now because there has not been any challenge. There's not been any challenge. Where are you going to complain? You go to court. You don't have, you are not sure you get justice. You are not sure of INEC. So the best thing is to just wisdom, just play safe. Because um, uh, anything can happen in Nigeria now, which is unfortunate. Anything can just happen. The people can have their way, but the institutions will have their say. So what would you do? You go up to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court says the person who came third is the winner. What do? That's the last bus stop. So I think people are beginning to learn now that this kind of situation you see, there's a difference. We have to be honest. It wasn't like this in Jonathan's time. If Jonathan was wanted to remain in office, he would remain in office. So I mean, we're dealing with an unusual situation. That is the truth. That's the truth. This is not democracy that we're operating. It's not. We're not operating democracy. So if you speak the truth, you are in trouble. You tell lies, they hail you. So the best thing is either to just keep your mouth shut and just praise somebody who is doing badly. You praise him, but how is the country going to move forward if we follow that kind of pattern? Somebody you know that, I mean, for instance, where in a sane world would you take somebody who has a plethora of cases with EFCC and you make him the SP? Where in this world would you have somebody? I thought that in developed climes, once there is something about your personality, you say, okay, let me step down. When the investigations are completed and I'm free, then. But you insist, even when, I mean, we know here a governor who was taken before the courts. He has stolen his state's money. They took him to the courts. He won. They say, no, he's not this particular person. He's another person. They just have the same name. And then when he ran away, he ran to Dubai and he was captured in Dubai and they tried him and they find that same person that we couldn't find guilty in our own country, guilty and sent him to jail. If we don't do things right in this country, there's no way. We're just lying to ourselves. We know the truth. Now, when people who see the truth, who know the truth speak, they get into trouble. So the best thing is they look at their family, they look at their lives. They don't want to die for this country. They just keep quiet. So Oti was just playing, just being a normal Nigerian politician to say, well, yes, he's doing well. If that is going to make the man happy and to leave him alone to do his good job that he's doing, it's better for him. It's better. You know, if you go and look at some, for instance, let me tell you, and I tell you this as a gospel truth. There are people, for instance, let me take the president. I don't like to speak ill of the president, but if you take the president, there are people behind him, people who serve him, who work with him, the kind of nonsense that they say about him. But when they come before him, oh, everything is good, oh, good. You can't, you at best, what you can do if you want to help him, don't criticize him openly. Go behind him and say, oh, guy, you know, this thing, this is not how you should do it. You don't criticize him openly. You know, but when you know that someone is not doing well, and you tell him lies because of what you are going to get, that's a crime. That's an offense because you are not helping him. You're not. And you're not helping the nation. There are people who want you to criticize them. They praise sing him because everybody will praise you, sing you. But there are people who are looking for. Peter B would say, "Tell me what I'm doing wrong," and I think I appreciate that more. You know, because we are not perfect. If anybody is trying to tell you are perfect, oh, you never sin, you never do, then that person, move away from that person. But even in doing that, there's a way you do it. You do it in love. Because a lot of us don't. The other day, when I was talking with, I had a talkation with John Harbour. You know, I apologized here. But even if I disagree with him, there's a way you put it. You know, he will take it. You know, but the way I put it was very crude, it was naive, it was rude, you know, but we've dealt with that. But there's a way we can disagree. We're not born in the same place, we don't come from the same place, we don't have the same background, we don't have the same experience. There's no way. We don't have the same ideology, we don't share the same faith and so on. But there is one thing that we're looking at. How do we move this country forward? Even professors, when they argue, the professors argue.
Okay.
Even I can tell you, if you have gone to a Bible school, when you see people in school, I went to seminary. If you see people argue, you think that this person is the devil. But you see, at the end of the day, it is to bring out the truth and superior logic that people can follow. I think that is what we should be doing. If you are criticizing Tinubu, criticize him, but don't be destructive. Criticize him, point out, that you are not doing well here, you are not doing well here. I think this place you need to, do well. You know, so sometimes the way we put it, the way we couch our criticism is the problem. But there are also people who are impervious to advice. They don't want to. Once you say someone else, oh, God, don't mind him. He's hungry. He's this one. They don't, and they come after you. We can't progress that way. So if what he's saying, well, it's not 2 years yet. Just like Warishenka. Let's give him some time. Let's give him some time. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have anything to say about him. But you see, he's also preserving his position because he knows that if he comes out, with the big sledgehammer, and so he could have told the man one or two things in secret. We don't know.
Okay, thank you. You see, one of the things I found out, for those of you who are Americans, the issue with what I see in American society is that their bluntness to tell you without any hard feelings the truth. They just tell it to your face. You may not agree with them, but they don't hide it. And that's one of the things that we in Africa should learn. No, I'll be one person who will disagree with African culture. I so love African culture because that's what is keeping us at the place from not being destroyed. But we must also learn to tell each other the truth. And I'm coming to Ike, my brother. In the Nigerian scenario, since so far today we have been discussing Nigerian politics. Have you seen anybody? And okay, now I'll come to you, Ike. Let me go to AY so I don't have to jump in again because it will take a while if I come back. AY, you've heard what Donaba said. You have heard what Tony said. Must a governor play to the likeness of the people, like the powers that be, for him to remain in check or for him to remain in power, especially if those powers that be are not in the interest of his people? What do you do if you are a governor and your godfather comes to you and say, you know what, you are not doing what I want. I want this, I want this, I want this. I am not doing it. Will you prefer to go in the way of Fubara, or will you say to yourself, we will dig it out here as long as these people are not saying this? Will you prefer to walk away, say, okay, if it's not working, let me just go away, but I won't do what you're saying? Which will be your card to play?
That's a great question. Nigeria politics is kind of very complicated. If you follow politicians, if you have friends that are politicians, you understand what is going on. So the system is very complicated. First of all, I'm going to blame both parties, right? So the basic for all this is we don't have a system. You see, we don't have a system. So the other thing is, if a godfather is giving you conditions, I'm going to make you a governor. I need this, I need this, I need this. If you agree to it, I'm kind of the person that will say this. If you go into agreement with the devil, honor the agreement. For me, I rather not honor the agreement. Day one, I'm going to tell you, listen, no, this one, no, this one, no, because most time, if you follow up Nigeria politics, let's say from 1999, almost all the states with history of Godfather, I would say 95, they ended up in crisis because you see most time some of the Godfathers, they want more, they want more. Some want to have full control of the state. Like before you do anything, you submit budget. They need to approve the budget. They need to say, no, we can't do this. Strike this out, do this. This is how bad it can be. So sometimes even the governor, they get tired. Some of them, they feel like I'm a governor without really being a governor, They want the power too. So it's the only time you can really fight this godfather. The case of Rivers is kind of like unique because the godfather is also a governor. It's literally like he has the power of a state, a kind of. So what that means is he have money to sponsor his supporters in the state. He has the federal power to intimidate the governor, to intimidate the people. So that's why that case, if Wike, for example, was not a governor, it would have been much easier for Fubara to align with Tinubu federal and kick him out. So the highest he can do is going to be waiting. Next election, I will not support you. I will make sure you lose the state. Sometimes it will not happen, right? But That's where we are. And the case of Alessoti, you guys are discussing now. I have said this many times that Nigeria president is actually like a monarch system. We don't have the. If you order these governors, even those not in APC, for example, that have not declared, they work with the president at night, because what is going on is the president have the power to do a lot. They want a lot of benefit from the presidency, from the president. They are gonna like try to work with him even when they are not in the same political party. What do you want Alessoti to do? So that is the Nigeria we have currently. It's so corrupt. It's just like people were blaming Soludo. He does not have options. Soludo now, he's going for an election, so he will do everything to tell the president, "I'm with you. Please let the election be free and fair in my state. Tell your boys not to disturb me." This is what you see that is going on. I will love to see a day where Nigeria will have power to dictate what happens in their country, where Nigerians will be able to, the power will be with the people. If you don't do well, they vote you out. If you do well, they return you. But the people don't have the power now. That is just the struggle we have. We don't have the power. So politicians, they know what you do. That's why they can do anything. They go back 3 months to election. They spend a lot of money. They look for people to work for them. They rig the election. They are gone. So this is the reality. But what we are expecting, if the governor, if any governor, the president smell that you are not with him right now, you are not with him. If he smell you are not with him, you are opposition to him, he's gonna make your state hell. So he's gonna make it ungoverning for you. Gonna give you hard time. Even the money he's supposed to give to you, they can withhold that money, just give you your allocation. So it's a lot. It's a lot, to be honest. You don't blame these governors.
Okay, let me let you go so I can control that young guy there. Mr. Ike, I'm coming to you, and I'm coming to you because sometimes when we're on a panel like this, we read some comments coming from the commentary section. You just wonder where the people are coming from. But however, so that I don't lean towards any particular person, do you think that the politics of Godfather? Okay, let me put it this way: will you say that Ahmed Tinubu has led us and have been able to distinguish himself to the point that he will go to an opposition party state, and the opposition will not only praise him but even adapt him to be their presidential candidate? Do you think that form of politics will take Nigeria to where we are all thinking we should go to, or are we still following the old tactics that never brought us any good? And then let me put it this way: how come after the Buhari experience, we are still not able to put our thoughts together to say this is the direction that we're taking our nation?
Well, let me put it this way. As far as the Southeast is concerned in the politics of Nigeria today, it doesn't matter what Tinubu does in the Southeast, or whosoever he wants to use in the Southeast. He can never get 1% in the Southeast. Nowhere, no state. You see this Anambra, he went and Soludo is dancing. I've collapsed Abga. Well, Abga, what is it? Not only Anambra. What do they have? Is it that Anambra they have? Was he not there when we conducted 2023 election? All these things are. There are places he can do that. We are Republicans in the Southeast. He cannot get 5% in any state in the Southeast. Last week, Oju Zokalu was boasting. Later, he came back and said, "No, that's not what I mean. What I said is that if APC If you don't acknowledge what Election is doing in Abia State, APC will not get up to 1% in Abia State. It's just simple. You can do this politics you are doing in any other state, not in the Southeast. It cannot work. Mr. Peter Obi, if Mr. Peter Obi is in ballot in 2027, it doesn't matter how many political figures you have in the South. He can never get 5% in any state in the Southeast. They tried it in 2023. He know. They rig election everywhere, but not there. So what is happening in Nigeria is presently the PDP, APC, DP, what is going on right now is alarming. To be honest with you, as a Nigerian, my prayer is Nigeria should not turn into a single political party, because it's not good for anybody. And that's why most of the politicians you have in Nigeria, they have one case hanging on their necks, whether governors, senators, everybody has something. So when they dangle it before your face, that's what you see. That is what you see that is going on in Nigeria right now. All these people, as we are talking now, the 3 senators of PDP in Kebbi State, they just went to Asorok to hand over, to surrender to APC. So it's just crazy. You understand? It's crazy. So, but you see, no matter how we try to make lie to be true, it can never stand. It's for a while. There is no how darkness can comprehend the light. It's not possible. But it takes a long time. It takes time. So that's why, right now, to be honest with you, who is the political opposition you have in Nigeria today? It's only Mr. Peter Obi. That's why in every television station you open, every newspaper you open, every online network you see, is all about Mr. Peter Obi. Where is Atiku? He says in Dubai every day, come and say he's making coalition. Where is he? It's coalition because he has won, right? Where is PDP? With his position in PDP, look at where PDP is today. Wike is holding grip of PDP. The whole governors of PDP is not with Atiku. All the whole governors and senators and house members of the House of Representatives, they are leaving and going to APC. And he's talking about coalition for 2027, right? So what is going on in Nigeria today? It is very, very frightening. To be honest with you, I have to tell you the truth. Because where there is no opposition anywhere, opposition can't say anything. Opposition political parties are stopped. What do you think? Is it what Fabio they were saying, Mr. Peter Obi? We want to rule Nigeria, but they cannot settle the problem in Labour Party. Who are the people? Who are the architects of the problem in Labour Party? They are the people that do what is going on. It's the script that they are right, that they are doing. Well, like as you say from your own truth, the Supreme Court judgment is just clear for everybody to see. If you are following Nigerian politics, yesterday or day before yesterday, INEC came out and disassociated themselves with the news that they have recognized Abure as the chairman of Labour Party. They came out because that has been the news that was flying in Nigeria. But INEC came out yesterday. Now the question you have to ask yourself is almost 1 month that the Supreme Court give this judgment. And every lawyer in Nigeria, every person who is a genuine lawyer that is not playing the politics of a lawyer of supporting any political party, have told you what this judgment is all about. Aburi tenure is over. But why is he still there? Because there is a script. All the things he has committed, all the agreement, all the covenant he took, all the agreement he kept with the APC, he has to keep them. And who are the people that are running the show in Nigeria? INEC we are talking about. Who is running the show of INEC? So everything you see they are doing is that they are making sure that the key political oppositions will continue. They want to continue to frustrate them to the point that even by 2027, they will not have a platform to run election. So politicians in Nigeria, they know what is this script is all about. Make sure that Mr. P2B has no political platform until 2027. Continue to create confusion. Continue to create whatever you are doing. But where they are getting it very wrong these days, when the population and the masses are with you, they can do what they are doing. Look at what is happening in Delta State. The whole people who said they come to APC. Now, when you ask them to go and register, come and register now. You are not a member of APC. Come and register. They say no. How many people has gone to register back as APC member? You think this, like what Tony was saying, these people are afraid because if the federal mind, what this man is all about, this man we are talking about, he has hold the grip of Nigeria. So there is nothing that is going to work in Nigeria until Nigerians themselves decide that enough is enough. So what Abure and his group is doing right now, I am hoping and looking forward by next week, this drama is going to come to an end, because the thing is so open right now that everybody already know what is going on in Labour Party. So PDP, where is it? Nobody know which PDP are you going to believe in right now. So Alexoti, on that interview, he did tell the guy that was interviewing him, say, most people who are shouting, hey, I know Bola Tinubu, I know that I am closer to him more than a lot of them. And what I tell him, like Tony said, what I tell him, I'm not going to come and tell you on the national television. And which might be very true. He might probably know this man closer more than maybe some of the people who are shouting on the street that Bola Tinubu is their friend or they know him. Probably he's using that tactics of what Tony said, trying to speak to the man in private, telling him, hey, Mr. President, this thing is not working. Maybe do it this way, it's going to work. Probably that's the style is working. Because look at the people that are surrounding Alexio in Abia State. All the whole political bigwigs in Abia State are members of APC. And the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives is doing everything possible to go for governorship in Abia State. So he knows that there are so many things around him. But I believe that, like I said, that his work will speak for him. I don't think that he should be in a position to be afraid of what is going to happen to him in 2027. So that's
Don't forget, Lesotho moved from APC. He's an ally of Tinubu.
There is no politician in Nigeria who has not moved. He was in PDP, he was in APC, he was in ABGA, and now he's in Labour. So every politician.
No, there are politicians that have not moved. There are actually politicians that have not moved. I will name some for you if you want.
No,
no problem. I want to raise my case. The only thing is that, like John said, John Abai is saying that their governor very soon that maybe they're going to remove it. That's what we are talking about. It's the same APC. You can imagine the same political party, which means in Benue State they are divided into two: one with Akume and one with the governor. The same party. So he said there is confusion everywhere.
Yeah, but that is where my question comes, and that question will go to Benson.
KJ, please give me 30 seconds, please. KJ, please.
Okay.
Don't give him 30 minutes. Don't give him 3 minutes.
Hold up, Bessie.
Your talk doesn't make too much sense.
Calm down. Calm down. The tribal man.
Seconds.
Now, let me say this, right? So quickly, that judgment, right? There is a lot of confusion going on there.
What did I say?
Here is the judgment. They said the status quo should remain. In that the trouble they are having, they should go back to the party structure. Here is where the problem it got interesting.
They didn't say the status quo should remain. No, they didn't say the status quo should remain. That's not in the Supreme Court justice.
Tony, what was the Supreme Court judgment?
If you say the status quo should remain, it means you are interfering in the internal affairs of the party. So they didn't say that judgment. They didn't say that.
They said they should return back to the party structure. That is the status quo. You would let me finish it.
No, before that statement, I want to correct you. Before that statement, the Supreme Court has told Abure, you have no business being in the leadership. Your tenure has ended long ago. That's what they said.
Abure
It's there,
tenure
black and white.
ended, right? He
Yes.
conducted election by himself and
No.
restated himself as the
No, that was
chairman
the
again.
election that he set up by himself. He
Yes,
set up.
that's true.
But is that the way it's supposed to be? That's not the way it's
No,
supposed to be.
it's wrong. Yeah, that is where I was actually coming. Abure is see. Let me just say this. Let me give you the summary. APC have hijacked Labour Party. This is just the honest truth. Labour Party Otilo is gone. Peter Obi, if he cannot capture Labour Party with Nana de Usma, he should leave Labour Party and move to another party. Period. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Benson. You heard, Mr. Ike's argument, which I totally agree. Should the Nigerian partner be left to, whoever can muster enough courage to fight the status quo, or whoever can be taken, whoever office can be taken? Because we seem to be going back over and over what have come before. What is Nigeria is trending towards now is what exactly happened led to the 1966 coup and all that. Before that time, somebody was trying to make the whole Nigerian party one party state. Now, after that, in 1993, again, when MPN got too comfortable, MPN now tried to make it one party state, and eventually the military, came in. Now we are now again converging to one party state where one man controls every affair. I mean, what life can a Nigerian be living meaningfully if it just takes one person to say, if you do this, you are out of the office. If you don't do this, you're out of. What development are we expecting in such a scenario? That's for you, Mr. Benson.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. KJ. The problem in Nigeria is not the leaders, mostly. It's not these governors, mostly. It's the people of Nigeria, the youths and others. Not only the other, everybody in Nigeria. The people have become complacent. That is why everything is happening. You can't blame a governor who wants to come back again to rule again. Then whatever he likes, he does. He have to go and bow to even juju. He have to go and bow to criminal. He have to go and bow to nonsense because the citizens have refused to do the right thing. The impunity in Nigeria is caused by the citizens. When Buhari was threatening the judges, the citizens kept quiet. When this man from what is that in them? When they arrested him, the citizens kept quiet. So all the things happening all along, the citizens keep quiet. When you keep quiet, the criminals take over where even in your village, they take over the place. You see, I'm surprised that Nigeria have even those who can protest. Like what happened to VDM recently. You see people who went to start protesting. But when Delefaro to me was arrested, they didn't see that kind of protest in Nigeria. But if they have protested against what happened to Delefaro to me, because that's against the judiciary. And when you kill the judiciary, you have killed the country. Even what is happening in this country now, in America now, the judiciary refused to budge. In South Africa, the same thing when, what is that man, Zuma, captured the country. The citizens refused to budge, the judiciary refused to budge. And if the judiciary disappointed, Tinubu have captured the country. That is why the governors and all these people who have no conscience, who have no sympathy, nothing, are doing what they're doing. You see, it's not even about all these protests they're doing. My main concern is this. Look at how people are being killed in Nigeria. When we are growing up, Mr. KJ, you know that. Tony, all of you know that. Even John Abba. When we are growing, it's difficult to see a dead person. It's difficult, even if you are going on the street and see that there's a barrier there, you cannot even pass that street. But these days, people are being killed like living chicken is better. But citizens kept quiet, they can't protest. If in Nigeria is a real country, honestly speaking, the city is supposed to stand up and say, why are people dying in this way? Why are people being killed? The people that are killing the people, nobody's arresting them. Instead, they arrest them, they start giving them jollof rice, they start giving them cars, to continue killing people. So when these kind of things are happening, what do you think that people, where do you think we are going? Governotio, Soludo, all of them, they will go and buy to about to Tinubu because Tinubu, whatever he want to do, he does because the citizens are complacent. If the citizens of Nigeria, well, that's why sometimes when I see somebody, I say when somebody I said I'm a proud Nigerian, I start looking at the person. Proud of what? You are proud of what? Nigeria. You are proud. Proud. What makes you proud of Nigeria? Like you don't have justice, you don't have impunity everywhere. The drinking water, you don't have. You are in your country, you are afraid. Even those abroad are not afraid though. You are in your own particular country, you are afraid. You don't sleep very well, but you say you are proud of Nigeria. What makes you proud of Nigeria? I can never say I'm proud of Nigeria. I don't even say I'm a Nigerian even. I went to one house, one friend. I don't that person is a friend. We're discussing. He said, last year, that was a woman. He said last year they wanted to travel to Nigeria. But you know what they tell them? They tell them even at the airport, they can kidnap you from airport. Can you imagine? A woman from not this is not in America is saying such a thing. So when somebody says I'm proud of Nigeria, what some people say I can die for Nigeria. What is that? To Nigeria the other day say I can die for Nigeria, but I'm still here in Britain. He has not even gone to Nigeria to die. To fight in Nigeria, he's not fighting in Nigeria. He says I will die for Nigeria. How? If you are really in Nigeria, if you want to die for Nigeria, go to Nigeria, stop Boko Haram. Fight in that war. Tell them to stop. But you say you are going to die for Nigeria. How can I come and say I can die for Nigeria? You can die for Nigeria. People are eating your money. The resources God gave me and you. The resources God gave me and you. People are doing whatever they like with it, buying expensive nonsense. But me, I'm abroad suffering. I suffer, I get when I send home. But that people in Nigeria, they steal our money and come to abroad and buy a house. Jonathan, let me tell you, one day he was telling me Jonathan's girlfriend, it's the time he brings $15,000 from Nigeria to her here. Many of these ladies here, Nigerian ladies, let me tell you, their house rent and this are come from Nigeria. Their boyfriends. But I'm suffering here. Me and they are suffering abroad. But people are stealing the money as well. I'm bringing here to come and buy house for a lady, to come and pay their house rent. And I'm a proud Nigerian. Proud Nigerian. You're just nonsense. If you see, when people say let's divide the country, the person who said let's divide the country is not saying lady because you hate Nigeria, but because what is happening in Nigeria is mequatable. You understand? You see, if you say the Hausas now, the Fulanis, they don't align with the South. Anything that is angering the South, the Fulanis is happy for them. They cannot fight with you. Only thing that can make them to be angry is when you touch their cow. It's when you touch their cow, that's what will make them angry. But even if you are eating the money, doing this and that, it doesn't concern them. So how will the country move forward? I said this earlier before. I said this before many times. The North, if the North want to change things in Nigeria today, they will. If they want to move into Tinubu, they will. But they don't want to move Tinubu because they believe that if they move Tinubu, an Igbo man can rule. And that's the problem Nigeria have. Let Igbo man don't rule, but Nigeria is dying. If it's an Igbo man there today, honestly speaking, he cannot stay there for one year. They're supposed to remove him. So, we see.
Thank you. I think what you have lined up my question for Maxis Ovier, because he will give me an insight. Maxis Ovier, I want you to look at this scenario. And I was thinking about it during the week. Now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has a case in court. That case, the DSS knew they are going to play some audio, which invariably has been able to enlighten a lot of people who have never heard Nnamdi Kanu before, and now they can make up their mind. But as soon as that case was about to start, there's another scenario that took off. The very dark man was arrested, and the youth and the keyboard warriors on the internet went after the very dark man. The very dark man became the national issue. They forgot that the government was going to take a new loan from World Bank, which they've already taken now. Nobody talked about that. They also forgot to follow up those court cases and what was being discussed in those court cases. Everybody's attention was on the very dark man, will you say as a political analyst that was, it was planned, it was not just a happenstance, it was just totally set up? What will be your own view? That if I ask that question, what would be your own view about the scenario that played out in Nigeria in the last 1 week?
Wassalamu alaikum, Jama.
Okay, lead us well, oh, lead us well.
Janaba, I greeted you plenty, plenty. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what you want my talk now? Because for me, as far as I'm concerned, you asking me to say this a government plan to distract us from what is important in Nnamdi Kanu? Because me, the Nnamdi Kanu case from the beginning, I said it last week. I don't understand the case again because the fact that they have to start afresh, I mean, no able to follow, is more or less a political matter. So I don't think the court or whatever would be. So seriously, I don't pay much attention to that because it's not going to. I mean, waiting the as far as I'm concerned, somebody said that I think the last week I said that they come buy a house for abroad in the suburb where I felt that as far as I pay more attention to the signals rather than the noise, right? As far as I'm concerned, I'm the case at this point. I mean, what is the point? What do they want to know again? So I don't understand why the whole decide the whole thing. So I don't. And I stop paying attention to all that. The very dark man, the very whatever, all those things that by the way I pay attention to. Okay, what is important? What is actually going on? What are these men doing? Right? Everybody is saying that one party system. As if you say na Tinubu the event rules. Tinubu is just really pretty much taking a page from the book that is already existent. All of them are one. So as far as I don't, it's all part of the. Now, not be us in the first place. Why are we trying to even frame? If it's a distraction now, why are we trying to frame the thing and then the distraction at this point? Right? Why are we trying to even frame them? Let's say against a distraction. Now we are the participant. Now this is what we want. So they are just playing to the gallery. My own pain is that we keep addressing, we keep making excuses for them by using the word they are stupid, they are foolish, they don't know. No, those motherfuckers are the smartest among us. That's why they come buy houses for abroad with they shout. Foolish people don't do that. They like good life with that. Right? The Senate president today, the case now babe, now fine babe. That is not stupid. Now we just stupid if we want to use that kind of language. These are people who are compromising our foolishness for their own gain. So I don't really, but as it is today, VDM is an elite. It's an elite. So for me, definition of elite is somebody who has the power to actually persuade a group of people to do whatever they want. That's power. He has it. So if people cannot see that, I don't know. So if you're asking me where is a groundwork, but for them to distract us, I mean, what else can you say? But we are also part of the whole plan, right? It takes two to tango. If we are not ready to participate, they will not be planning, right? Because we will not get plan. Let's just specify. We don't have plan. If there's any, I challenge that assumption of we. There's no we in the first place. But let's say in a conversation, there's we. But what's our plan? Now people will not get plan. Now they distracted, right? As if you actually want to, if you have a him, we are going somewhere. You don't just stop at every stone, every distraction. You stay focused. So for us to jump at every trend, anything that they just throw at us, it is because we ain't got no plan. It's just we at all. So I start paying attention to because all of us they campaign now, right? Because we are promoting campaign level. So now we campaign don't start. So I pay attention to who is moving what, who won't win. Because we seem to forget that it's a competition. At the end of the day, somebody has to win, regardless of all what we think. It is a straight competition, and in community and in terms of politics, everything goes. Everything goes. If you can get away with it, right? So pay attention to the important one than to
All right.
BDM is also playing his own role, right? He's playing his role. Now he get plan. We don't get plan. He get plan. He has a plan. Anybody that thinks that DVR doesn't have his own plan, then is he doesn't have a plan. He does. So it is not. There's nothing at this point. I don't think anybody is working hard to distract us. It doesn't even. It's not even there. It's not. I don't need to work hard to distract
All right.
anybody. So I don't think they're investing in that.
All right. Thank you. Yes. Tony.
KJ, can I just, please, if you pardon me, just something I just want to add.
Yeah.
Ovie was talking about, that he doesn't understand why Nnamdi Kanu's case is being, why the judge is starting afresh. Usually when you reassign a case to another judge, he starts from the beginning. He doesn't continue from, where, the case, ended. It will start all afresh and take the case, because that's a new, and it's like an entirely a new trial altogether. So that's one. Two, you talked about INEC came out recently with a statement regarding whether what appeared on their Abure,
Well,
retaining Abure's name, yes, and then the secretary of PDP. INEC said that they have not made a decision. What you see, that notice that you see, is the previous notice, which was as a result of the court judgment. So INEC has said they have not reacted to the Supreme Court judgment. So nobody should celebrate. That was what INEC was saying. So in other words, this one that people are saying, because we understand from social media that some people were celebrating because INEC put out a notice that shows Abure as the chairman. INEC said clearly that they haven't taken a decision. They are still in the process of analyzing and taking a decision on the Supreme Court judgment. So it's not
so
yet to
question
huru
for
for
you,
anybody.
Tony. Question for you, Tony. What is
I
taking
didn't say anything about that. They didn't ask me a question
No,
regarding
he's answering
parties.
what I asked. The
Oh, okay,
question
okay,
being,
okay.
how come it takes INEC more than 1 month to read a Supreme Court judgment whereby they have senior advocates as a member, staff in their office? What is so entangled that the ordinary English written on a piece of paper will take them this long to be able to interpret?
Well, KJ, if you're asking me, I think INEC should answer that question. But this is what I think. This is what I think.
Because why I'm saying that, because if we refuse to run with these things they say and we ask more
Yes.
questions, perhaps they
Yes.
will not be quick to bring this nonsense to the public.
Okay.
But because anytime they throw anything to the public, people just absorb it and nobody asks any question. And that's the why America will continue to be a great nation. Because if you throw what they don't like, they will ask you questions. They will
Okay.
chase you after you.
This is the way I look at it. INEC has been part of the process of trying to re-engineer Labour Party. They've been part of the process. Okay. Now, they have helped to midwife, the peace that you had, because there's been contention since before we came to LP. There's been problems, and INEC has tried to mediate, and they all agreed and they signed with the NLC and the TUC. Now, when INEC took a position, that was when Abure tried to attend twice. He wanted to attend the meeting of political parties as the chairman of Labour Party. They refused him. They sent him away. They said, clearly, you are not. That was the position. Now, but when the ruling of the appeal court, came out, and they recognized Abure as the chairman, INEC responded in obedience to that this, and then if you look at the posting, they put by court. When they put Abure's name, the chairman of LP, they put by court judgment. It's clearly there, so insinuating that it's not also is the court. Now a superior court, the final court, has now
So
made
what
a
will you say of
declaration.
Papa? What will you
Now,
say of Papa? Because he came out and claimed to be the chairman too, as soon as that court agreement was reached. So what will you say about him?
that this thing has expired. that this thing has expired according to Supreme Court. It has expired because Apapa is part of that executive. It has expired. So if something has expired, I mean, if you go to the chemist or go somewhere, they give you an expired this, you're not going to take. Is the case. What he said is that it has expired, and if you read the judgment of the Supreme Court, there's a place where the judge, I mean, the lead judgment, the judge who read it said, political parties should respect their party's constitution. That when their tenure expires, they should, yes, they should step down. He said that. Now, who is he referring to? He's not referring to Nana de Usman, or in any case, they uphold Nana de Usman's position and they
Yeah, but
struck down Abure's cross appeal. These things are
okay,
very clear.
all right,
So what Abure is saying, what Abure is claiming is that if they have now said they should go and settle their matter, therefore he still remains the chairman. He cannot be because he lost the appeal. And then
okay,
two, before this case, they have rejected you. They have told you that you're not the chairman. Yeah, they told you that. They told you. The only reason why they put your name there is because when the appeal court now ruled on the case, they say Abure is still the chairman. It's okay, court, if you say Abure is there. And then they went to appeal. And the Supreme Court said, this is not the court should not have meddled, should not have interfered in this case. In other words, you have no power. So what the Supreme Court is saying is that, listen, you shouldn't have made that judgment. So, and if that is true, that means what you have done is wrong. Then you revert back to the position, before, and that position is that the Supreme INEC has said, Abure, we don't recognize it as the chairman, because if you follow what the Supreme Court has said, this is as clear as anything. But they are going to deliberate. This is bureaucracy. They are going to look at, and then so let's give INEC some time, and let us see what they come
KJ,
up with.
I have a different take. I don't know why you know ask me those better questions. They ask me about BDM, but go with the next person first. But I have a different thing entirely about what is going on in labor.
yeah. All right, Mr. Shola, you have heard what we've been discussing. What says thou, sir?
Um, good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, anyone. See, the the Nigerian problem is beyond what we see. Uh, Nigeria is already being divided, and like Mr. Benson said, is the citizens. I think they are the problem. I look at the case going on in the US, the way a lot of people support Trump in what he's doing. And even when they know that some of what he's saying is false, but they still encourage him. I see what is going on in Nigeria with the anarchy rule in which Tinubu is doing, and trying out to protest. He did a protest in 2012 during the subsidy regime. There was no tear gas. Nobody was witch hunting them or beating anybody. No police was harming anyone. But he came into power now, and it's the same thing, and he's more or less, jailing people up and down, invoking the military to take over the state. And when it comes to the Labour Party, I think a lot of people missed it. I myself, I missed it. You see, a lot of them in any of Nigerian party, because they don't have an ideology. So there's no party in Nigeria. So let's be fair to ourselves. The Labour Party, APC, PDP, no. If you look at the Labour Party new members, I mean, that are currently in House of Rep, in the Senate, I think that there are some in the Senate, they've decamped from Labour to APC. So no matter what anybody wants to say, if they are going there for a change, at least you would have heard their voice. But you couldn't. You cannot, because they are only there for themselves. Abure, Apapa, I mean, Labour has been compromised. And what a lot of people don't understand that Tinubu is a master strategist. He has, I mean, he has infiltrated Labour from day one. And don't be surprised, this new coalition that they are trying to form in this SDP, it has his moles there already. So all he's trying to do is for 2027. And I can bet you the citizens will collect money. Is a normal thing, is a usual thing. Who owns INEC? The person who plays the piper, who plays the tune. Why is Mahmoud still there? If Tinubu is not going to use him to rig election in 2027. And that is the fact. I feel that, you see, few people are rising up. Yes, VDM is not a saint. Dele Faro to me is not a saint. Every other person that are talking, they are not saints, and which is the honest truth. But at least they make sense and they stand up to these people. But if a lot of people are sitting outside the borders of Nigeria and they are looking at the government, I mean those people currently in power, I think they need to have a look at the citizen, like Mr. Ben said. And I think when they look at the citizen, they will understand what is going to be happening or what is currently happening at the top. So if ordinary citizens are going into House of Assembly, if they are going into Senate for the first time, and in less than 2 years that they've gotten there, they are already decamping to APC, it shows you who we are. I'm not saying everybody in the Senate or House of Rep, they are bad. No. I mean, Abaribe speaks openly. The former Seriaki Dixon, I mean, confronted them on a lot of things. I know these guys have deep pockets, but those new ones that have just gone there, they don't have anything. So they also want to loot. So in everything all, see, it will be difficult. Anything anybody says, Supreme Court, I mean, they are even flaunting Supreme Court. They don't even care whatever those ones say because all judges in Nigeria, I can say any of the judges currently, they are corrupt, and that was what Dele Farotimi said. They are compromised. A lot of judgment that is wrong. Look at the one that just happened in Rivers. How can you? The main thing that they were waiting for, the judge added it. He was not meant to add that one because that's what they wanted to use to nullify them. But he added it, making sure that they have to bring sole administrator. So look, Nigeria is already, I don't know what we can do at the moment. And I'm not the kind of person that will say that we should pray. But the only thing we can do, like Obama said, is people need to vote when they know that your vote counts. Just like what happened in 2023 in Lagos State, when a lot of people voted against the current AC, and I can bet you it's not going to happen in 2027. Even
right.
if Labour Party they are doing it, they will not win in 2027. It's not maybe I'm supporting because they will rig the election. Nothing
All
is
right.
going to happen. So,
Thank
and that's what I've seen. So that's all I can say for now.
thank you so much, Shola. Yes, Mr. Ovie, you have 1 minute.
KJ,
Yes.
not that he did not even ask me any meaningful question. You only allow me to speak for 2 minutes before everybody begin to up their hand.
Okay, talk now, Ovie. Talk. We don't get problem with you. Talk. Something have
Eh?
happened to you. Let Ovie talk.
No, 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 no. If somebody needs to go,
No,
I'm
go
not
ahead. Go
taking
ahead. Go
anybody's
ahead.
chances.
Go
I'm not
ahead.
taking anybody's chances
No, go ahead.
because I think we need to actually really analyze what is going on. Political party in a private entity means that na highest bidder. If OT that is sitting on a state that has the power of a state, muscle of a state, they draw left for grant with the popularity of Obi, they no fit actually raise their table and take over party.
take over the party, then I mean we should stop deceiving ourselves, right? Just like the last speaker said. Everybody is in for himself. It's nothing like now one party, all of them be. And the name of that party now, oh yeah, I keep saying it. Because everybody that is well to do in Nigeria, billionaires or whatever, directly or indirectly, that's where their source of income come. So there's no way you can betray the instead you they fight to belong. The idea is not to fight to actually bring confusion, it's to fight to belong. That's why I see the people like Obi and OTC the drug land for like if they actually want to take over Labour Party. What do they need? They have 6 million, they have state government power. I be not be so all of them they do. So that means they not actually believing what they are preaching to the generality of the people coming from those two people here. Tinubu is just doing what he needed to do to secure in the next election. Anybody that will do it, because people they underestimate and they overhear people say Tinubu no go get vote for, no go get vote for me. This is Tinubu we will not know now. Tinubu we no get power, and he was able to take on all the power and defeat them. Now he has all the power that you can think of. That man is not asking for too much. The relationship that is creating Anambra is just 25%. And when I listen to Dr. Dameji analysis of where Soludo they aim, it's as simple as that. I talked about before when he write that letter for 3 years ago. Say we'll talk about that letter 2 decades to come. Right? If that is where he is going, will it be 25%? So everybody running back to APC, it's not because no, they are not promotion. Everybody get job here. If you get job, your goal is to go to the next level. They don't really care about all this one with me and you. Everybody does. That's why I tell KJ, what is we? We no get plan, right? Kudos to we need to actually celebrate Wiki. At one point we will. I thought he will end up in jail by now. But for him to chase Atiku out of PDP. Hope PDP is strong. Guy, but we go respect that guy. It not be number tomorrow. Literally every who and who that remains in PDP is running away from PDP because of him. They
Yeah,
don't
so
go.
the
They
question
go.
now be over here. The question now be
Yes.
why can't the leadership of PDP expel Wike from PDP?
If you get money to spend, now then who wants spend the money? That's a party in a business. Who want to? If the governors are not spending money, they actually say we want support to be Tinubu. Who has the money to spend?
I see. So
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 this
so
is
Atiku, with all the money he has made, doesn't have enough money to spend
Article
and
story no go sell if he won't collect ticket for PDP again. It will sound very insulting and very ridiculous. 4 times in a row, like how now? I ain't go take campaign. You understand? So it better be that. So the best way for him now to go, especially with the wicked go see there. So he will not have the leverage or say, okay, he go take out control of all the structures of the party. So it doesn't make sense. Now it's all about story. What is your story? How can you tell your story? How you want to tell the story? Now they don't. The last time they said now because of Wiki no one will be okay now. What you go talk again? 4 years in a row. So it doesn't fit into the narrative. So he has to go. But for Jigawa State, whole Jigawa State to decamp to APC, because that is another strong leg of PDP. After Atiku, that is the co-founders of PDP who are still alive, the signatory. After Atiku, na Sule Lamido, who are still the original original paper of PDP. But as of last week, the whole state joined APC. It don't finish with that now. So on one ground, we can say no they respect them before. That we can say you know get any electoral value. It just the carry say so on one ground is he going to stand? So either we say that Tinubu they help Wike, but that's by the way. We have at a point we will see we'll look back and say, come on, Wike na man. For him to sit there, one leg in, one leg out, but they chase everybody that is also. So it is if you look at things that is going on, all of them are actually aiming for the next level. So because there's no way to explain to me that. I mean, if you say it will be say May obedience, go and register for Labour Party. Guarantee at least 1 million with real card. No other party go fit prove am. If they do that and take over the structure of the party, who be chairman? No be to revoke a membership from local government for a village. It never finish. I mean, no be so that they do am. But they are not novice. That's why, like, okay, what is going on? They are not novice. Obi is not novice at this point, right? OT is not novice. If they get allocation to come the party, what is he using it for? It is guaranteed that he will win his second term. But the propaganda of his performance and the love that he's getting from grass. So yeah, he has no threat at this point.
Well, one of my biggest worry in Nigeria is that whilst Nigerians are all suffering from poverty, they see the government officials buying some of the most expensive cars in the world and drive it around, and they still go to bow down to those people. I don't understand what that means, honestly. And not because I'm
Because
current.
because we know we say we are proud people. We the commoners, we are proud people. We no one learn even from the oppressor. Tinubu, as everybody they give back credit rich, master this. He still
Okay,
they form team. Hold on. He still they build coalition. He still they organize. We are not at that level. So individually, we cannot challenge anybody. Me as a day here, so I not be challenge my local government councillor. But we can do it. That's why they say the question the idea we have to organize for her to have a voice. Somebody is GDM today. He's VDM because he was able to coerce people to follow Amabi. That's why that's VDM. The same thing with the Leparo team. He was able to so somebody was here 2 weeks ago. Wait, I think that 3 weeks ago, the author from Nigeria, I mean the publisher from Nigeria said something. They are our elite have not been able to find this a common social cause to work on. And I totally understand that every segment of the society, all the education, whatever you want to, they have not been able to rally around one cause. Other than say, okay, we want great power. That one they very easy to do. But around a social cause that has to do with we not get power in 2025. 2025 that the next revolution that is upon us now power nine go determine who go win the race every 20 superpower. But we don't seem to care. But we care when VDM is arrested. We care when some so there's nothing socially that actually all of us will feel die for, right? Which is as far as I'm concerned now light. You can't explain to nobody say we no get light. How do you tell people 2025? So if we cannot even that cannot bring us together. Nothing else as far as I'm concerned cannot be the poverty wey we dey talk with also is relative, right? It's relative.
okay. Can I make
It's
a
relative.
statement?
Majority of
Let
Nigeria
me
dey chop 2 square meal a day.
let me
Can I
add to
make
what you say,
that?
KJ. Give
Oh,
me
hold on. After Jonaba, I can come in so that yes, we're going to our final thoughts now because we're running up so that women segment can take off. Mr. Jonaba, you have heard the discussion so far. Please, can you give us your random thoughts and what you think? I mean, the whole thing is going. How do you think Nigerians can actually be free from these webs that we have entered? All because it's a web, it's continuous web, roller coaster. We don't know where it's starting from. We don't know where it's ending. It's just jollof, akbu, gari, everything mixed together. How do we come out of it?
Thank you, KJ. It's gonna be a long walk to freedom. Um, is There's no party challenging any party. They are just shopping around, and there is nobody losing anything. It's one party system we have, whether it's APC or or PDP. There's no ideology that divide them. They always go to Abuja to share money. That is what unite them. And on the citizens, on the side of the citizens, they have used this to anchor their life for so long that you see person that mortgage your life, the born and unborn Nigeria, you still burned out, prostrate before them and worship them because they have take humanity, decency, sense of dignity out of them with poverty, disease, and all of that. So it's going to uh, be difficult, but I hope one day a voice will come around, sharp, brutal, and pierce through. But those politicians you are seeing, whether they are APC or PDP, they are the same people. They are just looking for power to share the money. And I'm glad I'm not a politician. I think if I die, I die as a frame.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. Thank you so much, Janaba. You make it so easy. I wish that Nigerians can be able to glean from your voice and the politicians learn something from you, because these are human beings that are we are dealing with here. They are not just numbers. Unfortunately, sometimes it becomes like just numbers. Somebody just say you say they kill 55 people. You say it's not 55 now. Say now how many? It's just 53. It's just 53. So that's what it has become. But let me have a final thought, sir.
Well, I don't know if it's final. I wanted to comment on what Obi was saying, right?
Okay, if you comment briefly, and
Obi
then
was talking about the organization, right? So I think the reason we are not getting it as ordinary people, the simple fact is, a lot of us, we see this from tribal and religious angle, especially the tribal one is crazy. What that means is sometimes I'm here is my feeling about Nigeria, right? Most Nigeria don't hate injustice. They hate it when the person doing it is not from their tribe or they don't like the person. If the person doing it is from their tribe, they don't have problem with it. They will even defend the person. Just like what Solas said now. That's how you see Nigeria that criticize Tinubu, what he's doing in Nigeria. Trump, that is breaking all the laws in America, they support his madness. So you begin to wonder, how do you select a pay? How do you choose what to support? So it is a problem. And the other thing I want to raise, actually, the issue of everybody moving to APC. Oh, APC one party state. To be honest, this thing is not new. To me, it's not new. Nigeria has always been one party state. That's what it is. The only time I will even think of we had two party was maybe between 2015 and the next election. Maybe there was some. If you follow Nigeria politics, when PDP were ruling from 1990, 2014, 15, if you get PDP ticket, once they give you a ticket, it's done. You go and celebrate, because it's more like you won the election already. That is what you are seeing now. So there is nothing new. We don't have a system because the ideology is not there. So everything is the same. It's anywhere beleface. So anywhere beleface, that is the system we are running. There is no ideology. There is nothing really. They don't have anything to fight for. So they fight for only their interests. Oh, you promise the person in the Senate, you promise their ticket to be governor of their state, they will become. They just move around like lost animals. So for me, to be honest, these guys don't surprise me until we can get that direction where the vote of the people will count and they will care about the people. That's when I will be interested. Thank you.
You are muted.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. Yes, Mr. Tony.
Yeah, I think that the reason why we're having some of these problems that we're having is because the fastest way to become a millionaire in Nigeria is to go into politics. So it is a do or die for everybody. I mean, can you imagine somebody is the governor for 8 years? He has security votes. And then when he leaves, he has pension for life for himself, for his wife. Cars are changed every 3 months. He has a house. He can have a house in Abuja and anywhere that he wants. He has servant allowance, medical allowance. He has all the allowances. Okay? Apart from whatever business he's doing. Then on top of that, he still wants to go to the Senate. And then in the Senate, he's still being paid. The money is coming from the same post, whether it's from the state or federal government. And then when he finishes, he wants to be, I mean, with due respect to people's ambition, wanting to be, and then he wants to become president or vice president. And I'm sure that as president or vice president, there are certain benefits that you're entitled to for life. What kind of system? There are things that Obama pays with his pocket, or President of America pays with his pocket. The federal doesn't pay for it. Newspapers, things, entertainment for friends, and so on. The federal government doesn't pay for that, and so many other things. You pay from your pocket. So once you have that kind of system where you can run up, all these benefits for life, it becomes a do or die. So if you have a system where that will limit or put a check to some of these things, why should you? You have served for 8 years, you enjoyed the office of governor, you have made friends, connections. There are governors who Julius Berger built houses for just because they are governors or because they've been given them contracts. There are so many benefits that political office attracts to you. That's not enough for you. Security vote, nobody looks into that. You do anything that you like with it. That's not enough for you. So the system, there's something about, so it becomes a do or die. So we must expunge that thing. A governor has, after serving for 8 years, you don't have just 8 years, you become a millionaire. Somebody serves for 36 years.
Who will remove him, Tony? Who will remove him?
No,
Who will remove him?
At the top, the system is crazy. Somebody serves for 36 years, serves his country for 36 years in the civil service. And even for those 36 years when he served, he can get, if you compute whatever you are going to be paid, it won't be like what the governor earns for 4
Now
years.
that you know,
What the
if you are
senator.
choose, what will you encourage your son to go into? Politics or civil servant? If you are to
No, I'm
choose.
saying that's what I'm saying. It becomes a do or die. That system is wrong. That system is. We have to dismantle it, because once you make it unattractive, then they will go and face their business. Some people are
Yes.
lawyers, doctors, medical doctors, that can be more useful. But they just sit there, they don't come, sitting allowance you get, you talk nonsense, you talk about this one, touching this person's this thing and so on, and then they pay them money from my own money, federal money.
Mr. Tony, that is the reason why they will not allow the constitution to be tinkered, because long time ago,
Then what you then do,
Nigerians
what
have
you
said
now do,
we don't want two national assembly, we want one. We want
what
to
you
give.
now do,
We,
you
we
take
also want
You
them to
take
be
Amechi's
part-time.
prescription. Amechi says because we are not stoning them, because these are the people who approved those things. They are not going to pass a
Tony,
legislation
when Tinubu
that
wanted
is.
to become president, what did he do? He went to work. If we want change, we got to get to work. All these things are
Correct.
easy. It's as simple as
Yeah.
there's no two way about it.
Thank you,
There's no
Mr.
two
Tony.
way about it. We have to
So
get to work.
that
Thank you
system
so
we have
much.
to. Amechi says that when we begin to stone them, not them,
Ah.
when we begin to stone them, you know what stoning means.
Ah.
Then so we just sit down, we're talking. If my brother becomes a governor tomorrow, I will relocate to Nigeria. That's the politics. I will relocate to Nigeria. So that system is there. Is there.
Amechi security, no, they carry stone, or they carry gun. Amechi security, no, be so that they carry that gun.
So
Go
that
turn
system.
am, make you see what will happen to you.
All right.
So that
Ovie,
system we have to destroy.
let's hear your view. Let's hear your view, Ovie. Let's hear your
Eh?
final thought. Let's have your final
Oh, with
thoughts.
the close?
Yes.
No, I mean it's Nigerian. I mean, you take me unaware. But the truth is that none of these people get to where they are solo. In order, they did what they needed to do to get them there. So if we really want anything to change, that is, and somebody go say, "Oh, the obedience is everybody did there now." Okay, you try once, you fail, then what? You continue again now. It's not saying we must, the first try it has to work. It must not work. Even if you work, say the PC boot you out, right? Trump will tell you I had a 100 pounds out. But it work at the end of the day. But we have to do the work, other than just rhetoric, right? But again, Ewa was saying something about tribe and all that. All those ones no matter once we have one goal. We just have to come up with one. The idea is that we want to take power. That's not a goal, as far as I'm concerned. Why you won't take? We just have to find something that we can actually rally on. And as far as I'm concerned, the fact that we don't get light is something that we can all, but something, we have to find something, one thing in common. Not just that, oh, this person had their turn to be president. Let's not for that. This is the best. That's another thing. There's nothing like this person is the best. It doesn't. That's not how it works. When it comes to it, it's not like this person is the best. We are the best. Because that person, so who are the people behind him? People don't understand why Trump was able to have sway. Not be like last one we say they actually train and recruit people to work with this administration for since 2022. So it's beyond. It is so much to do, but until we have a common goal, and it has to be bigger than Tinubu is bad. Let's take him out. That's not the goal. It's not about him, right? It's not about let's go and change them. Why you won't change them? We have to find something that if you can't reach not, you will see like 20% of them will agree with you. If you cannot reach anywhere, 20% of those people will agree with you. Something that transcends, something that have to do with economy, something where everybody will feel rather than religion, tribe, or won't take power, won't take power. That one will be, it's hard to sell at this point. Everybody will take power. But at this point, we should go beyond the best person, the best idea. This idea of one person syndrome now the rhetoric that came out of after World War, right? The idea is in Amatulaki and I'm doing all this is Duncan. There are thousands of people that actually worked before that achievement was able to. So now we have to change our mentality to look for somebody. This is the best person. It's better than this. It's better. She's better. No, us now. It has to resonate with every one of us, and it has to stay with us for a long time. Which is where the idea of organizing comes from. But they will focus on mobilizing. You can never mobilize the people in power. They have monopoly of everything. And it's easy to mobilize. So the organize it takes time. Right? It takes time. Those who are still planning for 2027 now just to fulfill all righteousness is gone. Right? The power is still going to reside with them. But
Okay.
even though they cannot give us, we are not ready. Let's
All
face the
right.
fact.
Thank you so much, Ovie, and I appreciate your contribution. Yes, Shola.
Okay. Now, I heard what my other colleagues they talked about. You asked a question. You said, "That is KJ. Why do people bow down to leaders that are stealing our money?" So let me put this to you. But back in the Americas, in the South, there's a guy during slavery. So they had to bring a guy because the slaves they were escaping to the north. So they had to bring a guy. I think you've heard the story. Some of you have heard the story. It's called John Lynch. So what this guy did was that he's going to do a lot of things. He was doing very, very bad thing, beating children, killing them, killing children in front of their parents and stuff. So what was he doing? He was keeping the mind weak psychologically, and he's keeping the body strong. Now, let me reverse it back to Nigerian politician. So what an average Nigerian politician do? Tinubu, I mean, all of them, Wike, is their opposition when they see that they don't buy their opposition. Whoever is coming up next that doesn't have money at the end of the day or doesn't have influence will not want to go into it. That's number one. Number two, they will buy delegates. They've already paid for the delegates even before election, a year or 2 years before election. And I'm going to put this to you. You need to go and listen to, there's a Mix podcast in Nigeria, and I think maybe some of you have listened to it. There's a podcast in which Ali Baba came, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, or thereabout, or a month ago, I can't remember now, but it's called Mix podcast, so I'm not promoting any podcast. And this is what he said Obasanjo told him. He said for you to become Nigerian president, you need to win you need to have 7 governors on your side. And this answered the question. Number one, you need to win Lagos State. So Lagos State Governor, Kano State Governor, Delta State. You need Bayelsa. You need Rivers. You need Katsina, and you need CBN Governor. So if you count
No,
it, they are
you know,
seven.
Kaduna instead of Katsina. Kaduna and Kano
Yeah,
from north
Kaduna. So Kano, Kaduna.
for
Sorry,
the
not Katsina.
numbers.
Sorry. Yes, for those of you that have listened to it. So, and why when you say Wike chased Atiku out, it's not maybe Atiku does not have money. Don't let people get you wrong. But what Wike is sitting on is is a mine. Anybody that knows what oil is, oil money is huge, and that's what they don't know. If you're conversant in Nigeria, even if they transfer an ordinary soldier or a naval officer to Rivers or to Bayelsa, I can tell you in 6 months what you would do in 6 months. Quote me wrong. Is more than what anybody can. The money he will see. This is not a top boss, just ordinary small person. The money is going to see
That's a fact. They
in
lobby to go
Bayelsa.
there. Yeah.
So what am I saying is that look, where was Atiku? And I'm not holding brief for Wike here. Where was Atiku when he was spending money all this while for PDP governors? Now, when he got to the time that he was meant to be compensated, they worked against him. So that one is on one side, is Nigerian politics. Look, like the other person said, and also if you look at what is going on in Nigeria, like the OV said, see, we need to, it's going to be a gradual process. It's going to be a gradual process. Everybody needs to come up. Then we start building up this case, this awareness. Don't collect money. Vote your conscience. Vote whoever you want to vote for, but don't collect money. If you see that they have not done well in 4 years, boot them out. But like somebody said, a Yoruba man will say, oh, vote Tinubu because he's our own. But they've forgotten that regardless if the country is not doing well, we will all suffer it together in any shape or form. It's not maybe Tinubu is there now, the lives of the Yoruba people are better. It wasn't that maybe when Buhari was there, the life of the what's it called, the Hausa man or the Fulani man is better. It doesn't mean that maybe when Obi gets there, the life of the Igbo people are going to be better. But what we are simply asking for is a good Nigeria. Give us the basics, the basic. That is what and that is what we have to do. Jaeger Africa is doing something where they come, they debunk a lot of things. There's other people that are coming up that are more or less challenging this process. I wish we can have a president like Jonathan again, where he will put people. When Jonathan was there, that was where Jega came, and he changed a lot of things. These politicians, they saw what happened. They will never, except there is a mistake, they will never allow someone like Jonathan to come there again that would dabaru everything for them. They won't. So the basic thing is that we need to sensitize the people in the villages, people in the city at the end of the day, and start challenging, the courts and as well as INEC. And I think if we do all of these things in a gradual process, I think in a long time we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yaga Africa na USA ideal.
Yeah,
It
I want to
doesn't
say
see.
that.
It doesn't matter. But if you follow them, they are still
It
doing. They
matters. It
challenge a
matters.
lot
It
of things.
matters. It matters. It does matters a lot.
If you say it does matter, but at the end of the day, if you've seen all the elections that is been done in Nigeria, follow them. See, even if it is US purporting anything, but at least is a process. At least
Anyway,
the likes of Dele Falotimi is a process. So we won't get there if we start saying this one is not good, that one is not good. Then who is going to come up? And that's just what we need to do. We just have to follow the process.
So we don't
And if
have
there's
to.
anything we
Once we
question them.
identify what is not good for, if you identify a food that is not good for you, do you eat it? Do you continue to eat it when you know that it's not good for you?
Okay,
If it's
then
not good,
you
it's
are
not
the
good. Like
no,
let's
but
be real. This is war.
sir, but
What are you
you
talking
as
about?
a person, no, but you as a person, that's what I'm saying. If Jaeger is not good, there is no problem about it. I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying, oh, they are fantastic. But you as a person also set up a platform that other people that will be checkmating these people, at least they are doing something. But you too set up a
That
platform
say when
so
you
that
give
they
you,
will.
there's no way you can make case for them when you have established that they are not good for us. Like it doesn't matter what is not good is not good. You will not continue to eat the food that is not good for you. Why will you if
Okay.
they are not good? They are bad
All
influence.
right.
They are sponsored to
Thank you.
miseducate us. Point
No,
and
no.
clear. This is not a
Sola,
kind of argument.
Sola,
It's not an argument.
I like your your thought. I like how you framed it up. Yes, I also have a few things about Yaga Africa, but that's a different kettle of fish for another day. I know it told you very well. So
That's a cornerstone of USAID.
no, let's not go there today. That's not why we're here. Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution, Shola. Mr. Ike, your final thoughts, sir.
Well, my final thought is I want to pick from what my brother Sola said and part of what my brother Ovia said. Um, in 2023, after the election, we that are members of obedient movement, most people give up hope because what we think didn't work. And I think that it was a mistake. But thank God that the obedient movement of today is not the obedient movement of 2023. That is a very strong structure right now of obedient movement. And I must tell you that more than what we lost in 2023, we have garnered more than what we lost in 2023. Because just like what every other person is saying, I know that Mr. P2B has never said that he's going to, he has always said, it's not going to be easy. He knows the system. He was there in the system. He knows the system. It's not going to be something of one day, not something of, it's not now, right? But we cannot continue to give up our hope that it's going to be better. But like everyone have said here, we have to start from somewhere, right? And that's why that I was happy that after 2023, Mr. P2B did not allow this criminal Aburi to take Labour Party, to take obedience, because that was his intention. Mr. P2B told him, no, this is an independent, has nothing to do with Labour Party. Because his program was to take obedient movement into, do what he's doing right now. And if all of us could remember, may he so rest in peace, Donyo Okukwe. When Donyo Okukwe went with Peter to join Labour Party, they asked Peter, do you want to continue with this executive or do you want to bring your own people to run the affairs of Labour Party? Because this man has good intentions. He said, no, I'm not bringing nobody. I want to work with you guys. Because what he had in his mind was for a better country. But the people that he's working with have a different agenda. If we have known, if any of us were spirit then, maybe it would have been better that he accepted by putting his own people from the beginning. But also, like what everybody is saying, that everything that has happened has taught every one of us a lesson. So we know now who we are dealing with, right? So for us to, I'm trying to say that we should not give up hope. Sometimes it's frustrating. Sometimes you can't even imagine what you go through, right? Because somebody like some of us who are not in Nigeria, you are thinking, after all, I'm not in Nigeria. But every day your brother or your sister or your cousin will call you on the phone. You are even under more pressure than the people that is in Nigeria. They don't know that sometimes you do not take vacation. They don't know that you walk in the sun, you walk in the winter, you walk in the snow, you walk in everything. You have every day you are walking. You walk from here. After that, some people walk a day, 5 different kinds of job every day. Most of the people that in Nigeria don't know what we go through. Some of them are so foolish and so stupid. They think that is the way you plug that money on the tree. So whenever they say, hey, brother, we need something. Hey, okay, give me your account number, right? So even though we are not there, but the pressure is too much. Because sometimes you cannot watch your friends. Maybe somebody you know you went to school together, and now something is not happening to him, or somebody you live in the same neighborhood before, or somebody you did business together in Nigeria before you leave Nigeria, or even your family member. Sometimes it's okay, let me forget about these people. But we that have lived in this part of the world, our conscience have changed to the level that you can't even stay for 1 or 2 days. After 2 days, you can't even sleep because your conscience will not allow you to sleep. You want to do something to help, right? So what I think that it is something that, like Sola said, we cannot give up. We will continue to talk. For example, as we are talking, a lot of people think we come here to waste our time. Oh, but the talking is reaching, is going far and wide and near, right? Is doing a lot of things in the minds of people. So let us not think that this will come here every day. All of us now, for today, I'm still working in the office. Most of you, probably you might end it today. You might decide to go and play golf. You might decide to go and watch basketball. You might decide to have fun with your family. But we're here. What is our gain? Nobody is getting anything. But we were talking about how could our country be good? That if you are traveling to Nigeria tomorrow, you are traveling without thinking about what is going to happen to you at the airport. And after the airport, what is the policeman is going to do? Or how much are you going to pay to safeguard yourself, even in your own village, that everybody know you in the same village? You will still have to hire security to protect you. You understand? Because those people you left in the village, they not think you are coming with the millions of dollars. So if you don't show up, they will organize people who will kidnap you, or organize people who will come and rob you. You can imagine sometimes when you go to Nigeria, no member of your family will know where you are staying in the hotel. Some of us don't stay in the house. Only maybe your mom or your sister that you trust, or your brother that you trust will know the hotel where you are lodged. What they know is that every morning they see you in the family, but none of them will know where you stay. That's the country we are living at. There is no freedom. The people you know before, you can go to the small beer parlor to sit down together, eat nkwobi and the rest of them. It's no more possible. If you go at 6 o'clock, your mother is standing on the road looking for your car or looking for where you are. If it is 7 o'clock, she has not seen you. That's a very big problem. And when you come in, he will tell you, where did you go? You don't know where you don't know the country you come in. You think this is place where you live. So it is crazy. It's crazy. Some of us can't take it anymore, because I don't know how I can go home. I can't feel free with people. I can't walk in the midst of people because you're afraid of what is going to happen to you. So, my brothers, let us not give hope. Ovie, my brother, has a lot of good points. Please, we cannot see that we are just talking. No, we are not. Our talk is going too far. It's going far away. They are listening. They are hearing, and that's why they are doing what they are doing. Because the first thing they will use
Ovie will go attend them. Ovie will go attend them. Don't worry.
The first thing they have to use for you is the spirit of defeat. They will tell you, they will defeat you first of all.
I'm trying to join them. You are telling me I'm going to attend them. What do you think I will tell them?
Oh, don't mind this. You cannot go
anywhere. Will not dare to go to Niger State. If he goes to Niger State, he finished.
I want to join them. Oh, me too. I want to buy Rolls Royce. I beg. I can't come and die. You? I never suffer. Really.
All right.
I don't call this life cost suffer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. Thank you so much. And what you made there,
Mr. Ike, I agree with you totally, though. I'm just, I agree with you that it's not that we are just talking. We are talking constructively. The very day we disagree, I agree with each other. So yeah, I agree with you. It's not all in vain.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Benson.
Well, let's continue talking. We'll continue to talk. I don't know when this platform started. How many years it started? How many years Mayogun started and others? How many years they started? We have been talking. The worst is that you continue to do the
How say we know the all our talk now, like no reach more than 20, maybe 20 million people. I mean, if it's 2 million at all. So we know means that we still have a long way to go. We should just keep going rather than to say, just like I said, we should not get discouraged. We just dey start 10 years now. This man don't they run it for the past 60 years. So
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for all your contributions. The truth of the matter is that whatever we're saying will be in the lifetime of each and every one of us, and we all do not have life that don't have an end, except Christ comes before that time. But if not, every one of us living here in the next 100 years, we're not going to be around, and so what we put on ground for our children will matter a lot. And the question I keep asking is, if Nigeria continues and in this direction, in this way, what will happen to our own children? I think about it. Are your children going to be born into a free country, or they're going to be born into a country where they will be forced to do what they don't want to do, where they will not have free speech, free life to live, where life will become nothing? Because up till now, the people who are killed in Nigeria daily, nobody accounts for them. What I love about America, whether you like it or not, is even the woman or the man who is not known in any circumstance, in any political circle, and that person meets a misfortune that will take that person's life, the whole media will run the person's name, will run his picture, they will continue. The president will even go, or another person will be detailed to go and visit and commiserate with those people. But our own, just last week alone, over 20 servicemen were sent to go and meet their heavenly Father. Till today, it wasn't even mentioned in the circle of news. It wasn't even mentioned in the circle of the presidency or the National Assembly. So, in other words, the life of those individuals is those things that will say they die for nothing. What is Nigeria to us? What is it we are trying to project? How do we want other nations to view us? Have you ever wondered why you are treated so shabbily in an international airport outside of your Nigeria? Because they see that your government also treats you shabbily. If your government treats you well, people will also be afraid to treat you anyhow. A friend of mine who is an American, I escorted her to the international airport where she came to visit. And they were checking people, and because she's black, because she's a Nigerian, the custom people were trying to mess, hey, madam, come this way, this. She was looking at them, and she just told me, watch what will happen now. And she pulled her American passport, and as soon as they saw it, all of them stood up. Please, come this way. Please, come this way. This is some people who are just telling us before now, hey, I beg, broken and move like this. But as soon as they saw that blue passport, all of them, they checked themselves immediately. And she handed the passport to them. And in fact, they just flipped through and gave her back. And she said to them, my friend, can he escort me? He escorted me today. She said, oh no, please. Oh, please, go. Now I crossed the area where I'm not supposed to cross because an American with an American passport is standing at the airport. Gentlemen, in fact, when I left that place, as I was driving home, I was asking myself, when on earth, for a country that has so much there's human capacity and ability like Nigeria, ever come to a place where we will not only be feared, but will be appreciated in anywhere we go to? And that's because we do not have the firepower. When I say firepower, a government that is resilient, that knows what it wants for its citizens. There is a people saying, some of the people who are regarded as a very developed and advanced country, respected, Celsius, how many are they? That's the one that carries number one in Africa. Celsius. Nigeria is not even among the number 10. And that's because we don't have a government that sees it as anything to make sure that the people of Nigeria have dividends of being called Nigerians. And sometimes when those of us who are from the South, say, we just want to divide. Not because we don't like the country, but we are tired of the, for how long? 60 years after independence. And we can't even stand ordinary France to say you can't have a bilateral relationship with France. Since our brother in Niger, you don't have relationship with them. Since our brothers in Mali, you don't have relationship with them. Since our brothers in Burkina Faso, instead we are the ones saying, no, come. Is it that we are better than those people that they've been around with for 60 years and not be able to make any difference? One day I'm going to come back to Ovie because I'm still doing the research. But I saw a video that says back as far back as 1707, the map of 1707 has a different story to tell of what Africa was like. And it's shocking, but let us continue to research until we are able to know exactly.
In the 1700, they never finished with us. No, I
No,
think Benin was pretty much the last one, which is late 1800. So yeah,
yeah, at
could be.
1707.
Yeah.
1707. So no, why I'm saying all that is because we have the potential to lead the world, to make things better for our people, but we don't have a government who wants to back that move. They are rather there's a place in Maryland. It's called Portmark. I hear the majority of those houses that look like cathedral, they belong to Nigerians, Nigerian politicians. Atiku has his house there, even though he has not come there for a while because of, you understand, if you shit for church, you can't go back to that church, So now you have house in America, but you're living in Nigeria. You have money in the bank around the world, but people in Nigeria, business in Nigeria cannot have that money, cannot work with it. What kind of people are we? Are we that damp? Are we
They
that
don't live
stupid?
in Nigeria, they work in Nigeria. Nigeria in our office.
Are we that stupid? How many presidents from other nations have come to do 2 weeks, 1 week in our country? Despite even when Transcorp Hilton was a Transcorp Hilton or was a Nikon Hilton, did any head of state come there to live or to even do weekend apart from coming for official visit and going away? When it was Hilton, one of the best in the world at the time. When shall we wake up from this stupidity? Is it that we're so stupid? And then nobody is saying it. You see, over here, my challenge that nobody is saying anything to them. They look for lies, they manufacture lies, they frame it. We are only people who have president that has a working visit. There's no other president in the world I've heard that these presidents have gone for a working visit. We've not heard it anywhere. And the other topic we couldn't get to that Nigeria has imported a new plane which is cooling off in South Africa for redecoration for the presidential jet in this economy. And all of you guys are going to celebrate it. When it comes, when I go stand and wave and goodbye. Hey, wow. What the people,
KJ, free also. Una give a chieftaincy title when he come back from France. So as they go, una give a chieftaincy title. Eh?
No,
We
but you
will
could see
with that, but that will be the problem, eh?
you could see that I'm not exonerating any part of Nigeria. I'm talking about the people of Nigeria, the citizens of Nigeria must have to stand up and take their citizenship. And that's why I have always argued that sovereignty of Nigeria is not within.
But don't you think we need to define what that citizenship means? Because that's my disagreement with Dele Farutimi. He said we are not citizen on one hand. On the other hand, somebody will go there ask for electoral reform. Like, where do you stand to reform what when we are not citizens? So I think we need to define that. I get what you mean, but for us to go actually approach people, what we need to actually let them know what citizen mean, what freedom means. Because we are privileged in a way. With the things that everybody actually have the same privilege. How many Nigerians actually understand how the system works? Home and abroad. Let's not stop deceiving ourselves. Right? So there's a lot of that's where the organizing lies. Organizing comes with teaching, right? You have to teach them where you actually want the nation to go or what the nation to be. Because everybody have a definition of what Nigeria means to him, right? If all our leaders are not living in Nigeria, then what do you expect the citizen to do? But the citizen does not know better, as far as I'm concerned. Not that I'm accusing us, but in the recent, because There's no reason why we no fee come together when our situation is. It's not that they tell us our story, say now so we they feel up like it's real. Because if you're hungry, if you want to look for how you eat, regardless of any other thing that is coming your way, you want chop first. So if we are actually in that situation that we are describing, I don't think we can easily be distracted like that. But again, when we say we need to be citizen, what does that even mean to an average Nigerian? Because I bet you today there are some people living in part of North. Every day they are social living in Cameroon or Niger, but they live in Nigeria. Like that's their way, that's their real life.
Yeah, that's the
Normal
way of
people, normal regular people that they go trade, they spend France money in Nigeria. So those people, it's not that you think they are more Nigerian than them, but that's it's all about that's a national religion agency fail, right? So they will
we're,
educate of
we're
us
not
what we really are and what we ought to do.
we're not able to discuss, but we'll put it off for next week. And if you really want to know why Nnamdi Kanu is so hated, please go listen to the three. I'm not saying go and look for his broadcast, but go and listen to the three broadcasts that the DSS themselves played in the court. Because when majority of the people who attended the court section, when they left, they became disciples of Nnamdi Kanu because they also heard a truth, as I've never been told before. The thing is that let's keep talking. Whether people hear it now or not, eventually the truth will prevail because truth will always prevail. Now, his defense team keep expanding from people even from the north who have now heard some of those things. They went to court to listen to what the case, but eventually those videos, those audio that was played, gave them a different eyesight of what they accused this guy of. Having said that, I want to appreciate every one of
KJ,
you.
are they doing it for free or who is going to pay? Who is going to pay their bill?
The bill of who?
The lawyers, who is paying their bill? Who is paying their
Oh,
bill?
it's
I've been
free. They're
afraid they
doing it
do
for
work with
free.
them.
They're doing it
I
for
just want to
free.
know. I don't know.
They're doing it for free. They're not. They are a pro bono. They're not doing it for anybody. Yes. I want to thank all of you for coming. I
Okay.
want to thank Tony. Tony, you have been so wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Maxis Ovie. Thank you so much. Your contributions are always, radically but well, rounded. We thank you because we need people like you. I remember one statement that Bangida made when he was still in power. He said, "A society that don't have radicals is a dead society." So that statement he made many years ago is playing out now in our society, and you see that every radical view, different view, divergent views are being shut down so that only one man's voice is heard. The man is called Jagaban, whether you like it or not.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Shola, thank you so much. Also, please do come. I like your view. And I'm sure that everybody listening to you can make a lot of sense out of it. Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. Thank you so much. You are always on point. Thank you. I didn't know that both of us actually attended seminary, but it's okay. Thank God they don't move us to that place where we will not be able to enjoy the fruit of our labor in this world. So at least we didn't become. Thank you so much. And for those people who have a different view from what we have canvassed today, we still appreciate your views. We welcome them. We will not say because you don't agree with us means that your own views are wrong. No, they are right. It's your view. You own them, and we will give it to you. Please do come again and be part of the broadcast. We'll be here also tomorrow. The Damages will be hosting a program tomorrow, and we'll be here by 1 p.m. New York time, and we'll discuss at length what that topic could be. Thank you for a new member called Gbemi Awola. Thank you so much for joining, and we appreciate you. Thank you, Kolata. Kolata have been very supportive. Thank you so much. Alexander Gomez, thank you also. Alexander Gomez, again, we thank you. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you, Kulata. God bless you for all the support. We really appreciate what you're doing. Even though you may not agree with my views, but it's okay. We like your support.
I'm not going to criticize Tinubu. That not Tinubu dividend. Now Tinubu
Doesn't matter.
dividend they
Doesn't
come
matter.
too.
It doesn't matter. He's free to quote you. Thank
That
you,
a joke. I didn't know.
Oscar Blackstone. Thank you so much. And thank you, Kulata. We really, really appreciate all of you who joined us. please find time to join us tomorrow also. Oh yes, I see a new member also. A very good friend of mine, Silas McDonald's, my colleague. Thank you so much. Great to have you. Please, we'll be here too also by tomorrow by 1 p.m. That's when the program will start. And you can also join us from wherever you are in the world. We'll discuss every issue, and then we will also put together a special package to discuss when the whole issue of the Nnamdi Kanu's court is through. We'll put a package together, and that day we will discuss only Nnamdi Kanu's affairs. Those of you who don't want to hear about it, come. Those who want to hear, come. Bring your views.
KJ, what year will that be? What year will that be? What year
It
will
will
that
be
be?
it will be as soon as the court. Let me tell you something. I don't want to give out my whatever, but I'm putting some things together, and as soon as the videos are ready, we'll get down there. But I want to have all my facts together so that we, you know.
Because then waiting make the other one rescue herself. It no means that this one no be sent. This one no be sent to. She feel rescue herself after some case, after maybe a month, 2, 3 months, or a year, then they'll start again. So that's
Okay,
why I don't understand.
we will discuss that, and hopefully, by the grace of God, we may have one of his legal representative on the show, and then we all can ask them questions that we're not able
Mr.
to ask.
Ike is looking like a kind of representative today. He's looking like a lawyer. So
No, he's representing the body of Christ. So we thank you,
oh, now why they
especially
celebrate?
the angle you brought in, because some of those angles you discussed, not a lot of people know that about the Catholic Church. And we didn't say that for those who are Catholic, we didn't condemn the Catholic Church because despite whatever any denomination is saying, everybody operating a denomination is a human being, and they are all prone to making mistakes, whether it's deliberate or not. So for the Catholics, let them also bear in mind that we support what they are doing. I've said on this channel many times that the Catholic did a lot of work, initial work in Africa, especially Nigeria.
Just
And
like what the Chinese are doing now, Abi.
yes, so
Just saying. I'm
yeah,
just
so
saying.
whatever it is, whatever, the thing is simply this. I listened to a lady discuss, and I'm going to close on this, discuss about the reason why Africa was easily colonized. And that was the same reason why America was easily taken over. The people that were in Africa were very nice people. They did not see the reason why we should struggle over resources. And so when they see you, when you come, they welcome you and they invite you to join in the resources they have. And that is the people now who are coming from the West think that that is stupidity and that is their weakness. But it's not. And that has not changed us. And I speak because I lived in Benin for so long. The first native man does when he sees you, come to his house, is if you meet him eating, he will invite you to join him and eat. And for him, food is not a big deal. That he gave you food is not a big deal. So, and if you don't join him to eat, he feels that you're not happy with him. So, this is the culture that we still have till tomorrow. It does not mean that we are weak people, it does not mean that we don't have understanding. It simply means we are good people. Let's continue to be good people, but let's be sharp in our understanding and know where we're driving our people to.
KJ, I will take you on that narrative some other time because I know agree. Say will be nice, say now because it will be nice people that they will
Okay,
power us. But
on
that's
that
another
fateful
data.
time when you are ready, we'll go to it and then we'll discuss it. I won't say that. I want to say thank you so much, and I wish all of you a very blessed weekend. Bye, sir. Bye so much. Thank you. Um, Rudolph was playing one music. I'm still trying to look for it to use to end this program, or just in case I don't see it. All right. Thank you so much, every one of you. We really, truly enjoyed being with you this weekend. Please join us again, and thank you. If you have any questions, you can actually, text in, or join us next week at the same time, and we'll be able to take those questions you have or concerns. Until then, God bless you all.
Okudilio, 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 yekelanio Olisamalugo ene menedua Okudilio yekelanio Chukuna malugo yobia diocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea Mano agaranya mua Oboye afiozi enipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezi olisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wane Nikadiezi bohimo